Helen Vardon's Confession. Welcome, dear friend. Come in, close the door against the clamor of the world, and step into the quiet sanctuary we have prepared for you. You have found your way back to Stories of Crime, a place where we gather in the twilight hours to explore the deepest, most sacred corners of human nature. I am so deeply grateful you are here with us tonight, ready to share in a journey of the mind and the spirit. Tonight, we begin an extraordinary voyage into the shadows of the soul. It is my profound privilege to introduce you to a narrative of exquisite tension and heartbreaking beauty. Helen Vardon's Confession. This is not merely a chronicle of a crime, nor is it a simple riddle to be solved. It is a passionate, aching, and intensely intimate portrait of a woman caught in the suffocating gears of fate, duty, and desire. From the very first moment her voice meets your ears, you will feel the magnetic pull of a secret that has been kept locked away for far too long. There is a strange, beautiful mystery in the human condition. We are creatures capable of the most radiant love, yet we are constantly haunted by our capacity for darkness. What is it that drives a soul to finally speak its truth, even when that truth might destroy everything? In the delicate tapestry of life, the boundary between guilt and innocence is often as thin as a whisper. Helen Vardon stands at that very boundary, and she is reaching out through the dark to tell you her truth. Her confession is a labyrinth of betrayal, sacrifice, and the relentless search for redemption. As this digital audio experience unfolds around you, I invite you to let go of the present moment. Close your eyes, let the warmth of this narration envelop you, and allow yourself to be carried away by the music of the spoken word. Every sentence of this story is a thread in a grand, mesmerizing tapestry, and every chapter holds a key to a truth you will desperately want to uncover. You will find yourself unable to turn away, compelled by an irresistible desire to listen, to understand, and to stay with Helen until the very final, breathtaking word is spoken. So, breathe deeply, let the silence settle, and prepare your heart. Let us lose ourselves together in the mystery of Helen Vardon's Confession. The price of silence. Silence is not merely the absence of sound. It is a physical weight, a heavy, suffocating tapestry woven from the threads of our deepest fears, our unuttered truths, and the compromises we make when we believe we have no other choice. When we choose to remain silent, we often tell ourselves that we are buying safety, that we are protecting those we love, or that we are simply waiting for a better time to speak. But in the quiet, drafty corridors of our own minds, we know the truth. Silence is never free. It is a loan with an interest rate that slowly, relentlessly eats away at the soul until there is nothing left but an empty shell. Imagine, if you will, sitting in a room paneled in dark, ancient oak. The only light comes from a dying fire, casting long, skeletal shadows across the Persian rug. The rain beats a steady, frantic rhythm against the tall, arched windows, like the fingertips of a ghost begging to be let in. On your finger, a band of gold rests heavily. It is not a symbol of love, nor of a shared future built on mutual respect. It is a shackle, cold and unyielding, forged from coercion and the dark shadow of a secret that could destroy lives. This is the world of Helen Vardon. This is the moment where we find her, trapped in a forced marriage to a man she detests, carrying a burden so immense that it threatens to crush the very breath from her lungs. She knows of a murder. She knows the truth behind a crime that has left a family ruined and a community in mourning. Yet, her lips are sealed by a vow she was forced to take, a vow designed to buy her father's salvation at the cost of her own existence. This brings us to the haunting dilemma that lies at the heart of Helen Vardon's confession. Is she merely a helpless victim of a monstrous conspiracy, or has her silence transformed her into an active conspirator? It is a question that does not just belong to 19th century melodrama. It is a question that echoes in the quietest, darkest corners of our own lives. We must ask ourselves, when we witness an injustice and say nothing, when we accept a toxic dynamic to keep the peace, or when we hide our true selves to avoid conflict, do we remain innocent? Or do we, by our very inaction, become complicit in our own captivity? Let us step closer into Helen's world to understand the true anatomy of this struggle. Picture a cold autumn afternoon. The wind is howling through the bare branches of the elms outside the grand estate. Helen sits at a writing desk, her fingers trembling as she holds a steel-nibbed pen. Downstairs, she hears the heavy, deliberate footsteps of her husband, Mr. Otway. Every step he takes seems to vibrate through the floorboards, a physical manifestation of his power over her. He is a man who moves with the absolute confidence of someone who owns not just property, but people. Helen remembers the library of her childhood home, the smell of her father's old leather-bound books, and the sudden, terrifying moment when Otway presented his ultimatum. It was a simple, brutal equation: her hand in marriage, and her absolute silence regarding the tragedy of that fateful night, in exchange for her father's freedom from ruin and disgrace. In that moment of choice, Helen's mind did what all human minds do when faced with overwhelming terror. It fractured. She convinced herself that by sacrificing her own happiness, she was performing a noble act of martyrdom. She walked down the aisle in a veil that felt like a shroud, saying vows that felt like a death sentence. But now, in the quiet of her room, the illusion of noble sacrifice has withered away. She looks in the mirror and does not recognize the pale, hollow-eyed woman staring back. The expensive silk of her gown feels like coarse sackcloth. She realizes that her silence did not save her father. It merely trapped them both in a larger, more elaborate prison. When we analyze this classic dynamic psychologically, we begin to understand what secrets do to our subconscious mind. Psychologists often speak of the shadow self, the part of our psyche that contains all the things we hide from the world and from ourselves. When we carry a secret of this magnitude, we split our identity. We create a public persona that smiles, nods, and plays the part expected of us, while our true self is buried deep underground, screaming for release. This constant state of division is exhausting. It drains our vital energy, leaving us susceptible to anxiety, depression, and a profound sense of alienation. We begin to view the world through a lens of suspicion, believing that if people truly knew what we were hiding, they would reject us. The secret becomes our master, dictating where we go, who we talk to, and what we allow ourselves to feel. If you are listening to this and feeling a quiet ache in your chest, if you recognize the heavy, familiar weight of your own unsaid words, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. You do not have to carry this burden alone forever. To break free from the prison of silence, we must follow a gentle, step-by-step path of reclamation. The first step is to acknowledge the weight without judgment. Close your eyes for a moment and take a deep, slow breath. Locate where in your body you carry your secrets. Is it a tightness in your throat, a heaviness in your chest, or a knot in your stomach? Do not try to force it away. Simply sit with it, acknowledge its presence, and say to yourself, I feel you, and I understand why you are here. You are trying to protect me. The second step is to name the cost. Ask yourself, honestly and gently, what keeping this silence is costing you. Is it costing you your health, your joy, your ability to form deep, authentic connections with others? Write these costs down on a piece of paper, allowing yourself to grieve the losses. This is not to make you feel guilty, but to help your subconscious realize that the price of safety has become far too high. The third step is the practice of micro-truths. You do not need to stand on a mountaintop and scream your deepest secrets to the world today. Instead, find one small, honest statement you can make to a safe person, or even to a blank journal. It could be as simple as admitting, I am not okay with how things are, or I feel incredibly lonely in this situation. By speaking or writing even a tiny fragment of your truth, you begin to crack the foundation of your prison. As Helen Vardon continues her confession, we witness her transition from a silent victim to a woman reclaiming her narrative. The rain outside her window continues to fall, but the trembling in her hand begins to subside. She dips the pen into the ink. The black fluid clings to the metal nib like the dark truths she has carried for so long. She begins to write. The scratching of the pen against the paper is the loudest sound in the room, louder than the wind, louder than the ticking clock, louder even than the footsteps of her husband downstairs. It is the sound of a soul reclaiming its voice. With each word she writes, she peels back a layer of the armor she was forced to wear. She writes of the terror, the betrayal, and the quiet complicity that has haunted her dreams. She knows that once these words are written, they cannot be unwritten. She knows that the truth may bring her world crashing down around her, but she also knows that a collapsed world is better than a life lived in a gilded tomb. This is the profound beauty of human resilience. We are never truly helpless, even when we feel most trapped. The very act of telling our story, of owning our narrative, has a transformative, almost alchemical power. It changes us from passive observers of our tragedy into the active authors of our redemption. In summarizing this first, vital chapter of Helen Vardon's confession, We see that the price of silence is always our freedom. We see how easily we can fall into the trap of complicity when we allow fear to dictate our choices. But we also see the spark of hope that exists within the darkest night. Helen's journey is our journey. Her struggle to find her voice in a world that demands her silence is the universal struggle of every human being who has ever had to fight to be seen, heard, and understood. As we close this chapter of our exploration, let the weight of Helen's story settle into your mind like the quiet after a storm. The fire in her hearth has burned down to embers, but the pages before her are filled with a light that cannot be extinguished. In the next chapter, we will watch as the fragile peace she bought with her silence begins to shatter. The secrets she has so carefully guarded will begin to leak out into the light of day, forcing a confrontation that will test the very limits of her strength and resolve. We will see what happens when the past refuses to stay buried, and the true cost of the truth must finally be paid. Keep listening, stay close, and let us walk together into the shadows of the next chapter. Unraveling the confession. A secret is not merely a hidden fact. It is a living, breathing entity that dwells in the dark recesses of the human heart, feeding upon our peace, reshaping the very contours of our souls, and growing heavier with every passing day. To carry a secret is to walk through the world wearing an invisible suit of armor that slowly, imperceptibly, begins to crush the wearer. In the heart of late Victorian England, beneath a canopy of perpetual grey fog and the flickering, uncertain glow of street-side gas lamps, this weight was felt with a suffocating intensity. It was an era of impeccable facades, of high stone walls and heavy velvet drapes designed to keep the prying eyes of the world at bay. A time when a single whisper of scandal could destroy a life as surely as a physical blow. It is within this atmospheric, tightly wound world that we begin our journey into the labyrinth of Helen Vardon's confession. A narrative that is less of a simple diary and more of a desperate unburdening of a soul trapped in the gears of fate. Take a moment to settle into the quiet of this space, and let your mind drift back to London in the late 19th century. Can you smell the damp coal smoke hanging heavy in the evening air, mixing with the scent of wet cobblestones and horses? Can you hear the distant, rhythmic clatter of carriage wheels echoing down a lonely street, and the low, mournful sigh of the wind as it rattles the window panes of a dimly lit drawing room? In that room, sitting before a fire that has burned down to a heap of glowing red embers, is a woman. Her fingers are stained with ink, her breathing is shallow, and her heart beats with a frantic, erratic rhythm of a captured bird. This is Helen, and she is about to write. She is about to tear open her life and expose the raw, bleeding truth of what she has done, what she has suffered, and what she has witnessed. She does this not out of a desire for notoriety, but because the silence has finally become too loud to bear. Our exploration of this classic story begins with a fundamental realization of the intimate, first-person narrative style. When we listen to a confession spoken in the first person, a profound psychological shift occurs within us. We are no longer mere spectators watching a drama unfold from a safe distance. We are invited into the very sanctuary of the narrator's mind. We hear the trembling of her voice, the pauses where her courage falters, and the sudden, desperate rushes of words as she fears her strength will give out before the truth is told. Imagine Helen sitting at her writing desk, the scratch of her steel pen against the thick parchment sounding like a small, desperate animal trying to claw its way out of a wooden box. The ink she uses is dark, almost black, and as she writes, she realizes that each word is a fragment of her own life force being spilled onto the page. She recalls the exact moment she realized she was trapped, the cold realization settling in her stomach like a stone as she stared at a letter that held her entire future hostage. She remembers the smell of the lavender water she wore that day, a fragrance that would forever after bring back the sickening sensation of dread. Why does this first-person intimacy hold such a powerful sway over our subconscious minds? Psychologists suggest that when we listen to another person reveal their deepest vulnerabilities, our mirror neurons fire in sympathy. We recognize our own hidden shames, our own unspoken compromises, and our own desperate desires reflected in their words. It disarms our defenses. In a world where we are constantly told to present a perfect, polished version of ourselves to others, hearing Helen struggle with her flaws and her terror acts as a soothing balm. It tells us that we are not alone in our complexity, and that it is possible to be deeply flawed and yet worthy of understanding. To apply this to your own life, consider the secrets or unspoken truths you carry. You do not need to write a public confession, but you can practice the art of radical self-honesty. Imagine sitting across from a version of yourself that is entirely free of judgment. What is the one thing you have been afraid to say aloud? Write it down on a piece of paper, look at it, and realize that by giving it form, you take away its silent power over you. Like Helen, you can find strength in the act of articulation. As we deeper penetrate the fog of Helen's narrative, we encounter a figure of monumental importance, a beacon of intellectual light in a world shadowed by deceit. This is Dr. John Thorndike. In the history of detective literature, Thorndike stands as the pioneer of forensic science, a man who does not rely on mere intuition or dramatic guesswork, but on the cold, beautiful, and unyielding facts of the physical universe. Where Helen's world is one of shifting emotions, terror, and subjective torment, Thorndike's world is one of dust under a microscope, chemical reagents, and the immutable laws of cause and effect. He is the objective investigator, the intellectual anchor of the story. Picture Dr. Thorndike's laboratory in the temple, a space filled with the clean, sharp smells of ether, formalin, and beeswax. The walls are lined with shelves of glass jars, delicate scales, and brass microscopes that gleam in the soft lamplight. Thorndike himself stands by the window, examining a minute scrap of paper with a magnifying glass. He does not look angry, nor does he look sympathetic. His face is a mask of serene, focused concentration. To him, this scrap of paper is not a relic of a tragedy, but a puzzle piece that speaks a language of its own, a language of fiber structures, ink composition, and pressure marks. While others see a mystery of human malice, Thorndike sees a physical equation waiting to be solved. This dynamic between emotional chaos and scientific objectivity is deeply satisfying to our psychological need for order. When we are caught in the grip of a personal crisis, our thoughts become a chaotic storm, swirling with fear, guilt, and worst-case scenarios. We lose our grip on reality. Dr. Thorndike represents the part of our psyche that remains calm, logical, and observant even in the midst of disaster. He reminds us that there is always an objective truth, a ground beneath our feet that cannot be washed away by the tides of emotion. He represents the comfort of the intellect, the reassuring idea that no matter how tangled the web of human deceit may be, it can be systematically unraveled through patience, observation, and reason. When you find yourself overwhelmed by the emotional storms of your own life, try to summon your inner Dr. Thorndike. Step back from the emotional narrative you are telling yourself and look at the objective facts of your situation. What are the tangible realities? What can be measured, verified, and systematically addressed? By shifting your focus from the overwhelming feeling of the crisis to the practical, physical steps you can take to understand it, you disarm the panic and regain your agency. You become the investigator of your own life, rather than its victim. And then, we must examine the tragic engine that drives Helen's story forward. The devastating journey through love, blackmail, and forensics. Love is the light we all seek, the promise of connection and warmth in a cold world. But in Helen's life, love becomes the very vulnerability that her enemies exploit. When Julian Otway, a man of cold calculation and ruthless ambition, discovers Helen's devotion to the gentle Otis Marwood, he does not see a beautiful romance. He sees a lever. He sees a way to bend Helen to his will, to force her into a marriage that is nothing less than a living death, using her love as the ultimate instrument of blackmail. Imagine the moment of entrapment. Helen is standing in a manicured Victorian garden, surrounded by the sweet, heavy scent of blooming roses, yet she feels as though she is suffocating. Otway stands before her, his voice low and polite, almost pleasant, as he explains the terms of her surrender. He does not raise his voice. He does not need to. The threat is clear, written in the polite, chilling lines of his face. If she does not marry him, Otis will be ruined, his name dragged through the mud, his life destroyed. Helen looks past Otway to the horizon, where the sun is setting in a blaze of bruised purple and gold, realizing that this is the last day of her freedom. She must choose between her own happiness and the survival of the man she loves. She chooses sacrifice. This dynamic of blackmail and self-sacrifice touches upon our deepest fears of loss of control and exploitation. Many of us have felt the subtle, or not so subtle, pressure of emotional blackmail in our own relationships, times when our love, our loyalty, or our guilt has been used to manipulate us into making choices that betray our own well-being. It is a slow poison that erodes our self-respect and leaves us feeling trapped in lives we did not truly choose. Helen's journey shows us the tragic consequences of carrying this burden in silence, of allowing the blackmailer to dictate the rules of the game. The path to healing from such dynamics requires us to understand that sacrifice without boundaries is not love. It is enablement. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to recognize when your kindness is being weaponized against you. If you find yourself making choices out of fear, obligation, or guilt, pause and ask yourself if you are truly helping, or if you are merely delaying an inevitable reckoning. True strength lies in setting boundaries, in seeking objective support, and in realizing that you are not responsible for carrying the weight of another person's choices at the expense of your own soul. As we bring this introductory exploration to a close, let us reflect on the tapestry we have begun to weave. We have stepped into the foggy, atmospheric world of late Victorian England, a place of deep shadows and hidden truths. We have felt the intimate, trembling urgency of Helen's first-person confession, a voice calling out to us across the decades, asking us to listen and to understand. We have met the calm, reassuring figure of Dr. John Thorndike, who promises that truth can be found through reason, even when all hope seems lost. And we have stared into the dark abyss of blackmail and sacrifice that threatens to consume Helen's life. This chapter is but the threshold of a dark and fascinating corridor. The confession has been unraveled, the players are on the stage, and the instruments of science and fate are aligned. In the chapters that follow, we will watch as Helen takes her first step into the trap, as the shadows deepen around her, and as the brilliant Dr. Thorndike begins his quiet, methodical search for the tiny, overlooked clues that will either save her or seal her doom. Keep your ears open, let the atmosphere envelope you, and prepare to journey deeper into the mystery, for the first diary entry is about to begin, and the secrets of the past are waiting to be whispered into the night. Chapter 1: The Shadow of Debt. There is a silent, suffocating gravity to a secret when it begins to rot within the walls of a home. We often speak of ruin as if it were a sudden cataclysm, a lightning bolt that shatters a tree in a single, roaring second. But the truth, as Helen Vardon learned in the quiet dampness of her father's study, is that ruin is a slow, creeping moisture. It enters through the floorboards, it discolors the wallpaper, it settles in the lungs of those who dwell there, until every breath taken is heavy with the scent of decay. Debt is not merely a matter of numbers scrawled in black ink on a ledger. It is a spiritual haunting. It is the invisible specter that sits at the dinner table, turning the simplest meal into ash, silencing the laughter before it can escape the throat, and casting a long, distortion-filled shadow over the brightest afternoon. As we open this chapter of Helen Vardon's confession, let us step into that room. Picture the dust motes suspended in the weak, amber light of a dying London sun. Listen to the rhythmic, merciless ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway, a sound that does not merely mark the passing of time, but counts down the remaining moments of a life once defined by dignity. We find Helen's father, Mr. Vardon slumped over his writing table. His fingers, once steady and precise, tremble as they trace the columns of figures that refuse to balance. The room smells of old paper, stagnant tea, and the cold, damp wool of a coat that has seen too many winters. In his eyes, there is no longer the spark of intellectual curiosity or the warmth of parental pride. There is only the glassy, unseeing stare of a man who has looked into the abyss of his own undoing and found no bottom. He is a man drowning in dry land, suffocated by bills of exchange, promissory notes, and the polite, yet lethal, letters from creditors that arrive with the morning post like small, white coffins. Consider the profound psychological weight of this moment. When a parent falls, a child's entire universe tilts on its axis. To the young, a father is not merely a human being. He is the architect of reality, the shield against the chaotic forces of the outside world. To see that shield crumble, to see the architect weeping in the dark, is to experience a primal betrayal of safety. Perhaps you, too, have known this feeling. Perhaps you have watched someone you looked up to lose their grip, or perhaps you yourself have felt the terrifying weight of being the one who must keep the ceiling from collapsing, even as your own knees buckle. This is the archetype of the fallen king, a narrative that resonates in the deepest chambers of our collective subconscious. It teaches us that security is an illusion, and that the structures we build to protect ourselves are only as strong as the unseen foundations beneath them. If you find yourself in the shadow of such ruin today, whether it be financial, emotional, or spiritual, let this story be a mirror. The first step of healing is not to frantically rebuild the walls, but to stop and breathe in the ruin. Sit with the truth of where you are. Do not run from the ledger. Look at the numbers, look at the pain, and acknowledge it without judgment. Only when we stop pretending the house is not burning can we begin to find the exit. It was into this fragile, trembling atmosphere that the figure of Otway entered. He did not arrive with the dramatic fury of a villain in a play, but rather with the smooth, terrible grace of a predator who knows his prey has already run itself to exhaustion. Otway was a man of calculated stillness. When he spoke, his voice was low, carrying a synthetic warmth that chilled the blood more than any overt threat ever could. He sat in the armchair opposite Mr. Vardon, his polished boots gleaming in the dim light, a stark contrast to the threadbare carpets of the Vardon home. He did not demand. He offered. He did not squeeze. He merely tightened the invisible threads he had woven around the family over many months. To Helen, watching from the doorway, Otway was the embodiment of a creeping nightmare. He was the creditor who had ceased to ask for money, because he had realized there was something far more valuable to be extracted from the Vardon household. He wanted her. He wanted her youth, her beauty, her pride, and her absolute surrender. Every polite inquiry he made about her health, every lingering look he cast in her direction, was a transaction in disguise. He was a collector of broken souls, and he recognized in the Vardons' desperation the perfect opportunity to acquire a rare prize. The psychology of the predator-prey dynamic is a dark and intricate dance. When we are desperate, our psychological defenses are compromised. We lose our ability to discern between a savior and a captor. We are so eager for relief, so hungry for a hand to pull us out of the quicksand, that we fail to notice the collar that hand is carrying. Otway represents that dark shadow in our lives, the temptation to make a pact with the devil when we are at our lowest point. It is the easy way out that demands a price we cannot afford to pay: our personal sovereignty. When we allow an Otway into our lives, we are trading our future freedom for temporary relief from present discomfort. If you are currently facing an Otway in your own life, a person, a job, or a habit that promises to rescue you but demands your soul in return, you must find the courage to pause. Ask yourself, what am I being asked to sacrifice for this peace of mind? If the cost is your integrity, your self-respect, or your freedom, then the price is too high. It is better to face the cold, hard winter of ruin with your soul intact than to dwell in the gilded cage of a predator's making. Establish your boundaries now, even if your hands shake as you draw the line. For Helen, the realization of this trade did not come as a sudden shock, but as a slow, freezing certainty that settled deep within her bones. This is the third key dimension of our journey today, the sense of impending doom. Have you ever felt the future closing in on you like a vice? Have you ever sat in a room and felt the air grow thin, knowing that no matter which path you choose, a part of you must die? Helen stood in the hallway, listening to the murmured conversation between her father and Otway through the heavy oak door. She did not need to hear the specific words to understand the nature of the bargain being struck. She could hear it in the pathetic, pleading tone of her father's voice, a tone she had never thought she would hear from the man who had taught her to read, who had walked her through the gardens of her childhood, who had seemed once to hold the keys to the entire world. And she could hear it in the calm, unyielding cadence of Otway's responses. She realized, with a sickening clarity, that she was the currency. Her life, her dreams, her future were being weighed on a scale to balance a debt she had not incurred. This feeling of helplessness, of being a pawn in a game played by forces far larger than oneself, is one of the most agonizing experiences a human being can endure. It triggers the deep, primal instinct to freeze. When we cannot fight, and we cannot run, we turn to stone. We watch our lives unfold before us as if we are spectators in our own tragedy, unable to cry out, unable to reach out a hand to stop the momentum of our own destruction. But even in the deepest freeze, there is a spark of consciousness that cannot be extinguished. If you are feeling that paralysis today, if you feel that your choices have been stripped away and that you are being swept along by a current of misfortune, I want you to listen closely to my voice. You are not a spectator.
Even and our good choice is a little day. Will return to our freedom. Take freedom to cho how you are me cho phép. You can mean you in a bong hay. You can meet you and enjoy low hen. But when you in a dini, to nature. He sell he says you he lo as he vừa viết kim who swallow a fail. Cái sự thay thế sim như vụ man who, even in thay checks, over cut TV, Maintain a secret sanctuary within her own mind, a place where the Z cone holy. Let's select them một là no landscape hoặc là vừa dụ in liệt opening chata. Win thay sầu, sức cây đính kê vào family security dù thêm mi ghi mù Z. Ian xin a pha gò bè ở OKE ở. Bây giờ lý chata, transform bi chem litho a treo về former cell. Oa về canta thẹp bé tây kako lấy nhanh cầu nick ô tay, gưa xích tôi, rơi với bày phải lòng ghen. An nữ hang su riêng hay an in thay cô họ lê. Phiên theo ấy cho vấn đề skep bảo phép xe chơi lốp toàn hay châu là. This is only the bin. Tê châu gen hay phan. Bek, bớt chelo zon lia zis bico lời giá lê bấn sơ mê lì bài. DEPP to thân thê bài. PUAN lê hi to xếp hi đoàn đi lô thành folding là mơ thề dây. Let's go dây xe lưu lịch. Tê nó suy mê băng hầu ổ ghi lo ghi phê bị đau lê ơi. Lịch áo bàn lời ra áo sơ hờ lê An, tự even in thê ha kisney. Hầu thề man thì giặt căn lấy thẻ oe phò thẻ intel cs roen cô đà lào phê intel lấy hơi vây giòn tỏ vài ăn đi ăn thẻ phò xếp lô o tay căn bè hờ đạp lô tranh thẻ đỏ hay coming tân hen mới săn hợt luận o happen en thẻ tỏ ô tành ô chơi bè mẹ en kè lù gần o xe si phê slip lùi thách a thì bè sell ilo xe leo xe thử gửi thẻ lê yêu thẻ next chega Oa thay secret số vào và lan hào sầu bên ton level, ăn thay cho cô số server lối phải lấy lưu vẹn. Chết ta to thay top browser. Lời lạc đã đích khởi cây lột lần ra phoi ở đồng ảo rẻ anh lịch khỏi lời ra con bay phòng lệ. Khi lát thay tí so, đuôi so lên quét vào xịp đanh trao, lo lấy lết thay xuyên sen lít sugar summer này. Chỉ ra hay, phía khi hơn, as a golden, rese I necessarily som. SDX thay so lò hay bè. Has be đành in nhé like, phải tân hiệu để anh coi rồi, van lếp tô quan lua sang in thay e like, khách, loài gớt, oang áo on thay mong rồi in over iso with compass like, so in a dầm like làng, ang phải thay xiên, EOS, vấn đề hình lột lắp cầu riêng đòn đát, lựa gì hơi đập bao ui ốc Sophie Hillis sẽ sale de linado to hà sinh lồ, bé chlut đen. Thì yêu hèn thay sẽ căn lý chất tạo plan Valencia hèn lấy khỏe CCO hèn. Raphael lau xe san in just a dòng. Theo phun lai linh phên, các xe long, SKL ETI là chiêu rồi theo phê lê lai, vâng oanh dòng. Theo ai cầu, tế bách theo phê bó nilo in thay, lê, tan thay xanh. Úc lên đam pan áo đeo IFTS in yo thay CG bà tiêu uy lầu. In history, nè tí kem vò plan flocker in thay con ý lô mi mắc thay bà si gô tên. This son dây lách chai sâu. Lê lất summer với Leon Asentan. Kích chi here là hemospheric thề man hừa hồ thề kỳ tò family surveil. Ăn in song so. Sâu hay lời ác đèo ô hay lời thề 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 phê đai điều ôi mê tô bè thầy. Hay Percy Conan. Julian all tay sees before how. Notice an để listen in vây là. Bước ui có quên. I refine come power và man who knows hay solely one. Hay lồ liệt to dài hay hi voice so make it so make lệ. Phó hi tỏ lai zin thầy nha. Ôi chi số bẹp ta hay lây lấp rom thay thay bầu bề huyền thèm. His bẹp là not mere go commons. Loa anh chầm mơn, ambo live. Loa lại bề gen hờ pha đo phen làn lơ dùn. Thay imminent collapse và soho san neng. Đăng thay về lưu lệch ọc lưu đời cơ lan lan republic lịch đối do hàng lô và family alerten. Ô tay ô phê phê ở xa bain. Cô tao có a bain lễ to is thay về correct bùng chơi. Hầu phá khải ở tôi sloi thạch. Lưu mi lệch bè đôi. To bay ột phá thạch rồi chines, ăn to skill ha pha vào xe phi. Bởi thầy bế xe đi man zin not go, nói dây lan. Thầy bế xe đi man zin hèn sèo. Hai ôi xa hăn in mali, hợp rè ra xa hết thầy đồ, ăn hợp mi chân to his way. Dance, powerful moment ăn lúc cao xuyệt lệ bang, to xuyệt nó thật xa ai xử lý cơ ốc lô quật, mất tài ami reflecting ai universal human silo. Đây lao tay lê rốt hít thớ mơ. Hay dè gây dinh in thè enen, đắc ạt lột lì mô gan nót so hàn. Hay play hay sen ưu ăn đối với đôi chói, to sắc lê phía sơ on phương xa, hờ on bò ăn hờ on cất lai si phò lo, to ua đào phà bè loài dòng đều thè bê. Dùn, phò hàn, ưu lực a xeo ghề về lời y xê thề bê huyên lê gai lòng. Lết ưu a đen này dinh ba tổ bê huyên to hi phần canh dược bèn. Phi lê phu hi, kia play just up to selo freedom best list thê loài hà family. Phía, sen, ie xe giờ family best xe thân giờ xe to alef, ô quê, Kame Sikkim Resonance. Begamigan Mire Halekiu Ledain Vebelu Hoda. Hầu hết TEL do gà phèn gấu sen phê si ảo on mon vừa han dầu gấu tài. How se zilot aoeli, nip lúa tiêu suya, lạn maligrid la sơ tơ xích refre sôi lê hò suri. Latele a tàu chiếc ghê đa lếp ua coi seliat tàu rơi cao on nê tàu kiết thay biết, đỡ a phê kít than man dưới lan đân hồi chơi view tàu cài theo et gây hơi phô phèo bài. Oen ua coi in nhi chop, au may zek siren apple found, realizing livian. Oe phim adi. Tuy sở lý lần thế sẽ được Suleiman đều vật lẽ oa hòn đe bi thay thay phênh hụt ôm men hay hát toàn lê gỡ chai ảo sen. Thật xia thay Suleiman ích thanh lan vis mumana yahen lo cái săn thay peplon thay thay mò. In ham main, elelin no si anh thay ellen cột let han veding on thay bạch mần. Iacien lanh hờ phàng vở thay e, đi phi chi ai. Khi ai member him nê thay xong quạt thay tàu vở treo, no rehiu sto at lê băng. BLOKEN man hu căn lốc hơ in thay phê. Che phía thay hay, lô căn đại lào và pha lê đi thay là liệp rê sinh dòng on hơ châu đế lếch alen cọc. Ham với lũ lìa to suy. Thay đại tốn, Lee Đinh Lan City Castle Helen là mô hạch cố sinh than lê lê suy OKEN ực măn. Thay family square rồi là lê thay làm thôi để sức phịch on thay ảo đào đập đời hướng lan. Bê lúc tỏ nắp uy mây, bết với atel phê, hyposi pedanzi. Rezi thành theo Rachel Leclerc future on tờ anh châu làn. Xích đại lối kỳ, vì cách khám lịch số phá lê lê anh sẽ khít lê lê dâm lê đột phao tờ áo xòa. Phần màu mù mừng oa bon, oa phao connect can lan nê bèo. Tò bè cái số vào family ni, ở tò bè thầy cao elvisis trước cân, do eo vào VP, Mosra nổ phê. When a family siết xâm dìn, loài chê, chợ ô phát thề lửa xích xa xê rụp và xê ngà. A single individual who must bear the burden of our collective child. And it on missile, then for tozo, or eta de to asel of your fan self-reliant. Or lantos rest how on voi, toi na how on Indunian, dan to view down on lazy high self-reliant. Am be in to be vật how value lays only in op a can say, wo ear can en yo, an ear can say. Fearless ceiling to his lao and fearing af me in your chest. Phương vào phè thay giấc cái liều bé theo hướng mơ sầu lưỡi ven theo gửi thế này ở thay coi cho gõ sầu lệ mi bè an hello hui hình han la phong no chầu lọ.
The pattern of sacrificing yourself to save others is a noble instinct, but when it is forced upon you through leverage and guilt, it becomes a cage. To heal from this, we must first learn to recognize the difference between healthy, willing generosity and the coerced sacrifice of our fundamental sovereignty. We must understand that we are not responsible for fixing the broken foundations of houses we did not build. The first step in breaking free from this subconscious trap is to allow yourself to feel the anger of the situation. Helen, in this quiet drawing room, feels a cold, burning resentment beneath her fear. That resentment is not her negative emotion. It is the voice of her soul protesting its own erasure. It is the part of her that knows she deserves better than to be treated like a piece of property. When you feel that spark of anger in your own life, do not extinguish it. It is your boundary marker, telling you where you end and where the demands of others begin. The second step is to practice what we might call radical emotional honesty. We must look at our own situations and ask ourselves the hard question, what am I agreeing to out of love, and what am I agreeing to out of fear? If our sacrifices are motivated entirely by the fear of disapproval, the fear of conflict, or the fear of being labeled selfish, then we are not acting in love. We are acting in bondage. We must learn to stand in our own truth, even if that truth causes temporary discomfort or disappointment to those around us. It is better to face the storm of others' displeasure than to live in the permanent, quiet winter of self-betrayal. Back in the dimming light of the drawing room, the confrontation reaches its climax. Julian Otway rises from his chair, his movement slow and deliberate. He walks to the window, looking out at the gathering darkness before turning back to Helen. His voice, when he speaks, is smooth, devoid of any obvious malice, which only makes it more chilling. He tells her he will give her until tomorrow to make her decision. But they both know the decision has already been made. The walls are too high, the debt is too great, and the guilt is too heavy for her to carry. As he leaves the room, the sound of his footsteps echoing down the hallway feels like the closing of a cell door. Helen is left alone in the twilight, staring at the empty chair where her tormentor sat. The fire has died down to a dull, glowing ash, throwing faint red light onto her pale face. In this moment of absolute isolation, she realizes that her life has changed forever. The innocent, carefree days of her youth have vanished, replaced by a grim, predetermined future. She has been asked to sign away her life, and she knows that when the morning comes, she will whisper the word yes, not because she wants to, but because she believes she has no other choice. In this chapter, we witness the quiet tragedy of a soul being cornered by duty and leverage. It is a story as old as time, yet it plays out in countless quiet rooms every single day. As we prepare to move forward into the next chapter of Helen's confession, we carry with us the heavy suspense of her impending choice. We are left wondering, how will she survive in the cold world she is about to enter? Can a soul that has been sold for the survival of others ever find its way back to freedom? Or will the weight of this proposal crush her spirit entirely? Let us step forward together into the darkness of the coming chapters, seeking to understand the mysterious ways the human heart finds strength, even when all light seems to have been extinguished. Chapter 3: The Unwilling Bride. Let us begin by contemplating a truth that has echoed through the corridors of human suffering for centuries. There is no prison more secure, and no cell more suffocating, than the one we enter voluntarily to save those we love. When Helen Vardon stood at the threshold of her new life, she did not see the horizon of hope, but rather a steep and rocky descent into a silent, living death. The marriage of convenience is not merely an antique relic of Victorian social engineering. It is a timeless archetype of human sacrifice. It is the moment when the vibrant, chaotic colors of personal desire are systematically bleached out by the cold, gray wash of absolute necessity. Listen closely to the rustle of her heavy silk gown. It is a sound that should signify celebration. Yet here, in the quiet spaces of our imagination, it sounds like the slow, rhythmic scraping of dry leaves against a gravestone. Can you feel the chill of that morning air? It was a day when even the sun seemed to refuse its warmth, filtering through the stained glass windows of the church in pale, indifferent shafts of gray. We must paint this scene not with the bright brushstrokes of romance, but with the stark, heavy shadows of a tragedy unfolding in slow motion. The church was empty, save for the essential witnesses whose presence felt more like guards at an execution than guests at a wedding. The air inside the sanctuary was thick with the scent of damp stone, old wood, and the faint, sweet decay of beeswax candles that had burned down to their brass sockets. Helen stood beside Mr. Otway, her husband-to-be, feeling a profound, somatic disconnect from her own body. Her feet felt heavy, rooted to the cold flagstones like lead, while her mind floated somewhere near the vaulted ceiling, looking down at the pathetic spectacle below. Let us dwell for a moment on the sheer, icy precision of that ceremony. There was no warmth in the clergyman's voice. His words were delivered with a dry, mechanical rhythm of a judge reading a sentence. When Otway reached out to take her hand, Helen felt a shiver of pure, instinctual revulsion course through her veins. His hand was dry, firm, and possessive. It did not hold her hand as an equal. It claimed it as property. The gold band he slipped onto her finger did not feel like a symbol of eternity, but rather like a cold iron shackle, tightening around her very soul, sealing her fate with a quiet, metallic click. In her mind, a silent scream was raging, a desperate, wild plea for rescue that never reached her lips. Instead, she whispered the words required of her. "I will." 2 small words that carried the weight of a lifetime sentence. Why does this classic dynamic of the unwilling bride resonate so deeply within our subconscious mind? It is because each of us, at some point in our lives, has played the part of the unwilling participant in our own destiny. Psychologically, when we are forced to betray our own desires for the sake of survival, duty, or the protection of others, we experience a profound fragmentation of the self. The mind, in its infinite wisdom, dissociates to protect its sanity. Helen's experience of watching herself from above is a classic manifestation of this survival mechanism. When we cannot escape physically, our spirit retreats inward, building a fortress within the mind where the true self can hide while the outer shell complies with the demands of a hostile world. It is a defense strategy that keeps us alive, but it also leaves us feeling hollow, ghost-like, and profoundly disconnected from our own vitality. If you find yourself today in a situation that feels like a compromise of your truth, if you have wedded yourself to a career, a relationship, or a belief system out of sheer necessity, I invite you to take a slow, deep breath. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. You do not have to fight the external reality in this very moment. Instead, like a wise mentor, I tell you to begin by acknowledging the grief of your compromise. Do not judge yourself for doing what you had to do to survive. The first step toward reclaiming your sovereignty is to quietly whisper to yourself in the silence of your own mind. This is not my true home, but I am still here, and I will keep my inner flame alive until the day I can step back into the light. As the carriage bore the newly married couple away from the church, the second phase of Helen's trial began. The journey into absolute emotional isolation. The silence inside the carriage was not a peaceful one. It was a heavy, pressurized vacuum, filled with the unspoken reality of their loveless union. Outside, the rain began to fall, a steady, monotonous drizzle that blurred the passing countryside into a smear of gray and green. Otway sat opposite her, his eyes occasionally resting upon her face with a look of quiet, triumphant satisfaction. He did not need her love. He possessed her presence, and for a man of his cold, controlling nature, possession was more than enough. Imagine the psychological torment of that ride. Every bump of the carriage wheels on the cobblestones seemed to jar Helen's very bones, reminding her of the physical reality of her captivity. She stared out the window, watching the familiar landmarks of her youth disappear behind her, replaced by unfamiliar roads that led to her new prison. She was utterly alone. Even if she were to cry out, who would hear her? Who would understand the quiet, bloodless violence of a marriage of convenience? The world saw a young woman secured in her social standing, wedded to a man of means. The world saw a success. Only Helen knew the truth, that she had been buried alive in a tomb of wealth and expectation. This profound isolation is a shadow that many of us carry in our daily lives. We live in a world more connected than ever, yet we suffer from an epidemic of unseen loneliness. The deepest loneliness is not found in solitude. It is found when we are in the presence of those who do not see us, who do not know our hearts, or who view us merely as a means to an end. When we are forced to hide our true thoughts, our grief, and our dreams behind a mask of pleasant compliance, we begin to wonder if we even exist at all. The shadow self grows darker and heavier, whispering that we are forgotten, that our pain is irrelevant, and that we must accept this cold indifference as our permanent reality. To navigate this deep, emotional isolation, you must learn the art of self-witnessing. When the world around you is blind to your depth, you must become your own most devoted companion. I invite you to establish a daily practice of internal check-ins. Sit quietly, place a hand over your heart, and ask yourself, how are you really? Allow whatever emotions arise, anger, grief, numbness, or despair, to exist without trying to fix them or push them away. By witnessing your own internal world with compassion, you bridge the gap of isolation. You prove to yourself that even if the world is silent and cold, you are still there for you. You are your own sanctuary. Finally, the carriage groaned to a halt, and the iron gates of the new estate swung open to receive them. This was the place that was to be her home. Yet as Helen looked up at the towering stone facade, she felt only a deep, instinctive dread. The house was magnificent in its architecture, a grand Victorian manor house with dark ivy clinging to its stone walls like skeletal fingers. Yet, it lacked any semblance of warmth or life. The windows were dark and vacant, reflecting the gray sky like the eyes of a dead man. The gardens were manicured to a fault, hedges trimmed into rigid, unnatural shapes that seemed to cry out for wildness and freedom. As Helen stepped over the threshold, her footsteps echoed loudly on the black and white marble tiles of the entrance hall. The air inside the house was cold, carrying the scent of biscuits, stale lavender, and old paper. The servants stood in a silent, formal line, their faces carefully masked in expressions of professional deference. They did not welcome a mistress. They observed a new acquisition. Otway turned to her, a cold smile touching his lips, and said, "Welcome to your new home, Helen." The words felt like a mockery. This was not her home. It was a grand, beautiful cage, constructed of the finest materials, designed to keep her spirit locked away from the world forever. The environment we inhabit is a powerful mirror of our internal state. When we find ourselves in spaces that are beautiful but lifeless, structured but suffocating, we are forced to confront the reality of our choices. The grand estate represents the gilded cages we build for ourselves or allow others to build around us. We trade our freedom for security, our wildness for respectability, and our joy for comfort. Yet, the soul cannot be nourished by marble floors and manicured gardens. It starves in the midst of luxury if it is denied the simple, raw elements of love, authenticity, and creative expression. If you are currently living in your own version of a gilded cage, whether it is a prestigious job that drains your life force, a relationship that demands your silence, or a lifestyle that requires you to perform a character you are not, the path to liberation begins with small, deliberate acts of internal rebellion. Do not attempt to burn the house down in a single day. Instead, find one small corner of your life that you can claim entirely as your own. It might be a journal hidden in a drawer where you write your absolute truth. It might be a walk in the wild woods where you let your hair down and breathe without restraint. It might be a creative outlet that serves no purpose other than to bring you pure, unadulterated joy. By nurturing this small, wild spark of authenticity, you ensure that the cold stone of your prison cannot freeze your heart. In this chapter, we have walked alongside Helen Vardon through the darkest valleys of her young life. We have witnessed the cold, joyless ceremony that bound her to a man she could not love. We have felt the heavy, suffocating silence of her emotional isolation during that fateful carriage ride. And we have stood with her at the threshold of her new estate, a beautiful prison designed to domesticate her wild and grieving spirit. Her story is a testament to the resilience of the human soul, a reminder that even when we are forced to surrender our outer freedom, our inner world remains a sacred territory that no captor can truly conquer. As the heavy wooden door of the manor house closes behind Helen, shutting out the rest of the world, we are left in a state of quiet, tense anticipation. The silence of the house is not empty. It is pregnant with the seeds of a quiet, internal rebellion that is slowly beginning to take root in the fertile soil of her grief. What secrets lie hidden behind the dark mahogany doors of this grand estate? How will Helen preserve her sanity and her soul in the face of Otway's cold, calculating dominance? The air is thick with tension. The stage is set, and as the clock in the hall begins to chime the evening hour, we find ourselves drawn deeper into the mystery, waiting with bated breath for the first crack to appear in the pristine, icy surface of her new life. Let us pause here, feeling the weight of the silence, before we venture forward into the dark, unfolding corridors of the next chapter. Chapter 4: A Strange Household. There is a peculiar, quiet terror in a house that does not want you. We often think of a home as a sanctuary, a place where the walls hold us close and the roof shields us from the cold. a different world outside. But what happens when the very structures meant to protect us become the instruments of our isolation? What happens when every creaking floorboard sounds like a whispered accusation, and every shadow stretching across the hallway feels like a hand reaching out from a past you are desperately trying to escape? This is the reality of the Otway residence, a place where the architecture itself seems to conspire against the living, holding its breath as if waiting for a terrible truth to finally shatter the silence. As we step into the fourth chapter of Helen Vardon's confession, we find ourselves standing on the threshold of this strange household. Let us pause for a moment and allow ourselves to feel the weight of this atmosphere. Imagine walking into a grand parlor where the fire is lit, yet the air remains freezing. Imagine looking into the eyes of those who dwell there and seeing not welcome, but a cold, calculating vigilance. It is a psychological labyrinth, and as Helen begins to navigate these suffocating corridors, we are invited to examine the secrets we keep within our own lives. For are we not all, in some way, keepers of locked rooms? Do we not all have corners of our minds where we forbid others to tread? Let us begin by observing the silent watchers of this house, the suspicious servants who move through the Otway residence like pale ghosts. In any grand household of this era, servants were meant to be invisible, the seamless machinery that kept life running smoothly. But here, their invisibility is weaponized. They do not merely serve. They observe. They do not merely clean. They scour for clues. Consider the housekeeper, Mrs. Benson, a woman whose face is a mask of severe, unyielding propriety. Her footsteps make no sound upon the thick carpets, yet you can always feel her presence, like the sudden drop in temperature before a storm. Picture this scene. Helen is sitting by the window in the morning room, trying to lose herself in the pages of a book, seeking a momentary escape from the heavy silence of her new life. She turns a page, and without a sound Mrs. Benson is there, standing in the doorway. She does not speak immediately. She simply watches, her eyes darting from Helen's hands to the half-open drawer of the writing desk nearby. There is a chilling intensity in her gaze, a silent question that hangs in the air. What are you looking for, and what do you know? When Mrs. Benson finally speaks, her voice is a dry rustle, offering tea, but the underlying message is clear. You are under surveillance. You are a guest in name, but a prisoner in truth. This dynamic of constant, unspoken observation does something profound to the human subconscious. When we feel watched, we begin to watch ourselves. We censor our movements, we quiet our sighs, and we begin to doubt our own innocence. In the psychology of human relationships, this is the erosion of trust. When you live in an environment where you are constantly suspected, you eventually begin to act guilty, even if you have done nothing wrong. It is a form of emotional imprisonment that holds us back, forcing us to live in a state of hypervigilance. If you find yourself in a life pattern where you feel constantly judged or watched by the people around you, whether in a toxic workplace or a strained relationship, here is a gentle, guiding hand to help you navigate this terrain. First, realize that their suspicion is not a reflection of your guilt, but a projection of their own fear and insecurity. Those who watch others intensely are usually desperately trying to hide something within themselves. Second, practice the art of anchored presence. When you feel the weight of their scrutiny, bring your attention back to your own body. Feel your feet on the floor, take a deep, slow breath, and remind yourself of your own truth. You do not owe anyone your peace of mind, and you certainly do not need to prove your innocence to those who are determined to see you as guilty. But the suspicion of the servants is merely a reflection of the deeper, darker current that flows through the Otway residence, the tense, suffocating atmosphere between husband and wife. Marriage is intended to be a partnership of vulnerability, a sacred space where two souls can lay down their armor. But for Helen and Julian Otway, marriage is a transaction, a Cold War fort with polite smiles and sharp, icy silence. The dinner table is their battlefield. Imagine the scene at dusk. The dining room is vast, illuminated by the flickering, amber light of a silver candelabra. The table stretching between Helen and Julian is absurdly long, a physical manifestation of the emotional chasm that separates them. The only sounds are the rhythmic, metallic clatter of silver against fine porcelain and the solemn ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Julian sits at the head of the table, his posture impeccably straight, his eyes cold and distant. He asks her how her day was, but it is not a question born of affection. It is an interrogation disguised as courtesy. Helen answers in quiet, measured tones, careful not to reveal the despair clawing at her throat. Every word exchanged is a chess move. The silence between their sentences is so heavy it feels physical, pressing down on their chests, making it difficult to draw a full breath. Why does this classic dynamic of marital estrangement resonate so deeply with us? Because it represents our greatest fear, being entirely alone while sitting right next to the person who is supposed to love us. This gilded silence is a slow poison. It teaches us to suppress our emotions, to lock away our true selves in order to maintain a fragile, superficial peace. Over time, this survival mechanism hollows us out, leaving us as mere shells of who we once were, living a life that is beautiful on the outside but entirely dead within. If you are currently navigating a relationship where the silence has become a wall, understand that breaking that wall requires immense courage, but it is the only way to save your soul. Start by identifying one small truth you have been hiding. It does not have to be a grand, dramatic confession. It can be as simple as stating how a specific moment made you feel. When we speak our truth, even in a whisper, we shatter this illusion of the silent performance. If the other person refuses to hear you, or if they meet your vulnerability with anger and further coldness, then you have your answer. You cannot build a home in a place where your voice is treated as an intrusion. And then, we must confront the physical manifestation of these emotional barriers, the locked rooms and the hidden letters. Every old house has its secrets, but the Otway residence seems to be built entirely upon them. There is one room in particular, at the end of the east corridor, whose door is always locked. The brass handle is cold and unyielding, a silent sentinel guarding whatever darkness lies within. And then there are the letters. Helen hears the rustle of paper late at night, the sound of her husband frantically writing, only to lock the papers away in a heavy mahogany desk before the morning light can expose them. Picture Helen late at night. The house is asleep, wrapped in a suffocating shroud of darkness. She stands in the corridor, barefoot, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She approaches the locked door. She presses her ear against the cold wood, straining to hear anything, some sign of life, some clue to the mystery that hangs over her life. She hears nothing but the wind howling outside and her own ragged breathing. The lock is a physical boundary, but to Helen, it is a psychological torment. It is the unknown, and the unknown is always far more terrifying than any reality. This motif of the locked room is a powerful metaphor for the human psyche. We all have locked rooms within ourselves, chambers where we store our grief, our shame, and the parts of our past we wish to forget. We believe that by locking the door and throwing away the key, we are keeping ourselves safe. But the truth is, those locked rooms do not remain quiet. They seep through the cracks. They manifest as anxiety, as sudden bursts of anger, or as a persistent, low-grade sadness that we cannot quite explain. To heal, we must eventually find the courage to unlock those doors. It is a terrifying process, one that requires us to look directly at the things we have spent a lifetime avoiding. But as a soothing mentor, I tell you this, the monsters we expect to find behind those locked doors are rarely as terrible as the fear of the door itself. When we finally open them, we often find that the room contains nothing but old dust and forgotten tears, waiting to be cleared away by the fresh air of self-compassion. If you have a locked room in your heart, begin by approaching it slowly. You do not have to fling the door wide open today. Just stand near it. Acknowledge its existence. Tell yourself that you are safe now, and that when you are ready, you have the strength to look inside. As we bring this chapter to a close, we see the Otway residence for what it truly is, not a home, but a complex web of secrets, suspicion, and unexpressed pain. Helen Vardon stands at the center of this web, her innocence slowly being eroded by the dark atmosphere that surrounds her. She is beginning to realize that survival in this house requires more than just endurance. It requires a deep, psychological awakening. In the next chapter, we will watch as the tension, which has been building like steam in a sealed kettle, finally begins to find a vent. The secrets of the locked room will begin to whisper, and the letters hidden in the dark will start to find their way into the light. The journey ahead is fraught with danger, but it is also a journey toward truth. Stay with me, dear listener, as we take our next steps into the shadows, searching for the light that must surely lie beyond. Chapter 5: The Return of the Past. There is a peculiar, almost sacred cruelty to the way memory behaves. It does not fade in a gentle, uniform twilight. Instead, It waits in the dark corners of the mind, gathering strength, ready to leap out and blind us with a light of what once was. Have you ever felt the sudden, crushing weight of a ghost walking into your present? Have you ever looked into a crowd and, for one terrifying, exquisite second, seen the face of the only person who ever truly understood the language of your soul? This is the threshold we cross as we open the 5th chapter of Helen Vardon's Confession, a chapter appropriately and chillingly titled, The Return of the Past. Here, we find Helen not merely surviving her existence, but suffocating within the golden, iron cage of her marriage to the cold and calculating Otway. And then, like a sudden gust of warm summer wind cutting through a tomb, Robert returns. Robert, the keeper of her truest self, the architect of her forgotten joy, and the man whose very name is a silent prayer she has spent months trying to unlearn. Let us pause for a moment and place ourselves in the quiet, stifling drawing room where Helen spends her endless afternoons. Picture the heavy, velvet drapes of deep crimson that seem to absorb the very daylight, leaving only a stagnant, amber gloom. The air smells of beeswax, expensive lavender water, and the faint, bitter scent of coal smoke from the grate. The grand clock on the mantelpiece does not merely tick. It strikes the seconds like a hammer against an anvil, reminding Helen of the slow, methodical execution of her youth. She sits with her embroidery, her fingers moving mechanically, tracing patterns she does not see, while her mind wanders through the ruins of her own history. And then, the bell rings. It is a simple sound, a routine occurrence in a house of high standing. Yet today, the vibration of that bell seems to strike a chord deep within her chest. A servant speaks a name. A door opens. And there, standing in the doorway, framed by the cold light of a world she thought she had left behind, is Robert. The shock of this unexpected encounter is our first key point of contemplation, and it is a moment of profound narrative and psychological weight. When Robert steps into the room, the years of separation, the forced marriage, the grief, and the quiet desperation of Helen's daily life seem to evaporate, if only for the space of a single heartbeat. She looks at him, and the contrast is immediate and devastating. Robert represents everything that is warm, authentic, and untamed. His eyes, dark and filled with an unspoken, agonizing intelligence, search her face, reading the lines of sorrow that Otway has written there. Let us look closely at this cinematic moment of collision. Helen rises from her chair, her embroidery slipping unnoticed to the polished floor, the colorful silks spilling out like severed veins. Her breath catches in her throat. She cannot speak, for to speak his name aloud would be to shatter the fragile illusion of her composure. Robert takes a step forward, his hand half extended, a gesture of instinctive tenderness that he immediately checks, remembering where they are and who she now belongs to. In that silence, 1,000 words are exchanged. She sees the wind-burned texture of his skin, the slight silvering at his temples that speaks of his own suffering, and the deep, unyielding devotion that still burns in his gaze. It is a moment suspended in amber, a beautiful, terrifying collision of the past she cherished and the present she endures. Why does this classic dynamic of the unexpected reunion shake us so deeply to our very core? Psychologically, the return of a past love represents the sudden confrontation with our unlived life. It is the resurrection of the self we abandoned in order to survive. When Helen looks at Robert, she is not just seeing a man she loved. She is seeing the Helen who was free, the Helen who believed in beauty, the Helen who had not yet been sold to pay a family debt. Our subconscious minds often preserve our first true loves as sacred monuments of our own purity. When life forces us into compromises, when we accept less than we deserve, or when we lock our hearts away for safety, the sudden reappearance of that original love acts as a mirror. It forces us to ask the most terrifying question of all: what have I done with the life I was given? If you, listening to this, are carrying the quiet ache of a lost love, or if you have ever had your world tilted on its axis by a sudden reminder of what might have been, let this narrative act as a soothing mentor. The step-by-step application for navigating these emotional tidal waves begins with allowance. You must allow yourself to feel the grief of the unlived life without letting it destroy the life you are currently building. Do not run from the pain of the contrast, but do not mistake the nostalgia for a command to burn down your present. Instead, look at the qualities that person brought out in you. Was it your laughter, your creativity, your sense of wild, uncurbed hope? Recognize that those qualities do not belong to the person who left. They belonged to you. They are your birthright, and you can choose to cultivate them now, even in the quiet rooms of your current reality. This leads us directly into our second key point: the bittersweet, agonizing torment of what could have been. As Helen and Robert find themselves speaking in hushed, hurried tones, the conversation becomes a delicate dance over a chasm of regret. They speak of trivial things at first: the weather, mutual acquaintances, the passing of time, but beneath every mundane sentence lies a subtext of profound sorrow. Robert speaks of his travels, of the empty spaces he tried to fill with work and distance, while Helen tries to conceal the hollow nature of her marriage. But she cannot hide the truth from him. He sees the expensive rings on her cold fingers, rings that feel more like shackles than jewelry, and he knows that her soul is starving. Imagine the sheer physical agony of this proximity. They are close enough to touch, close enough to hear the catch in each other's breathing, yet they are separated by an ocean of social convention, moral duty, and the invisible, suffocating presence of her husband. Helen's inner monologue is a torrent of longing and despair. Why did she not wait? Why did she let her fears and her family's ruin dictate her fate? If she had only held out for a few more months, if she had only trusted that the storm would pass, she might now be standing by Robert's side as his wife, free to love, free to live in the light instead of this gilded tomb. This dynamic of romantic regret is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology. It holds us back because it feeds on the illusion of perfection. We tend to romanticize the path we did not take, painting it in the golden, flawless hues of fantasy, while we judge our current path by its very real, dusty, and difficult details. The subconscious mind uses the fantasy of what could have been as an escape hatch, a way to avoid the hard work of finding meaning in our current struggles. Yet, this regret also serves a deeper purpose. It is a compass. It points directly to what our souls are starved for. Helen's regret is not just about Robert as a person. It is a desperate cry for her lost autonomy, her lost joy, and her lost agency. To apply this to your own journey, when you find yourself trapped in the loop of what could have been, you must practice the art of compassionate integration. Take a deep breath and gently remind yourself that you made the best decisions you could with the knowledge, the strength, and the resources you had at the time. You cannot navigate a past storm with today's compass. Forgive the younger version of yourself who was simply trying to survive. Then, look at the unchosen path not as a lost paradise, but as a map. If you regret not pursuing a creative life, start creating today in small, quiet ways. If you regret letting go of a deep connection, focus on bringing vulnerability and depth into the relationships you have now. You cannot rewrite the past, but you can always paint the present with the colors you thought you had lost. But the emotional landscape of Chapter 5 is not merely one of sorrowful contemplation. It is shot through with a cold, piercing thread of terror. This brings us to our third key point, the constant, looming threat of discovery by Otway. Even as Helen and Robert speak, the shadow of her husband hangs over the room like a heavy, suffocating shroud. Otway is not a man who loves, but he is a man who owns. His possessiveness is a cold, calculated thing, born of a need for control and a deep-seated insecurity that demands absolute submission. Helen knows that if Otway were to enter the room, if he were to see the way her eyes shine when she looks at Robert, or if he were to intercept even a single glance of genuine connection between them, the consequences would be catastrophic. Let us build this suspense together. Picture Helen's eyes constantly darting toward the heavy mahogany door. Every sound in the hallway, the rustle of a servant's skirt, the distant closing of a door, the heavy, deliberate step of someone walking down the corridor, makes her heart leap into her throat. Her hands tremble as she tries to maintain the posture of a dutiful, indifferent hostess. Robert, too, feels the tension, his jaw tightening, his hands clenching into fists as he realizes the danger he has placed her in simply by coming here. The threat of Otway is not just a threat to her reputation. It is a threat to the fragile, secret sanctuary of her inner life. If Otway discovers her love for Robert, he will find a way to pollute it, to turn it into a weapon against her, to lock her away even tighter in his prison of emotional isolation. This archetype of the warden, represented so chillingly by Otway, is a powerful force in our internal lives. In the psychology of the human mind, the warden represents the internal critic, the societal expectations, or the toxic, controlling relationships that demand we suppress our true selves. We fear being discovered, not because we are doing something wrong, but because we are holding onto something true. We wear masks to survive, hiding our deepest passions, our vulnerabilities, and our true loves from a world that we fear will judge, control, or destroy them. The fear of discovery keeps us small, hypervigilant, and constantly on guard, draining our energy and robbing us of our peace. If you are living under the shadow of your own Otway, whether that is a controlling external relationship or a harsh, punitive voice inside your own head, the mentor's advice is clear. You must build a secret garden within your soul that no one else can touch. You do not owe your deepest, most sacred truths to those who would use them to control you. It is not deceitful to guard your inner light. It is an act of holy self-preservation. Practice boundaries. Learn to say no, to keep certain thoughts, dreams, and memories for yourself alone. In the quiet spaces of your own mind, cultivate a place where you are entirely free, where the footsteps of the warden cannot reach, and where your true self can breathe and prepare for the day when you can finally walk out of the cage. As we bring the threads of this intense, emotional chapter together, we see Helen Vardon standing at a terrifying crossroads. The return of Robert has shattered the numb, quiet despair she had cultivated as a survival mechanism. He has reminded her of who she was, of what love actually feels like, and of the vast, beautiful world that exists outside the walls of her prison. But he has also brought with him the agony of regret and the terrifying danger of her husband's wrath. She is no longer just a prisoner waiting out her sentence. She is a woman who has caught a glimpse of the sky through her prison bars, and the sky is beautiful, and the bars are very, very real. This brings us to the end of chapter 5, but the story is far from over. Helen's heart has been awakened, and an awakened heart is a dangerous, unpredictable thing. As we prepare to step forward into the next chapter, we are left with a lingering echo of her quiet sigh, the smell of rain on the window pane, and the terrifying, suspenseful question that must haunt every soul that has ever dared to love in the dark. What will she do now that she knows the fire is still burning? How will she face the cold, unyielding presence of Otway when her soul is still echoing with Robert's voice? The past has returned, yes, but the future is waiting, sharp and dangerous as a blade, ready to cut the threads of her carefully constructed illusion. Let us step together into the next chapter, where the shadows grow longer, and the secrets we keep begin to demand a price we may not be ready to pay. Chapter 6: The Clashing Wills. There is a profound and unsettling truth about the human home. It is meant to be a sanctuary, a sacred space where the soul can disrobe, shed its heavy armor, and rest in the warmth of absolute safety. But when that sanctuary is corrupted, when the walls that should protect us begin to close in like the cold stone of a tomb, the home becomes the most terrifying stage for human conflict. In this chapter, we step into the suffocating atmosphere of the Vardon household, where domestic hostility is not a sudden storm that passes with the night, but a slow, creeping frost that numbs the spirit and chokes the breath. Think of a time in your own life when you felt completely misunderstood, when your words were twisted into weapons, and your very presence in a room felt like an unspoken accusation. This is the heavy, stagnant air that Helen Vardon must breathe every single day. The mahogany furniture seems to gleam with a hostile light. The heavy velvet drapes shut out the pale English sun, and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall sounds like a relentless countdown to an inevitable explosion. It is within this claustrophobic arena that we witness the collision of two utterly incompatible forces: the tyrannical, desperate need for control embodied by Julian Otway, and the quiet, unbreakable resilience of Helen Vardon. Let us begin by exploring the escalating arguments that define their daily existence. Picture the dining table, a vast expanse of polished wood that acts as a physical and emotional gulf between husband and wife. On this particular evening, the air is thick with a silence so heavy it feels physical, a tangible weight resting on Helen's shoulders. The clink of silver against porcelain is the only sound, sharp and crystalline, like the breaking of glass. Julian sits at the head of the table, his posture rigid, his eyes dark with an unexpressed grievance that has been festering all day. He watches her. He does not merely look. He dissects. Every movement of her hand, every breath she draws, is scrutinized for some hidden sign of defiance. When he finally speaks, his voice is not loud, but it possesses a cold, venomous edge that cuts through the silence like a scalpel. He asks her a simple question about her afternoon walk, but the subtext is clear. Where have you been? Who have you spoken to? And why do you look at me as if I am your jailer? Helen feels her throat tighten. The food before her tastes like ash. She knows that to defend herself is to invite a storm, but to remain silent is to plead guilty to a crime she did not commit. This is the insidious nature of domestic hostility. It turns the most mundane interactions into a minefield where one wrong step can shatter the fragile peace. If we look deeply into the psychology of this dynamic, we find a classic struggle for survival. Why does Julian lash out with such venom over the smallest details? It is because his own sense of self is incredibly fragile, resting entirely on his ability to dominate his environment. In the subconscious mind, control is often equated with safety. When we feel powerless in our lives, when we are haunted by our own inadequacies and secret failures, we often project that terror outward, seeking to conquer the only thing within our reach, our partner. For the victim, this constant state of siege creates a profound sense of learned helplessness. The subconscious begins to believe that no matter what we say or do, we cannot change our circumstances, leading to a state of emotional paralysis. If you have ever found yourself in a relationship where you felt you were walking on eggshells, constantly anticipating the next explosion, you know how this erodes your sense of identity. To navigate this, a soothing mentor's hand would remind you that the first step to reclaiming your power is to stop participating in the illusion. You must realize that their anger is a mirror of their internal chaos, not a reflection of your worth. Step back emotionally. Do not feed the fire with your defense. Instead, anchor yourself in your own quiet truth, knowing that your reality is valid even if they refuse to acknowledge it. As the days turn into weeks, this hostility breeds a dark and suffocating paranoia in Julian Otway. His need for control morphs into an obsession with surveillance. In our second key point, we witness the chilling progression of this madness. Helen cannot move through her own home without feeling his shadow. He begins to intercept her mail, examining the wax seals for signs of tampering, holding the letters to the light to decipher the ink before she can even see them. If she stands by the window for too long, looking out at the rain-streaked garden, he is there, peering suddenly at her shoulder, his voice a low hiss, demanding to know what she is searching for in the gray distance. He accuses her of harboring secret alliances, of plotting against him, of looking at him with eyes full of judgment and betrayal. The air in the house becomes thin, almost unbreathable, as Julian's mind constructs a vast, intricate conspiracy of which Helen is the silent architect. He is like a man trapped in a hall of mirrors, terrified of his own distorted reflection, yet convinced that the monsters he sees are real and waiting to destroy him. This paranoia is a tragic testament to the destructive power of a guilty conscience. Psychologically, when an individual acts with malice or deceit, they project those same motives onto everyone around them. Julian knows, deep in the dark recesses of his soul, that his marriage to Helen is built on a foundation of coercion and lies. Because he knows he cannot be trusted, he cannot trust her. This is the tragedy of the tyrant. They are forever imprisoned by the very walls they build to keep others out. For the listener who has ever experienced the exhausting weight of being falsely accused, of having their motives constantly questioned and their integrity dragged through the dirt, the psychological toll is devastating. It makes you double-check your own memories, wondering if you are indeed the monster they claim you to be. But you must hold fast to your sanity. This is gaslighting in its most potent form. To protect yourself, you must establish an inner fortress. Write down your truths, keep a journal of your thoughts, and remind yourself daily of who you are. Do not allow their distorted reality to rewrite your history. The step-by-step path to liberation here involves radical self-trust. You must believe your own eyes, your own heart, and your own memories, even when the loudest voice in the room is shouting that you are wrong. Yet, it is precisely within this crucible of suffering that a miraculous transformation begins to take place within Helen. This is our third key point, the quiet, steady awakening of her resolve to escape. For a long time, Helen was like a bird kept in a dark cage, her wings clipped, her song silenced by fear. But the human spirit has an extraordinary capacity for resilience. When subjected to extreme pressure, it does not always break. Sometimes, it crystallizes into something harder and more brilliant than diamond. One evening, after a particularly exhausting confrontation where Julian had stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, Helen stands before the mirror in her bedchamber. She looks at her reflection. She sees the hollows beneath her eyes, the paleness of her cheeks, the weariness that seems to have settled into her very bones. But as she looks deeper, past the superficial signs of her torment, she sees a spark. It is a tiny, flickering light, but it is alive. It is the realization that Julian may own her name, he may own the house she lives in, and he may control her physical movements, but he does not, and can never, own her soul. This realization is the turning point. She begins to plan, not with frantic desperation, but with a cold, calculating precision that surprises even herself. She starts to observe Julian, learning the rhythms of his paranoia, finding the small cracks in his armor. She quietly gathers what little resources she has, saving small coins, memorizing train schedules, and rebuilding her connections to the outside world in the secrecy of her own mind. She is no longer just surviving. She is strategizing. This psychological shift from victim to agent of change is one of the most beautiful and powerful experiences a human being can undergo. It is the moment we realize that our current situation is not our final destination. If you are listening to this and feeling trapped in a situation that seems hopeless, whether it is a toxic relationship, a soul-crushing job, or a cycle of self-doubt, know that this same power resides within you. The shift begins with a single, quiet decision. You do not need to have the entire escape route mapped out today. You only need to decide that you will no longer accept a life that diminishes your humanity. The practical step here is to nurture that small spark of hope. Keep it hidden if you must. Protect it from the cold winds of your reality, but feed it daily with thoughts of freedom, with small acts of self-care, and with the unshakable belief that you are worthy of a life of peace and dignity. As we bring this chapter of the clashing wills to a close, we see the battle lines clearly drawn. The Vardon house is no longer just a home. It is a fortress under siege, a psychological chessboard where every move is loaded with consequence. Julian's tyranny has reached its peak, fueled by a desperate, paranoid fear of losing the control he so violently craves. But he has made a fatal error. He has underestimated the quiet strength of the woman he sought to crush. Helen's resolve has hardened into iron. She is no longer the victim of his whims. She is a silent rebel, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a blow for her own liberation. The tension in the air is palpable, a static charge that promises a storm of biblical proportions. And as we prepare to transition into the next phase of this harrowing journey, we are left with a lingering, suspenseful question. When the storm finally breaks, when the clashing wills collide in a final, desperate struggle for survival, who will emerge victorious, and what will be left of the sanctuary they once called home? Let us step forward together into the shadows of the next chapter, where the secrets of the past are about to collide with the desperate choices of the present. Chapter 7: A Dark Scheme. It has been said that the heaviest chains we wear are not forged of iron, but of paper and ink, bound by the quiet cruelty of those we once trusted. When we look at the architecture of human betrayal, we often expect to see grand, violent gestures. We expect the sudden strike of lightning. But the truth, as Helen Vardon discovered in the damp, claustrophobic stillness of Julian Otway's study, is that ruin is more often built in the dark, ledger by ledger, signature by signature, until the trap is so perfectly set that even the sun cannot find a way in. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, quiet breath with me, and let us step together into the shadows of Chapter 7, appropriately titled, A Dark Scheme. As we walk beside Helen on this treacherous path, I invite you to feel the coldness of the rain beating against the high, arched windows of the estate. Let yourself smell the scent of stale tobacco, decaying leather, and damp mahogany that fills the air of a room designed not for comfort, but for calculation. Here, the silence is not peaceful. It is a heavy, expectant weight, pressing down on the chest, whispering of secrets that have waited far too long to be brought into the light. In this chapter, we find Helen at a desperate crossroads. The man she was forced to marry, Julian Otway, is not merely a cold and distant husband. He is a master weaver of financial ruin. For months, Helen has lived under the suffocating belief that her father's bankruptcy and subsequent collapse were the results of simple misfortune, a tragic turn of the economic wheel. But on this particular evening, guided by an instinct she cannot fully explain, Helen finds herself standing before Otway's massive, locked roll-top desk. The key, left behind in a rare moment of negligence by her husband, seems to hum with a terrible, magnetic energy. When she turns the key and the heavy wood slides back, she does not find the simple business correspondence of a country gentleman. Instead, she uncovers the systematic, cold-blooded machinery of Otway's financial machinations. Before her lie the secret ledgers, the private correspondence, and the legal deeds that reveal a horrifying truth. Otway did not save her family from ruin. He manufactured it. He deliberately engineered her father's financial demise, buying up debts, manipulating creditors, and forcing the elder Vardon into a corner from which the only escape was the sacrifice of his daughter's hand in marriage. Let us pause for a moment and look closely at this first revelation. Imagine Helen's hand trembling as she lifts the first leather-bound book. The pages are crisp, written in Otway's sharp, aggressive handwriting, a script that looks like barbed wire cutting across the white paper. She reads the names of companies she recognizes, the dates that align perfectly with her father's sudden bouts of illness and panic. She sees calculations in the margins, cold percentages of profit and leverage, written next to her own name. To Julian Otway, she was never a woman to be loved, nor even a companion to be tolerated. She was a line item. She was the final asset to be acquired in a hostile takeover of the Vardon estate. This discovery brings us to a profound psychological truth that resonates far beyond the pages of Helen's confession. Why does the dynamic of financial control hold such a terrifying grip on our subconscious? Since the dawn of civilization, resources have been tied directly to survival. When someone manipulates our material security, they are not just playing with numbers. They are threatening our very right to exist. In the theater of our minds, a financial predator like Otway triggers our deepest, most primal fears of starvation, exposure, and isolation. It is a psychological imprisonment that leaves no physical bruises, yet paralyzes the victim entirely. When we are kept in the dark about the forces governing our survival, we lose our agency, becoming mere actors in a play written by a hostile director. If you, dear listener, have ever felt the suffocating weight of an unfair obligation, or if you have found yourself bound to a situation or a person because of a perceived debt, let Helen's story be your gentle guide. The first step in dismantling any dark scheme in your own life is the courage to look at the ledgers. You must have the bravery to seek the truth, even when you suspect that truth will break your heart. It is far better to be broken by a painful reality than to be slowly eroded by a comfortable lie. Gather your facts, speak the unspoken names of your fears, and write them down. When you bring the details of your struggle into the light of day, they lose their monstrous proportions and become merely problems to be solved, one step at a time. As Helen digs deeper into the desk, her fingers brush against a bundle of letters tied with a thick, black ribbon. The ribbon feels greasy, almost unclean to the touch. When she unties it, she discovers the key documents that seal Otway's guilt. Among them is a document of transfer, bearing her father's signature. But as Helen holds it up to the single, flickering candle on the desk, her heart stops. The signature is too perfect. It lacks the slight, arthritic tremor that characterized her father's writing in his later years. It is a forgery, a meticulous, cruel imitation designed to strip her father of his last remaining dignity and hand absolute control of his assets over to Otway. Let us dwell on this cinematic moment of sheer terror. The rain outside seems to grow louder, throwing itself against the glass like a desperate spirit trying to warn her. Helen is entirely alone in the house, save for the sleeping servants downstairs, yet she feels as though the very walls are watching her. She traces the forged signature with her index finger, her mind racing back to the night her father wept in his study, telling her he had no choice but to agree to Otway's demands. He believed he had signed away his life, but he had signed nothing. The entire foundation of her marriage, the sacrifice of her youth and her happiness, was built upon a lie so monstrous that it makes the room spin around her. What does this realization do to the human spirit? When we find that our sacrifices were based on a deception, the psychological shock is profound. It forces us to question not only the abuser, but our own judgment. We ask ourselves, how could I have been so blind? How could I have let this happen? This self-blame is a secondary trap, one that can hold us captive long after the perpetrator has lost their power over us. We must understand that predators like Otway succeed not because their victims are weak or foolish, but because the victims operate under a code of honor and decency that the predator simply does not possess. Helen believed her husband because she could not conceive of a mind so dark, so calculating, as to forge a dying man's hand. If you find yourself carrying the heavy burden of regret for a past mistake or a misplaced trust, let me offer you a soothing hand. Forgive yourself for not seeing what was hidden in the dark. You cannot blame a blind person for failing to see a trap set in a windowless room. The healing journey begins not with wishing the past were different, but with accepting that your capacity for trust was a beautiful, noble quality that was simply weaponized against you. Do not let the cruelty of an Otway turn you cold. Instead, let it teach you the vital importance of boundaries. Treat your trust as a sacred treasury, to be opened only for those who have proven themselves worthy of the key. The tension in the study now builds to a suffocating crisis. The grandfather clock in the hallway strikes 11, its deep, metallic chimes vibrating through the floorboards, sounding to Helen like a death knell. She knows Otway is due to return from his club at any moment. The sound of carriage wheels on the wet gravel driveway could shatter the silence at any second. Her hands shake so violently that she almost drops the candle, which would plunge her into absolute darkness. She must make a choice. Does she hide the documents, pretending she knows nothing, and continue to live as the submissive wife of a thief? Or does she take the evidence, risking her immediate safety, her reputation, and perhaps her very life, to expose the truth? This is the classic threshold of the hero's journey, the terrifying moment of commitment. The air in the room feels thick, almost impossible to breathe. Helen's inner monologue is a tempest of fear and resolve. She thinks of her father, broken and silent in his grave, a victim of a bloodless murder. She thinks of her own stolen future, the empty, loveless years stretching out before her like a desert. In that moment of crisis, a quiet, fierce strength rises within her. It is the awakening of the soul that refuses to be conquered. She decides to take the forged deed and the most incriminating letters, stuffing them hastily into the bodice of her dress, where they feel like cold iron against her beating heart. As she frantically begins to slide the roll-top desk closed, she hears it. The distant, unmistakable sound of a carriage door slamming shut outside. Then, the heavy, deliberate footsteps of Julian Otway crossing the threshold of the front door below. The hallway floorboards groan under his weight. He is coming up the stairs. We must admire the profound courage it takes to stand still in the eye of such a storm. In our own lives, the crisis may not arrive with the sound of boots on a wooden staircase, but it comes nonetheless. It comes when we must have that difficult conversation, when we must walk away from a toxic job, or when we must finally admit to ourselves that a relationship is beyond saving. In those moments of acute panic, when our nervous system screams at us to run or to submit, we must find our center. We must breathe, ground our feet upon the earth, and remember who we are. True power is not the absence of fear. It is the quiet determination to act rightly in spite of it. In summary, Chapter 7 of Helen Vardon's Confession serves as a stark, dramatic exploration of the dark schemes that can imprison the human spirit, and the immense courage required to break free from them. Through Helen's discovery of Julian Otway's financial fraud, we see how easily manipulation can wear the mask of salvation, and how a single moment of truth can shatter a lifetime of illusion. As we bring this chapter to a close, let the image of Helen Vardon remain in your mind. She stands in the dim hallway, her hand pressed against her chest where the stolen documents lie hidden. listening to her husband's footsteps drawing closer and closer with every passing second. The candle in her hand flickers, casting long, dancing shadows on the wall, shadows that seem to reach out for her. The door at the end of the passage begins to turn. What will happen when Julian Otway opens that door and looks into his wife's eyes? Will he see the guilt of her discovery, or will she find the strength to wear a mask of her own? Join me in the next chapter, where the storm finally breaks, and the battle for Helen's soul begins in earnest. Sleep well, or journey on safely, dear listener. And remember that no matter how dark the scheme, the light of truth can never be fully extinguished. Chapter 8: The Sudden Tragedy. It has been said that the thread of human life is woven of the finest silk, easily severed by the careless shears of destiny. Yet when it finally snaps, the sound reverberates through the quietest, deepest chambers of our souls. We live our lives under the comfortable illusion of permanence. We build our homes, we nurture our secrets, and we plan our futures as though the ground beneath our feet were made of solid granite rather than shifting sand. But there comes a moment for each of us when the illusion is shattered in a single, breathless second. For Helen Vardon, that moment arrived on a night when the world seemed to hold its breath, a night when the silence was so heavy it felt almost physical, pressing down upon her chest with the weight of an unspoken confession. This is the story of a sudden tragedy, the passing of Mr. Otway, and the unraveling of a world that would never, under any sky, be the same again. Imagine, if you will, the cold, damp atmosphere of a house that has long been suffocated by tension. The air is thick with the scent of old paper, damp wool, and the bitter residue of a coal fire burning low in the grate. The shadows in the hallway do not merely fall. They seem to cling to the walls like dark velvet, whispering of things hidden just beyond the reach of the flickering candle flame. Helen stood in the corridor, her hand resting on the cold brass of the doorknob. She could hear the rhythmic, relentless ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, a sound that felt less like the passage of time and more like a countdown to an inevitable, terrifying revelation. It is in these quiet, mundane moments that the extraordinary waits to pounce upon us. We think we are safe in our routine, yet we are always just one heartbeat away from a completely different life. When she pushed the door open, the silence that greeted her was of a different quality altogether. It was not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping house, but the heavy, suffocating stillness of a room from which life has suddenly and violently departed. There, slumped over the mahogany desk, was the form of Mr. Otway. The candlelight caught the silver in his hair, casting a harsh, unforgiving light upon his pale cheek. His hand, usually so rigid and commanding, lay limp across an unfinished letter, the ink still glistening slightly in the dimness. In that single, frozen image, the entire balance of Helen's universe shifted. The man who had been the architect of her despair, the looming shadow over her youth, and the master of her fate was suddenly reduced to nothing more than a quiet, unmoving shape in the dark. The initial chaos that followed the discovery was a blur of disjointed sensory experiences, a nightmare painted in shades of gray and frantic movement. There was the sharp, piercing scream of the parlor maid, a sound that seemed to shatter the very glass in the windows and tear through the quiet fabric of the night. There was the heavy, hurried tread of the doctor's boots upon the wooden stairs, a sound that brought with it the cold, clinical reality of the outside world. Helen stood in the center of the room, frozen, her senses heightened to an almost painful degree. She noticed the smell of spilled ink, the sharp tang of brandy from an overturned glass on the carpet, and the cold draft of wind that slipped through the slightly open window, causing the heavy velvet curtains to sway like mourning shrouds. This initial shock is a phenomenon that touches the very core of our human vulnerability. When tragedy strikes with such suddenness, our brains refuse to accept the new reality. We find ourselves trapped in a state of suspended animation, observing our own lives as if we were spectators in a dark theater. Watching a tragedy unfold on a distant stage, we ask ourselves, how can a life so loud, so dominant, so filled with anger and influence, be extinguished as easily as a candle flame? The psychological shock of such an event does not merely cause grief. It causes a profound existential vertigo. It forces us to confront the terrifying truth that we are not in control, that the structures we build to protect ourselves are fragile, and that at any moment, the curtain can fall without warning. But as the initial shock began to subside, it was replaced by something far more insidious, the creeping chill of suspicion. The circumstances of Mr. Otway's death were not clean. They were wrapped in an unsettling shroud of mystery. The half-written letter, the overturned glass, the window that should have been locked against the damp night air, and the strange, unnatural posture of the body all pointed to a truth that was far more sinister than a simple heart failure. The air in the room grew colder, thick with unspoken accusations and silent fears. In the eyes of the servants, in the quiet, searching gaze of the doctor, Helen could read the unspoken questions. Was this a natural end, or had some dark force intervened to cut the cord of Mr. Otway's life? This classic dynamic of suspicion and sudden tragedy speaks directly to our deepest subconscious fears. We all harbor a secret dread of being accused of things we did not do, or perhaps worse, of having our secret desires laid bare before the world. For Helen, the death of Mr. Otway was not just a tragedy. It was a release. And it is this very feeling of relief that breeds the most paralyzing guilt. When someone who has tormented us or held us captive in a life we did not choose suddenly dies, our first instinctual reaction may not be sorrow, but a profound, lung-filling breath of freedom. Yet, almost instantly, our moral conditioning rushes in to punish us for that relief. We feel like accomplices in their death simply because we wished for their absence. This internal conflict is a labyrinth of the mind, a place where guilt and liberation war against each other, leaving us exhausted and terrified of our own thoughts. To understand this dynamic on a deeper level, let us look at how such a tragedy acts as a mirror to our own lives. When you experience a sudden disruption, whether it is the death of a loved one, the end of a relationship, or the collapse of a career, Your subconscious mind is forced to rebuild its map of reality from scratch. This process is incredibly painful because we are creatures of habit. We find comfort in our chains if we have worn them long enough. Helen had defined her existence in opposition to Mr. Otway. Her days were shaped by his demands, her thoughts consumed by his control. With his sudden departure, she was left not only with her freedom but with a terrifying void. Who was she without her captor? Who are we when the obstacles we have complained about for years are suddenly removed, leaving us with nothing but our own choices? If you find yourself navigating a period of sudden, chaotic change or dealing with the aftermath of a personal tragedy, let this story serve as a gentle, guiding hand. The first step in healing from such a shock is to allow yourself to feel the full, messy spectrum of your emotions without judgment. It is natural to feel angry at the deceased. It is natural to feel relieved, and it is natural to feel deeply, profoundly afraid of the future. You do not need to present a stoic, perfect face to the world. Allow the tears to fall, allow the confusion to exist, and understand that healing is not a straight line but a winding path through a dark forest. Secondly, you must learn to sit with the silence that follows the storm. When the chaos of the tragedy quietens, and the well-wishers have gone home, you will be left with the quiet of your own mind. Use this time not to search for answers that may not exist, but to reconnect with your own breath, your own body, and your own quiet strength. The suspicion and the questions of the world may swirl around you, but they cannot touch the core of who you are unless you allow them to. You are the author of your own story, and even when a chapter ends in tragedy, the next chapter remains unwritten, waiting for your hand to guide the pen. As we bring our focus back to the quiet study where Mr. Otway's body lay, we see the first light of dawn beginning to filter through the heavy curtains. The pale, gray light of a new day does not bring comfort, but rather a cold, clear view of the wreckage. The servants have retired to the kitchen, their whispered conversations rising like smoke through the floorboards. The doctor has gone to fetch the coroner, leaving Helen alone once more in the quiet house. She looks down at her hands, pale and trembling in the early morning light, and realizes that the world she knew has vanished into the shadows of the night. The tragedy of Mr. Otway's death is not just the end of his life. It is the beginning of a dark, uncertain journey for Helen, a journey where every step will be dogged by suspicion, and every shadow will seem to hold a secret. The air remains cold, and the silence is now absolute, filled only with the promise of what is to come. As we close this chapter on the sudden tragedy that shattered the peace of the Vardon household, we must prepare ourselves for the storm that is surely gathering on the horizon. For the death of a man like Mr. Otway does not bring peace. It leaves behind a vacuum that will inevitably be filled by the dark truths, the hidden motives, and the desperate actions of those he left behind. Let us step quietly forward into the shadows of the next chapter, where the mystery deepens, the stakes grow higher, and the true cost of freedom begins to reveal itself. Chapter 9: The Finger of Suspicion. There is a peculiar, suffocating stillness that descends upon a room in the immediate aftermath of a tragedy. It is a silence so heavy that it seems to possess its own weight, pressing down upon the chest until breathing becomes a conscious, agonizing effort. We have all, in some quiet moment of our lives, stood on the precipice of a sudden, irreversible shift, looking down into an abyss of the unknown. For Helen Vardon, this shift was not a gradual slope but a sheer, terrifying cliff. The body of the man who had dominated her life lay cold, and in that frozen pocket of time, the world outside her window seemed to hold its breath. The ticking of the mantel clock was no longer a mere measurement of passing seconds. It was a rhythmic, metallic heartbeat, mockingly persistent in the presence of death. How do we survive the first few minutes after our world collapses? This is the fundamental human struggle that Helen faced as she stood in the dim, shadowed room. Her mind, reeling from the shock, tried desperately to piece together the fragments of a broken reality. The air in the study was thick with the scent of spilled ink, damp wood, and the unmistakable, metallic tang of mortality. The fire in the grate had died down to a dull, ash-covered crimson glow, casting long, skeletal shadows across the Persian rug. In this moment, the listener is invited to feel the sheer isolation of Helen's position. It is the universal experience of being utterly alone in the dark, watching the debris of one's life settle around them, knowing that nothing will ever be the same again. The fragile bubble of silence was shattered not by a scream, but by the relentless, methodical approach of the outside world. The arrival of the local police was heralded by the crunch of heavy boots on the gravel driveway, a sound that reverberated through the quiet house like a series of low explosions. To Helen, those footsteps sounded like the approach of an inescapable fate. When the heavy oak door was opened, the cold night air rushed in, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and dead leaves, a stark reminder of the harsh world outside that demanded answers. The local constable and the inspector who accompanied him did not enter the room as saviors. They entered as examiners of a grim puzzle. Their faces, weathered by years of dealing with the darker side of human nature, were masks of professional detachment. They shook off their damp coats, and with that simple action, the domestic sanctuary of the house was officially dismantled. The inspector's eyes, sharp and calculating under his heavy brows, swept over the scene, taking in the position of the body, the disarray of the desk, and finally, resting upon Helen. This moment of encounter is where we see the first spark of suspicion ignite. To the inspector, Helen was not a grieving widow or a traumatized survivor. She was a variable in an equation that needed to be solved. Let us look closely at this interaction, for it reveals a profound psychological truth about the nature of authority and the vulnerability of the innocent. When we are confronted by those who represent the law, or even by the harsh judgment of our peers, our subconscious mind often betrays us. Even the most guiltless individual can feel a sudden, irrational surge of panic. Helen's pale face, her trembling hands, and her inability to find her voice were immediately catalogued by the police as signs of guilt rather than the natural physiological responses to profound shock. For you, the listener, this dynamic may evoke memories of times when you were misunderstood, when your silence was taken as complicity, or your confusion as dishonesty. It is a deeply painful human experience to realize that the truth of your heart is invisible to those who have already made up their minds. Psychologically, this triggers our primal fear of ostracization and unjust punishment. When authority looks at us with doubt, it shakes the very foundations of our self-worth, forcing us to ask ourselves if we are, in some subconscious way, responsible for the chaos around us. To navigate this in your own life, you must learn to anchor yourself in your internal truth, recognizing that another person's suspicion is a reflection of their own narrative, not your reality. As the investigation began in earnest, the spotlight of doubt shifted fully and squarely onto Helen. Suspicion is a quiet, insidious poison. It does not always announce itself with loud accusations. Instead, it manifests in the subtle shifting of eyes, the lowering of voices, and the sudden, chilling distance that develops between people who were once close. The servants, gathered in the drafty hallway, whispered among themselves, their glances darting toward Helen with a mixture of pity and fear. She could feel their eyes like physical weights pressing against her back. The inspector began his questioning, his tone deceptively gentle, like a predator circling its prey. Every question he asked was a trap, designed to highlight the discrepancies in her story, the gaps in her memory, and the sheer improbability of her innocence. He asked about her relationship with the deceased, about her movements in the hours leading up to the tragedy, and about the tension that everyone in the household knew existed between them. Helen felt the walls closing in. Every word she spoke seemed to twist in the air, transforming into a weapon that could be used against her. This is a cinematic representation of the classic scapegoat dynamic. When a tragedy occurs, society has a desperate, almost pathological need to find someone to blame, to assign a face to the misfortune so that we can pretend we have control over a chaotic universe. Helen became the canvas upon which everyone projected their fears, their anger, and their moral judgments. Psychologically, being the target of such projection is incredibly damaging. It can lead to a phenomenon known as internalized guilt, where the accused begins to believe the lies told about them, losing their grip on their own innocence. If you have ever found yourself in a position where you were blamed for things beyond your control, where your character was assassinated by whispers and assumptions, you know the suffocating despair that Helen felt. The advice for surviving this psychological torment is to practice radical self-validation. You must separate your identity from the accusations of others. Write down your truth, speak it to yourself in the mirror, and refuse to let the distorted perceptions of a fearful crowd define who you are. But the suspicion was not built merely on whispers and glances. It was anchored by the cold, unyielding presence of physical clues left at the scene. The inspector, kneeling by the desk, began to point out the details that would form the foundation of the case against Helen. There was a smear of ink on the draw handle, a small, torn piece of lace caught on the corner of the heavy wooden chair, and a handkerchief, stained and damp, lying discarded near the hearth. Each of these items was a silent witness, yet their testimony was highly subjective, open to the interpretation of those who sought a conviction. The lace was of a pattern that Helen frequently wore. The handkerchief bore her initials, delicately embroidered in white silk, now marred by a dark smudge. To the police, these were not coincidences. They were a trail of breadcrumbs leading directly to the culprit. They did not see the possibility that these items could have been placed there at another time, or by another hand. In their minds, the narrative was already written, and the physical evidence was simply being bent to fit the plot. The physical clues represent the tangible manifestations of our past mistakes or associations that return to haunt us. We all carry physical or metaphorical clues of our past struggles: a scar, a broken relationship, a financial mistake that others can point to as evidence of our inadequacy or guilt. Psychologically, we tend to fixate on these clues, allowing them to dictate our future. We look at our past failures and think, "This is who I am. This is the proof that I am broken." To overcome this, we must learn the art of narrative reframing. A clue is just a piece of data. It is not the whole story. Helen's handkerchief in the room did not prove she committed a crime. It merely proved she had been in the room, a space she inhabited daily. In your own life, do not allow a single piece of negative evidence to define the entirety of your character. Deconstruct the false narratives that others, or even your own critical mind, build around your mistakes. View them as isolated events, learn from them, and consciously choose to write a different ending to your story. As the chapter draws to a close, we see Helen standing in the center of the room, surrounded by the wreckage of her life and the cold, unyielding machinery of the law. The finger of suspicion had been pointed, and its shadow would stretch long and dark over her future. She realized that the battle for her freedom, and indeed her very soul, had only just begun. The local police left the house as dawn was beginning to break, leaving behind a home that was no longer a refuge, but a prison of doubt. This chapter serves as a profound meditation on the fragility of our reputation, the ease with which we can be misunderstood, and the terrifying power of projection. It teaches us that in the moments of our deepest vulnerability, we must find an inner sanctuary of truth that no external accusation can penetrate. As we turn our gaze from this somber scene, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. The shadows are lengthening, and the path before Helen grows steeper and more treacherous. In the next chapter, we will witness the escalation of this conflict, as the whispers turn into official accusations, and Helen is forced to confront not only the judgment of the law, but the deepest, darkest secrets of her own heart. The air is cold, the stakes have never been higher, and the journey into the labyrinth of human guilt and redemption continues. Stay with me, take a deep breath, and let us step together into the next chapter of this haunting tale. Chapter 10: The Inquest. There is a profound and unsettling truth about human existence that we rarely care to admit to ourselves, and it is this: we are all, at some point in our lives, brought before a court of inquiry. It may not be a court of law with wooden benches, a stern-faced judge, and the heavy, suffocating scent of old parchment and damp coats, but it is an inquest nonetheless. It is that terrifying moment when our secret choices, our silent compromises, and our deepest vulnerabilities are dragged out from the quiet shadows of our hearts and laid bare under the harsh, unyielding light of public scrutiny. This is the heavy, atmospheric threshold we step across as we enter Chapter 10, fittingly titled, The Inquest. Take a deep breath and let your mind drift into the scene. Picture a somber, wood-paneled room in the heart of London, where the air is thick with a smell of wet wool, dust motes dancing in the pale shafts of morning light, and the low, anxious murmur of a crowded gallery. Helen Vardon sits near the front, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her fingers pressing into her skin until her knuckles turn white. She can hear the relentless ticking of the clock on the wall, a sound that feels less like the passage of time and more like a hammer striking a nail, sealing her fate second by second. The inquest is not merely a legal inquiry into a sudden and mysterious death. It is a clinical dissection of Helen's life, her marriage, and her very soul. The courtroom atmosphere is charged with a cold, clinical curiosity that is almost physical in its weight. The coroner, a man with sharp, hawkish eyes and a voice like dry leaves scraping across stone, presides over the room with a detached authority that makes Helen feel incredibly small. To the jury, she is not a grieving widow or a woman caught in the web of a tragic destiny. She is a puzzle to be solved, a specimen under a microscope. Let us pause and look closely at this tense atmosphere. Imagine the sheer courage it takes to sit in a room where every whisper is about you, where every side glance is a silent accusation. Helen looks around and sees faces she has known for years, yet they look at her now with strange, hungry fascination. This is the first great friction of the chapter, the terrible vulnerability of being perceived when you are at your lowest. Think of a time in your own life when you felt utterly exposed, perhaps when a mistake you made was brought to light, or when your private pain became a topic of discussion among others. Do you remember the cold sweat, the way your chest tightened, the feeling that everyone could see right through your fragile armor? That is the universal human struggle Helen is navigating. It is the fear of being seen and, ultimately, being misunderstood. From a psychological perspective, this dread of public scrutiny is deeply rooted in our evolutionary past. In the ancient world, to be judged poorly by the tribe meant banishment, which was a death sentence. When we face the judgment of others, our subconscious brain reacts as if our very survival is at stake. The courtroom is a modern, sterilized version of the tribal fire where our ancestors were weighed and found wanting. If you find yourself standing in your own metaphorical courtroom today, judged by friends, family, or your own relentless inner critic, here is the gentle advice of a mentor: close your eyes to the crowd. Take one slow, deep breath and locate the solid ground beneath your feet. Remind yourself that the opinions of others, even when delivered with the weight of authority, do not define your core worth. You are the only true keeper of your story. As the inquest proceeds, the narrative shifts into the complex and often agonizing territory of conflicting testimonies. The witnesses are called one by one, and with each voice, a different version of reality is constructed in the air of the courtroom. The housekeeper speaks of doors left unlocked and whispered arguments late at night. A passing stranger describes a figure seen in the fog, casting doubt and suspicion with every vague, half-remembered detail. The medical evidence is presented with a chilling, mathematical precision, describing the physical reality of death in a way that completely erases the humanity of the deceased. Listen to how these testimonies clash and collide. One witness remembers a detail one way. Another remembers it differently. The truth begins to look like a mirror that has been shattered on the floor, with everyone picking up a single shard and claiming it represents the whole picture. Helen sits there, listening to people describe her life, her husband, and her actions in ways that feel entirely foreign to her. She wants to scream, to stand up and shout that they have it all wrong, but the rigid decorum of the court binds her to silence. Her inner monologue is a turbulent sea of frustration and despair. She realizes that, in the eyes of the law, subjective perception often carries more weight than the complex, messy truth of human emotion. This dynamic of conflicting testimonies reveals a profound truth about human relationships. We rarely see people as they are. Instead, we see them through the lens of our own expectations, fears, and biases. When someone misinterprets your intentions or paints a portrait of you that is distorted, it can feel like a profound betrayal. It makes us question our own memory and our own sanity. When you are faced with conflicting narratives about who you are, the path forward is not to fight every false word, but to anchor yourself in your personal truth. Write down your reality. Document your feelings and your actions, not for others to see, but to keep your own compass pointed north. When the world tries to rewrite your story, hold fast to your original manuscript. Then comes the climax of this agonizing day, the delivery of the verdict. The jury retires, and the silence that settles over the room is suffocating. Helen can hear the rustle of paper, the clearing of a throat, the distant rumble of carriages on the street outside. When the jury returns, the verdict they deliver is not a clean, decisive stroke that cuts the knot of suspicion. Instead, it is a compromise, a gray, ambiguous decision that leaves Helen legally free but socially compromised. It is a verdict that does not clear her name, but leaves her suspended in a permanent state of doubt and whispers. The weight of this compromised verdict is a devastating emotional blow. It is the realization that the ordeal is not over, that the shadow of suspicion will follow her wherever she goes. She is left to walk out of the courtroom into a world that will look at her with narrowed eyes, whispering behind closed doors. The sense of resolution she so desperately craved has been denied her. This is perhaps the most painful human experience of all, the lack of closure. We long for neat endings, for clear declarations of innocence, for apologies that never come, and for justice that is never fully served. We are often forced to live in the messy, unresolved middle of our struggles. Psychologically, an unresolved ending or a compromised reputation creates a state of cognitive dissonance and chronic anxiety. It forces us to carry a burden that does not belong to us, constantly trying to prove our worth to a world that has already made up its mind. It holds us back because we waste our precious energy trying to defend ourselves against ghosts. To heal from this, you must learn the difficult art of letting go of the need for public vindication. The most powerful verdict is the one you deliver upon yourself in the quiet of your own heart. If you can look in the mirror and know that you acted with integrity, that you did the best you could with the broken pieces you were given, then you must find the courage to walk away from the cot of public opinion. Let them whisper. Your peace is too expensive to be bought with their approval. As chapter 10 draws to a close, we see Helen Vardon step out of the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of the coroner's cot and into the cool, damp air of the London afternoon. The crowd disperses, leaving her alone on the stone steps, a figure draped in black, framed by the towering, indifferent architecture of the city. She has survived the inquest, but she is changed. The innocence she once possessed has been stripped away, replaced by a quiet, resilient sadness. In this chapter, we have witnessed the terrifying machinery of human judgment, the fragility of truth in the hands of others, and the heavy burden of unresolved suspicion. It is a mirror held up to our own lives, reminding us of the courage required to stand true to ourselves when the world demands we plead guilty to things we did not do. But the story of Helen Vardon does not end on these cold stone steps. The compromised verdict of the inquest has closed one door, but it has unlocked another, darker path. As the fog begins to roll in from the river, swallowing the streets in a gray shroud, a new and even more perilous chapter of her journey begins. What lies ahead in the shadows of this compromised life? What secrets must still be kept? And what price must be paid for the truth that was left unsaid in that courtroom? Take a deep breath, steady your heart, and join me as we step forward into the next chapter, where the true trial of Helen Vardon is about to begin. Chapter 11. Enter Dr. Thorndyke. In the deepest winter of the human soul, we do not cry out merely for warmth. We cry out for clarity. We seek a light that does not burn, but rather reveals. When our world is reduced to ashes, and the heavy suffocating fog of suspicion settles over our lives, the mind becomes a labyrinth of shadows, where every corner hides a threat and every whisper sounds like an accusation. This is the precise threshold where we find ourselves as we open the door to Chapter 11 of Helen Vardon's Confession, a chapter fittingly and profoundly titled, Enter Dr. Thorndyke. Close your eyes for a moment and let yourself be transported to that dim, damp London room. Feel the chill of the Victorian air pressing against the window panes, where the yellow gaslight flickers like a dying hope. Smell the faint, bitter scent of coal smoke, the musty odor of old, decaying paper, and the sharp, metallic tang of fear that hangs invisibly in the air. This is not just a physical space. It is the landscape of a soul under siege. Helen Vardon sits in the center of this gloom, her heart thrumming a frantic, irregular rhythm against her ribs, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles are as white as bone. She is a woman trapped in the machinery of a cruel fate, waiting for the blow to fall, waiting for the world to pronounce her ruin. And then, the door opens. There is a specific kind of quiet that enters a room when a truly great mind steps across the threshold. It is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of immense, focused power. Dr. John Thorndike does not make an entrance. He establishes a presence. Describe him in your mind's eye: tall, built with a symmetrical, athletic grace. His face possesses the serene nobility of an ancient marble bust, yet it is thoroughly alive, warmed by a deep, human understanding. His eyes, a calm, searching gray, do not merely look at the room. They read it. In his hand, he carries a small, green canvas case, an unassuming box that contains the keys to a new kingdom, the kingdom of forensic science. To understand the profound impact of Thorndike's arrival, we must first contrast his approach with the traditional methods of the world around him. The local police, personified by the well-meaning but blunt instruments of Scotland Yard, operate on momentum and prejudice. They look for the obvious, the sensational, the loud clues that fit into their pre-existing narratives. They are like men trying to find a lost needle by smashing the entire room with a sledgehammer. They demand confessions, they rely on gossip, and they interpret every tear, every tremor of the hand, as a sign of guilt. They see the world in black and white, paint with a broad, clumsy brush, and in doing so, they often crush the very truth they seek to uncover. Thorndike, however, represents the dawn of a new era. He is the medical jurist, a pioneer who understands that the physical world is an impartial witness that never lies, never forgets, and cannot be intimidated. Where the police see a chaotic tragedy, Thorndike sees a text written in a delicate, microscopic shorthand. He knows that the truth is not found in the loud proclamations of the accusers, but in the quiet, dust-covered corners of the physical world. He is a priest of the fact, a worshipper at the altar of the observable truth. Let us watch him as he begins his work, a cinematic moment frozen in time. He does not rush to the center of the room. He stands at the door, his gaze sweeping across the floorboards with a slow, deliberate rhythm. He kneels. The movement is remarkably graceful for a man of his stature. From his green canvas case, he extracts a small, brass-bound magnifying glass. To the untrained observer, he looks almost absurd. A grown man peer at a tiny, insignificant speck of dust near the wainscoting. But look closer. Look at the intense, almost holy concentration on his face. He is listening to the dust. With a pair of delicate, silver forceps, he lifts a single, minute fiber from the carpet. He holds it up to the pale light of the window. In his mind, a vast library of knowledge is instantly consulted. He does not see a simple thread. He sees a fragment of a specific wool, dyed with a particular chemical, worn by a person of a certain class, who walked through a specific district of London. He is reconstructing a human life, step by step, from the microscopic debris it left behind. Helen watches him from the sofa, her breath suspended in her throat. She feels an overwhelming wave of vulnerability. It is terrifying to be scrutinized by a mind that can see through the walls of your secrets. Yet, at the very same time, she feels an unspeakable, healing sense of relief. For the first time, she is not being judged by her emotions. She is being measured by the facts. This dynamic, this clash between the blunt force of human judgment and the quiet, redeeming power of objective truth, is not just a literary plot device. It is a profound psychological mirror of our own inner lives. How often do we play the role of the clumsy, accusatory police force within our own minds? When we make a mistake, when we experience a failure, our internal critic rushes in with loud, emotional indictments. We tell ourselves we are worthless, we are guilty, we are doomed. We paint our lives with the broad, dark strokes of despair, ignoring the subtle, beautiful complexities of our reality. We allow the chaotic noise of our fears to drown out the quiet, objective evidence of our strength, our resilience, and our inherent value. When you feel overwhelmed by the chaos of your own life, when the world seems to be closing in on you with accusations and doubts, you must learn to summon your inner Dr. Thorndike. You must step back from the emotional storm and adopt the perspective of the compassionate, scientific observer. To do this, you must practice a specific, step-by-step method of emotional forensics. First, you must pause and name the storm. When anxiety or guilt begins to suffocate you, do not run from it. And do not let it dictate your reality. Sit with it. Take a deep, slow breath, and look at your situation as if you were an outsider, a neutral investigator who has just entered the room of your mind. Second, you must begin to isolate the facts from the feelings. Ask yourself, what is the physical, observable evidence here? If your mind is screaming that you have failed, look for the microscopic fibers of your effort. What small, positive actions did you take today? What moments of kindness did you offer, even in your pain? Gather these small facts with a gentle forceps of self-compassion. Do not dismiss them because they are small. Remember that a single fiber can change the entire direction of an investigation. Third, you must refuse to accept the easy, sensational narrative. The world, and your own fear, will always try to sell you a simple story of ruin. But you are a complex, beautiful, and deeply textured human being. Your truth is not found in a single mistake or a single moment of weakness. It is woven into the thousands of tiny, quiet choices you make every single day. Look at those choices through the magnifying glass of truth, and let them speak for you. As Chapter 11 draws to its close, the atmosphere in that dim London room has undergone a subtle but miraculous transformation. The heavy, stagnant air of despair has been stirred by the cool, refreshing breeze of intellect. Dr. Thorndike stands up, carefully placing his specimens back into the green canvas case. He has not yet solved the mystery. He has not yet proclaimed Helen's innocence to the world. But he has done something far more important. He has brought order to the chaos. He has shown that there is a path through the labyrinth, that the truth can be found, and that it is a friend to those who are lost. Helen looks at him, and for the first time in what feels like an eternity, a faint, beautiful smile touches her lips. The terror has not entirely vanished, but it has lost its paralyzing grip. She knows that she is no longer alone in the dark. A champion of light has entered the arena, a man who will not rest until every shadow is dispelled and every secret is laid bare before the altar of truth. The room grows quiet again as Thorndyke prepares to depart. But it is a different kind of quiet now. It is a quiet filled with anticipation, a pregnant silence that carries the promise of revelation. The stage is set, the pieces are moving, and the invisible threads of destiny are beginning to tighten. As we close this chapter, we find ourselves standing on the edge of a great threshold, our hearts beating in sync with Helen's, waiting with breathless wonder to see what secrets the microscope will reveal next, and what truths will rise from the ashes of the past to illuminate the dark road that lies ahead. Chapter 12: The Clue of the Dust. The air in the laboratory of Temple Chambers was thick with the scent of methylated spirits, dried lavender, and the faint, bitter tang of nitric acid. Dr. John Thorndyke stood perfectly still beside the long, slate-topped bench, his tall figure silhouetted against the tall window that looked out over the grey, rain-washed roofs of London. To the untrained eye, the room was a chaotic assembly of brass microscopes, glass retorts, and shelves lined with stoppered bottles of chemicals. But to Thorndyke, this was a sacred space of absolute clarity, a temple of analytical chemistry where the chaotic, messy dramas of human passion, greed, and tragedy were stripped of their emotional noise and reduced to their cold, undeniable physical realities. Analytical chemistry is not merely a science of measurements and reagents. It is the ultimate philosophy of truth. It is the quiet, uncompromising declaration that nothing in this universe can happen without leaving a trace. Every step we take, every breath we draw, every hand we lay upon a surface in anger or in love, alters the physical world in some minute, permanent way. We live in a society that prides itself on secrets, on hidden motives, and on the clever masks of respectability. We lie to our families, we lie to the world, and most tragically of all, we lie to ourselves. Yet, while the human voice can fabricate a false narrative with dazzling eloquence, the physical universe remains a stubborn, honest witness. The dust under our fingernails, the fiber clinging to our sleeve, the microscopic grain of mineral stuck to the sole of our shoe, these are the silent, incorruptible witnesses that cannot be bribed, intimidated, or coaxed into silence. Look closely at Thorndyke as he begins his work. He does not rush. There is a hypnotic, almost meditative rhythm to his movements that immediately calms the frayed nerves of those who watch him. In his hand, he holds a small, silver-plated instrument, a miniature vacuum collector designed to sweep up the invisible debris of a crime scene. Beside him, on a clean sheet of white cartridge paper, lie several small, neatly folded packets of glazed paper. Each packet contains a pinch of what looks like ordinary, worthless gray dust. It is the dust collected from the study where a man's life was altered forever. The dust from the hem of a coat. The dust from the dark corners of a drawer that had remained locked for years. To the average observer, this dust is merely an annoyance, a symbol of neglect to be swept away and forgotten. But to Thorndyke, dust is a historical archive. It is a dense, multi-layered tapestry of human behavior. When he looks at a speck of dust, he does not see dirt. He sees a diary. He sees the microscopic biography of a room and the people who inhabited it. Let us pause for a moment and consider the profound significance of this microscopic evidence. Why does it capture our imagination so deeply? Why does the idea of the small and unseen have such a powerful hold on our subconscious minds? It is because, deep down, we all harbor a secret fear of being misunderstood, of having our truths lost in the loud, clamorous noise of the world. We fear that the small injustices we suffer, the quiet compromises we make, and the hidden hurts we carry will go unnoticed and unvalidated. When Thorndyke turns his microscope upon the dust, he is offering us a beautiful, comforting psychological reassurance. He is telling us that nothing is too small to matter. He is showing us that the universe remembers everything, that even the most overlooked and neglected details of our lives possess immense, undeniable value. Imagine a cinematic scene unfolding in the dim light of that London laboratory. Thorndyke adjusts the focus of his large Beck microscope. The brass barrel slides smoothly downward. He places a single slide beneath the lens, onto which he has transferred a tiny drop of mounting medium and a few particles of the dust from the locked drawer. He beckons to his companion, the young, anxious observer who has been waiting in breathless suspense. "Step up to the eyepiece," Thorndyke whispers, his voice a warm, resonant baritone that carries the quiet authority of absolute knowledge. "Tell me what you see." The observer leans forward, squinting into the bright circle of light. At first, there is only a blurred, chaotic jumble of shapes. But as Thorndyke's long, steady fingers make a microscopic adjustment to the fine focus screw, the image suddenly snaps into breathtaking, crystalline clarity. What appeared to the naked eye as a dull, uniform smudge of gray dirt is transformed into a vibrant, multicolored garden of physical history. There, glowing like a sapphire under the polarized light, is a single, twisted fiber of dyed wool. Beside it lies a tiny, jagged fragment of quartz sand, its sharp edges indicating that it has not been water-worn, meaning it did not come from a riverbed or a seashore, but from a dry, inland quarry. Further to the left, there is a miniature, perfect sphere of dark, metallic slag, a tiny bead of iron that could only have been born in the white-hot heat of a blacksmith's forge or a foundry. In that single, brilliant image, the mystery begins to unravel. The wool fiber is of a highly specific dye, a rare chemical compound used only in the manufacture of certain expensive carriage upholstery. The quartz sand points directly to a particular geological formation in the south of England. The iron slag places the suspect in the immediate vicinity of an active metal working shop. The story is no longer a matter of opinion or speculation. It is a matter of physical lore. The suspect's alibi, constructed with such elaborate, desperate care, dissolves like mist under the silent, glaring testimony of these microscopic fragments. Why does this classic dynamic matter so much to us? What does it do to our inner lives? Psychologically, we are constantly struggle with a tension between the outer world we present to others and the inner reality we live within. We often feel overwhelmed by the complexity of our problems, believing that to change our lives or to find the truth, we must make massive, monumental gestures. We think we need to move to a new city, find a new career, or completely reinvent our personalities. But the lesson of the dust is that the truth, and indeed the solution to our deepest dilemmas, is always found in the smallest, most immediate details of our daily existence. When we ignore the small things, we allow a slow, insidious accumulation of emotional dust to settle over our souls. This emotional dust takes the form of unexpressed grievances, tiny habits of self-doubt, small compromises of our integrity, and microscopic acts of neglect in our relationships. We think these things don't matter because they are so small. We tell ourselves that a little white lie here, a moment of impatience there, or a slight withdrawal of affection won't make a difference in the long run. But just as the dust in Thorndyke's drawer eventually reveals the deepest secrets of a crime, the emotional dust we accumulate eventually hardens into a thick, suffocating crust that blocks out the light of our true potential. How do we apply this profound scientific methodology to our own lives? How can we walk through the world with the wise, discerning eyes of a mentor, guiding ourselves toward clarity and peace? The first step is to cultivate the art of objective observation. When you encounter a problem in your life, whether it is a failing relationship, a career crisis, or a deep sense of inner dissatisfaction, do not react with panic or emotional hysteria. Instead, step back and examine the situation as if you were Thorndyke entering a room. Gather the facts without judgment. Look at the small, daily routines that make up your existence. What are you doing with your mornings? What thoughts do you allow to drift through your mind when you first wake up? What are the precise, microscopic habits of speech and action that you repeat day after day? Write them down. Document them with the cold, loving precision of an analytical chemist. The second step is to analyze the origins of your emotional debris. Just as Thorndyke traces the quartz sand to a specific geological quarry, trace your current fears and anxieties back to their source. When you feel a sudden surge of anger or insecurity, do not simply accept it as a natural reaction to the present moment. Ask yourself, where did this fiber of pain come from? What ancient furnace forged this metallic fragment of defensiveness? By identifying the source of your emotional dust, you strip it of its power to blind you. You realize that your current reactions are often just old residue from past events, and that you do not have to let them clutter your present reality. The third and final step is the gentle, systematic clearing of the slate. Once you have identified the small, toxic patterns that have accumulated in your life, you must begin the quiet work of cleansing. This does not require a dramatic, destructive explosion. It requires a daily, meticulous commitment to small corrections. Speak a little more honestly. Listen a little more deeply. Replace a single thought of self-criticism with a quiet moment of self-compassion. In doing so, you clear away the dust of the past, leaving your mind clean, clear, and ready to receive the bright, beautiful truths of the present. In this chapter of Helen Vardon's Confession, we witness the quiet triumph of truth over deception. The dust that had settled silently in the dark corners of the study, unnoticed by the guilty and ignored by the indifferent, became the ultimate instrument of justice. It was a silent witness that waited patiently through the long, dark hours, knowing that eventually, a mind brilliant enough and patient enough would come to read its story. As we prepare to close this chapter and step forward into the deeper, more haunting revelations that lie ahead, let us carry this profound truth with us. We are never truly lost, and our lives are never beyond repair. No matter how deep the shadows may seem, and no matter how heavily the dust of regret may have settled over our dreams, there is always a way back to the light. The truth is not our distant, unreachable star. It is right here, beneath our feet, waiting in the very dust of the road we walk. Let us pause, take a deep, steadying breath, and prepare to follow Thorndike as he takes his findings to the next, crucial stage of his investigation. The silent clues have spoken, but the storm is far from over. In the coming pages, the quiet whisper of the dust will swell into a powerful, unstoppable wind of revelation that will shake the very foundations of the lives involved, leaving us to wonder how such small, invisible things could ever hold the power to change everything forever. Chapter 13: The Mysterious Visitor. There is a silent alchemy in the way we bind ourselves to others, a delicate thread of trust that, once spun, we hope will withstand the fiercest of storms. Yet, how often do we find that the alliances we deemed unbreakable are merely illusions, fragile webs of convenience waiting to be swept away by the first cold wind of truth? Welcome, dear listener, to a space of quiet reflection and deep storytelling. Take a slow, deep breath. Let the busyness of the outside world fade into the background, and allow yourself to step into the dimly lit drawing room of Helen Vardon. The evening was draped in a heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the rhythmic, mournful sigh of the wind against the window panes and the occasional hiss of a dying coal in the grate. Helen sat alone, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her eyes tracing the long, distorted shadows that stretched across the floor. The house felt less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded cage, a monument to a life constructed on secrets, compromises, and a marriage that felt like a slow, psychological imprisonment. Every creak of the floorboards seemed to whisper of things hidden beneath the surface, of alliances forged in the dark that were now beginning to fray. And then, the silence was shattered. It was not a violent sound, but rather a quiet, persistent knocking at the outer door. In the stillness of the night, it sounded like a heartbeat, heavy and demanding. Helen felt a sudden, visceral tightening in her chest. Who could be calling at such an hour? When the door was opened, it was not her familiar face that crossed the threshold, but a stranger. A man wrapped in a damp, dark overcoat, his collar turned up against the chill, his eyes carrying the weary, piercing intensity of one who has traveled long distances with a heavy burden on his mind. This mysterious visitor did not arrive with empty hands. He brought with him a quiet storm, a collection of truths that would dismantle everything Helen thought she knew about her husband Otway and the web of associates who surrounded him. In this moment, the illusion of safety began to unravel. Let us look closely at this first revelation, the introduction of a stranger bearing vital information. In our own lives, how often have we found ourselves at a standstill, only to have our path completely redirected by an unexpected encounter? The stranger in Helen's parlor was a man named Mr. Henderson, a former clerk who had long operated in the periphery of Otway's professional circle. He did not speak with the polished eloquence of the upper classes, but his voice possessed a raw, undeniable sincerity that commanded attention. As he peeled back his wet coat, he revealed a bundle of letters and ledger entries, documents that spoke of financial ruin, deceit, and a desperate struggle to maintain a veneer of respectability. Imagine the scene. The firelight flickered across Mr. Henderson's weathered face as he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. He told Helen of transactions that never occurred, of debts hidden in the shadows of dummy corporations, and of a systematic deception that went far beyond mere financial mismanagement. Helen listened, her heart hammering against her ribs, feeling the ground liquefy beneath her feet. Every word was a chisel, chipping away at the monument of her husband's authority. Psychologically, the archetype of the mysterious visitor is incredibly profound. It represents the sudden, often unwelcome intrusion of reality into our carefully constructed delusions. We all build mental fortresses to protect ourselves from painful truths. We tell ourselves that our relationships are stable, that our careers are secure, and that we are in control. But our subconscious mind always knows when something is amiss. The visitor is the externalization of that inner voice we have tried so hard to silence. When this messenger arrives, it triggers a deep, existential panic because it forces us to confront the shadow self, the parts of our lives we have chosen to ignore. It holds a mirror to our lives, asking us, are you brave enough to look at the truth, even if it ruins your comfort? If you are currently facing a moment in your own life where an uncomfortable truth is knocking at your door, do not turn it away. When an unexpected realization or an honest friend reveals a flaw in your carefully constructed reality, take a moment to breathe. Do not react with immediate denial or anger. Instead, sit with the discomfort. Ask yourself what this revelation is trying to teach you. Like Helen, You may find that the initial pain of discovery is the first, necessary step toward true liberation. As the night deepened, the visitors' disclosures grew even more unsettling, leading us to our second key point, the revelation of the hidden motives of Otway's associates. For months, Helen had watched a parade of smooth-talking gentlemen, lawyers, and financiers enter Otway's study. They had smiled, offered polite nods, and spoken of mutual prosperity. But as Mr. Henderson unrolled his documents, a far uglier picture emerged. These men were not Otway's friends. They were vultures circling a dying beast. The stranger explained that as Otway's financial empire began to crumble, his closest allies had not rallied to his defense. Instead, they had quietly begun to divest their interests, shifting liabilities onto Otway's shoulders while carving up his remaining assets for themselves. They had encouraged his most reckless ventures, knowing that his downfall would clear the path for their own advancement. It was a calculated, cold-blooded betrayal disguised as partnership. To understand the emotional weight of this, imagine discovering that the people you trusted to guide you through a storm are actually the ones drilling holes in the bottom of your boat. Helen recalled the laughter that had echoed from Otway's study, the clinking of glasses, the firm handshakes. It had all been a performance. The psychological impact of this realization is devastating. It shatters our fundamental need for social safety. We are social creatures, programmed to find security in tribes and alliances. When we realize that our tribe is populated by predators in disguise, our nervous system goes into a state of hypervigilance. We begin to question our own judgment, wondering how we could have been so blind, and we experience a profound sense of isolation. This dynamic teaches us a vital lesson about human relationships. True alliances are built on shared values, mutual respect, and emotional honesty. Artificial alliances, however, are transactional. They exist only as long as both parties find them useful. When the utility fades, the alliance dissolves, often leaving behind a trail of destruction. If you are feeling betrayed by those you once trusted, remember that this painful experience is an invitation to cultivate deeper discernment. To navigate this, begin by observing the actions of those around you, rather than their words. Do their promises align with their behavior when the stakes are low? Do they stand by you when you have nothing to offer them? Practice setting small, healthy boundaries and watch how they react. A true ally will respect your boundaries, while an opportunist will view them as an inconvenience or an insult. By gently weeding out transactional relationships, you make room for genuine, supportive connections to flourish. But the most chilling part of the visitor's testimony was yet to come, bringing us to our third and final point, the deepening mystery surrounding the night of the murder. Until this moment, the tragedy that hung over Helen's life had been a chaotic blur of grief, accusation, and suspicion. But Mr. Henderson possessed a crucial piece of the puzzle, a detail that threatened to rewrite the entire narrative of that fateful night. He spoke of a figure seen slipping through the garden gates just moments before the fatal shot was fired. It was not the man who had been accused, nor was it Otway himself. It was a third person, someone whose presence had been carefully hidden from the authorities. This individual had been in possession of a key to the private study, a key that only a select few had access to. As the visitor described the physical appearance of this shadow figure, a cold dread washed over Helen. The description matched someone she knew, someone who had played the part of the grieving supporter with perfect precision. The room seemed to grow colder as the implication of this revelation hung in the air. The mystery was not solved. It had merely cracked open, revealing a deeper, more labyrinthine conspiracy that reached into the highest echelons of their social circle. The night of the murder was not an isolated act of passion, but the culmination of a meticulously planned execution, designed to silence a voice that knew too much. This deepening of the mystery speaks directly to our subconscious fear of the unresolved. The human mind craves closure. We are hardwired to seek patterns, to find endings, to put pieces together until they make sense. When we are denied this closure, when a narrative remains fractured, it creates a state of psychological tension known as cognitive dissonance. We find ourselves trapped in a loop of speculation, constantly revisiting the past, trying to make the pieces fit. This unresolved trauma can hold us back, keeping us anchored to a painful memory and preventing us to move forward into the future. How do we heal when the truth remains elusive, when the mysteries of our own pasts cannot be fully resolved? The guidance here is gentle but firm. You must learn to find peace in the absence of complete answers. We cannot always control the actions of others, nor can we always uncover every hidden motive or secret plot. What we can control is our response to the unknown. When you find yourself obsessing over a past hurt or an unresolved injustice, consciously bring your focus back to the present moment. Reclaim your power by deciding that your healing is not dependent on someone else's confession or a perfect resolution to the story. You are the author of your current chapter, and you have the strength to write a beautiful future, regardless of the shadows that linger in your past. As the fire in the grate crumbled into gray ash, the mysterious visitor gathered his papers, pulled his collar back up, and stepped out into the rainy night, leaving Helen alone with a shifting reality. The alliances that had once defined her world were now in ruins. The comforting lies had been stripped away, leaving only the stark, cold truth of her situation. Yet, in the midst of this devastation, there was a faint, flickering light of hope. The truth, however painful, had set her free from the prison of ignorance. She was no longer a passive observer in her own life. She was now armed with the knowledge she needed to fight back. In this chapter, we have journeyed through the unraveling of alliances, witnessing the arrival of the truth-bearer, the exposure of false friends, and the deepening of a haunting mystery. It is a reminder that while the truth can be a destructive force, it is also a powerful catalyst for personal growth and liberation. As we prepare to transition to the next chapter of Helen's journey, let us pause and reflect on the quiet power that comes from facing the darkness. What secrets are you ready to confront? What false alliances are you ready to let go of? The road ahead is uncertain, and the shadows may seem daunting, but remember that the dawn always follows the darkest part of the night. In our next segment, we will explore the immediate aftermath of these revelations, as Helen takes her first courageous steps into a new and dangerous landscape, determined to reclaim her destiny. Stay with me, keep your heart open, and let us walk forward together into the light of understanding. Chapter 14: The Shadowed Alibi. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall had never sounded so loud, so deliberate, or so utterly merciless. It was a slow, heavy rhythm, like the deliberate footfalls of an approaching executioner, marking the passage of seconds that could never be reclaimed. In this quiet room, bathed in the dim, amber glow of her dying hearth, we find Helen Vardon sitting alone, her hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles have turned a ghostly, bloodless white. Outside, the rain beats a relentless, sorrowful tattoo against the window panes, blurring the gaslights of the London streets into smeared, weeping halos of gold. It is in this suffocating silence that Chapter 14, titled The Shadowed Alibi, begins. This chapter is not merely a turning point in a grand mystery. It is a profound descent into the darkest, most agonizing labyrinth of the human heart. It asks a question that many of us, in our quietest hours, have secretly feared to answer. How far would you go, and how much of your own soul would you sacrifice to shield the person you love from the cold iron of justice? To understand Helen's torment, we must first look into the abyss of Robert's involvement. There is a specific kind of terror that arises not from the unknown, but from the slowly dawning, horrific clarity of the known. For weeks, Helen had built a sanctuary of denial within her own mind, a fortress constructed of desperate hopes and willful blindness. But a fortress built on sand cannot withstand the relentless tide of truth. The mystery of Robert's whereabouts during those fateful, missing hours on the night of the crime has become an open wound in her consciousness. She remembers the way he returned to her that night, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps, his boots caked with the dark, heavy clay of the riverbank, and his eyes wild with an unspoken, desperate plea. Imagine, if you will, the sheer weight of that memory. Helen stands in the center of her parlor, holding a damp, discarded overcoat she found hidden in the back of Robert's wardrobe. Her fingers trace the hem, feeling the gritty residue of the soil, a silent witness to a journey he claimed he never took. Her mind races back to the timeline of the murder. Between the hours of 8 and 10, when the life was choked out of the victim, Robert had claimed to be wandering the lonely paths of Hampstead Heath, seeking solace for his troubled mind. But the clay on his boots tells a far different, far more sinister story. It is the clay of the marshy banks near the docks, the very place where the body was discovered. This brings us to a profound psychological truth about our relationship with those we love. Why is it that our subconscious minds will construct the most elaborate, illogical labyrinth of excuses rather than face a painful reality? It is because our identity is often so deeply intertwined with the object of our affection that to admit their guilt is to destroy a part of ourselves. When we discover a dark truth about someone we hold dear, our brain experiences a violent, catastrophic cognitive dissonance. We are forced to choose between two intolerable realities. Either the person we love is a monster, or the universe itself is chaotic, unjust, and unsafe. To protect our own sanity, we often choose to believe the lie. We become investigators of our own heartbreak, looking for clues not to prove the crime, but to desperately search for any scrap of evidence that might restore our shattered illusions. If you find yourself standing in the shadow of a similar betrayal, where the actions of someone you care for do not align with the integrity you expect, the path forward requires a gentle but unwavering courage. First, you must allow yourself to feel the grief of the illusion dying. Do not rush to fix, to cover up, or to rationalize. Sit with the cold, uncomfortable facts as they are, not as you wish them to be. Take a deep, steadying breath and ask yourself, am I protecting this person because I believe in their innocence? Or am I protecting them because I am terrified of the loneliness that their absence will leave behind? By separating your fear of loss from the reality of the situation, you begin to reclaim your own agency, stepping out of the fog of denial and onto the solid ground of truth. As the narrative deepens, we witness Helen's escalating panic, a fear so visceral that it seems to leap from the page and wrap its cold fingers around the listener's throat. She is terrified of implicating Robert. Every question from the investigators, every casual inquiry from a neighbor, feels like a trap designed to snap shut on the man she loves. She finds herself mentally rehearsing her answers, spinning a delicate, fragile web of falsehoods to serve as his alibi. She is willing to lie, to perjure herself, and to cast a shadow of suspicion onto others, all to keep the spotlight of accusation away from him. Let us step into a cinematic moment of this agonizing struggle. Picture Helen sitting across from Detective Inspector Bland in her small, claustrophobic drawing room. The tea between them has grown cold, a film of oil glistening on its dark surface. The inspector's eyes are sharp, observant, noting the slight tremor in her fingers as she lifts her teacup. He asks a simple question. Did she see Robert return on the night in question, and did he seem in his usual spirits? Helen's heart hammers against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her mouth is dry, her tongue heavy. She knows that a single slip of the tongue, a single moment of hesitation, could destroy him. She looks the inspector in the eye, swallows her dread, and delivers a lie with the practiced ease of a seasoned actress, claiming Robert was home by 9, reading quietly by the fire. This scene illustrates a classic, heartbreaking psychological dynamic, the sacrificial protector. When we love deeply, our instinct is to absorb the blows meant for the other person. We believe that by taking on their guilt, by carrying their secrets, we are performing the ultimate act of devotion. But the subconscious mind knows the cost of this transaction. Every lie told to protect another is a small, slow poison injected into our own moral core. We begin to feel a deep pervasive sense of shame, not because we have done something wrong to harm another, but because we have betrayed our own integrity. We become prisoners of their secret, locked in a cage of our own making, holding the key but refusing to turn it because we fear what will happen to them if we step out. To heal from this pattern of self-sacrifice, one must learn the profound art of boundary restoration. You must understand that you are not the custodian of another adult's consequences when we step in to shield someone we love from the natural outcomes of their choices. We are not truly helping them. We are robbing them of the very suffering that might lead to their redemption and growth. If you are harboring a secret or maintaining an alibi for someone in your own life, practice the gentle release of control. Acknowledge that you cannot carry the weight of their destiny on your shoulders. It is a burden too heavy for any single soul to bear. Step back, lower your protective shield, and allow the truth to fall where it must, knowing that your survival does not depend on their concealment. This brings us to the core conflict of the entire chapter, and indeed, of Helen Vardon's entire confession, the eternal, devastating war between love and truth. This is not a simple choice between right and wrong. If it were, Helen's torment would be easily resolved. No, this is a tragedy because it is a conflict between two highest goods. On one side stands love, with its fierce, unyielding loyalty, its warmth, and its promise of companionship. On the other side stands truth, cold, uncompromising, and absolutely essential for the preservation of justice and the human soul. To choose love is to live a lie. To choose truth is to betray the heart. Imagine Helen standing before her bedroom mirror late that night, the candle in her hand casting long, dancing shadows across her pale face. She looks at her reflection and hardly recognizes the woman staring back at her. By creating this shadowed alibi, by twisting the truth to save Robert, she has entered into a dark covenant. She realizes that the lie does not just exist in the words she spoke to the detective. It has taken up residence inside her. It has altered the very fabric of her reality. She can no longer look at Robert without seeing the phantom of his secret, and she can no longer look at herself without seeing an accomplice to a terrible deed. The love that once brought her so much joy has become a heavy, suffocating chain. Psychologically, this conflict represents the ultimate test of individual differentiation. It is the process by which we separate our own psychological and moral existence from the people we love. When we fail to differentiate, we lose our moral compass in the storm of our emotions. We allow our values to be dictated by our attachments, leading to a state of spiritual and emotional fragmentation. It is only when we have the courage to stand alone, to value truth over comfort, that we truly become whole. This does not mean we stop loving the person. Rather, it means we love them with our eyes open, refusing to sacrifice our own soul on the altar of their misdeeds. To apply this wisdom to your own life, you must find the courage to hold both love and truth simultaneously, without letting one erase the other. This requires a difficult, conscious shift in perspective. You can love someone deeply while still holding them accountable. You can wish them well. You can offer them compassion, but you must refuse to participate in their deception. If you are faced with a choice where honesty threatens a relationship, remember that a connection built on a foundation of lies is nothing more than a beautiful house built over a sinkhole. It is destined to collapse. Choose the path of integrity, even when it leads through the valley of grief, because only in the light of truth can you find lasting peace and authentic connection. As we reach the conclusion of this harrowing chapter, we leave Helen Vardon sitting in the gathering gloom, the shadowed alibi fully cast, the lie spoken, and the die irrevocably thrown. She has saved Robert for now, but at a cost that is yet to be fully realized. The atmospheric weight of her decision hangs heavy in the air, a silent storm waiting to break. The shadowed alibi has bought them time, but in the world of secrets, time is a treacherous currency that always demands a steep, ruinous interest. But as the echoes of Helen's desperate lie begin to settle, a new and even more chilling realization begins to dawn upon her. For an alibi, no matter how carefully constructed, is only as strong as the silence of those who hold it. And as the dark night begins to give way to the cold, gray light of morning, Helen realizes that someone else was watching from the shadows of the riverbank that night. Someone who knows the truth, someone who is about to step forward from the darkness, demanding a price that Helen may not be able to pay. Turn the page with me now, as we step out of the quiet parlor and into the cold, damp air of the next chapter, where we must confront the terrifying consequences of the lie, and meet the mysterious figure who holds the key to Helen's undoing. Chapter 15: Analyzing the Poison. There is a quiet, almost sacred terror in the word toxicology. It is a word that carries the weight of secrets whispered in the dark, of invisible killers that slip past the defenses of the human body without a sound, leaving behind only the cold stillness of death. To understand poison is to understand the fragile threshold between life and nothingness. As we step into the 15th chapter of Helen Vardon's Confession, we find ourselves standing in the dimly lit sanctuary of Dr. John Thorndyke's laboratory. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of ether, coal gas, and the faint, acrid bite of mineral acids. A single gas lamp casts a warm, amber glow over the cluttered workbench, illuminating a forest of glass beakers, delicate pipettes, and the serpentine coils of a condenser. Outside, the fog of London presses against the window panes like a silent spectator. But inside, there is only the rhythmic, mesmerizing drip of distilled water and the soft, steady breathing of two men who hold a woman's life in their hands. Imagine the sheer emotional weight of this moment. Helen Vardon, a woman accused of the ultimate betrayal, sits in a cold prison cell, her future hanging by a thread that is rapidly fraying. To the world, she is already condemned. The prosecution has woven a narrative so tight, so seemingly logical, that the public has already fitted the noose around her neck. They speak of motive, of opportunity, and of a deadly substance administered with cold, calculating intent. But science does not care for narratives. Science does not listen to the gossip of the streets or the impassioned speeches of lawyers. Science seeks only the truth, frozen in the cold, objective reality of chemical reactions. Let us watch Dr. Thorndike as he begins his analysis. His hands, long and remarkably steady, move with the grace of a surgeon and the reverence of a priest. He does not rush. In his world, haste is the parent of error, and error in this laboratory means a walk to the gallows for an innocent soul. Beside him stands Dr. Jervis, his loyal companion, watching with a mixture of anxiety and awe. Thorndike is preparing to test the biological specimens for the presence of the suspected toxin. He gently transfers a small portion of the dark, mysterious fluid into a glass flask, adding a measure of pure hydrochloric acid. As he heats the mixture over a gentle spirit flame, a faint vapor begins to rise, snaking its way through the glass tubing. This is not merely a chemical experiment. It is a resurrection of evidence. It is the process of forcing the dead to speak, of compelling the silent witness of the victim's body to reveal the true identity of its destroyer. The tension in the room is palpable. Every bubble that rises through the liquid, every crackle of the flame, feels like a heartbeat counting down the seconds of Helen's remaining hope. This meticulous laboratory analysis is a profound metaphor for our own lives. How often do we find ourselves accused by the world, or perhaps by our own harsh inner critic, of failures and sins we did not truly commit? We allow the loud, emotional prosecution of our fears to convict us in the court of our own minds. But what if we were to adopt the mindset of Dr. Thorndike? What if we were to take our pain, our doubts, and our accusations, and place them under the dispassionate light of objective analysis? When we dissect our troubles with scientific clarity, isolating the facts from the emotional noise, we often find that the monstrous charges against us crumble into nothingness. Thorndike now focuses his attention on the nature of the toxic agent itself. The prosecution has boldly asserted that the poison used was a common, crude irritant, easily obtained and clumsily administered. It is a convenient theory, one that fits their portrait of Helen as a desperate, reckless woman. But as Thorndike monitors the reaction, a different story begins to emerge. He observes the way the substance behaves under the influence of various reagents. He notes the absence of the characteristic precipitate that a crude poison would yield. Instead, he detects the faint, unmistakable signs of a highly complex, volatile alkaloid, a substance so rare and difficult to isolate that its very presence points to a hand far more sophisticated than Helen's. This is the turning point of the analysis. The poison is not what they claimed it to be. It is a subtle, insidious compound, one that requires specialized knowledge to prepare and administer. The sheer complexity of the agent refutes the prosecution's theory of a sudden, passionate impulse. It reveals a premeditated, highly calculated design that could only belong to someone with deep scientific training. Consider the profound psychology of this discovery. We often suffer in life not from the blatant, obvious blows of fate, but from the subtle, invisible toxins that find their way into our daily existence. These are the slow poisoning elements, the toxic relationships that masquerade as love, the silent resentments we cherish in secret, the persistent whispers of unworthiness that we drink in daily until our spirits are paralyzed. Just like the rare alkaloid in Thorndyke's flask, these psychological poisons are difficult to detect at first. They do not cause immediate, dramatic collapse. Instead, they slowly erode our vitality, our joy, and our sense of self. To free ourselves, we must first identify the exact nature of the poison. We must call it by its true name, understanding how it operates within our system, so that we can begin the work of neutralizing its effects. Now, watch as Thorndyke prepares the final, decisive demonstration that will completely demolish the prosecution's case. He sets up a Marsh's apparatus, a delicate instrument designed to detect even the most infinitesimal traces of arsenic. The laboratory is plunged into a tense, breathless silence as the gas is ignited at the end of the glass jet. Thorndyke holds a cold porcelain plate directly in the path of the tiny, pale blue flame. If arsenic is present in the quantity claimed by the Crown, a dark, metallic mirror of deposit will instantly form on the white surface. Jervis leans forward, his hands clenched, his heart hammering against his ribs. The flame flickers. The porcelain remains clean, pristine, untarnished. There is no mirror. There is no arsenic. The very foundation of the prosecution's case has vanished into thin air, proven false by the immutable laws of chemistry. The relief that washes over the laboratory is almost overwhelming, a silent victory of truth over prejudice, of light over darkness. This dramatic confrontation between scientific proof and human assumption is a beautiful reminder of the power of truth. The prosecution's theory was built on circumstantial evidence, on prejudice, and on a desire for a quick resolution. It was a structure built on sand. But science, grounded in reality, provided a rock-solid foundation that no amount of legal rhetoric could shake. When you face the storms of life, when others misunderstand you, or when circumstances seem to conspire against your peace of mind, remember this laboratory. Remember that the truth does not need to shout to be heard. It does not need to employ theatrics or play on the emotions of the crowd. The truth simply is. By grounding yourself in your own truth, by collecting the quiet, undeniable evidence of your own integrity, you build a fortress that no false accusation can ever breach. To apply this wisdom to your own life journey, let us take a moment to walk through a gentle, step-by-step process of self-distillation. First, when you feel overwhelmed by a negative situation, pause and step back into the role of the observer, just as Thorndyke did at his workbench. Isolate the problem. What are the cold, hard facts, stripped of all emotional assumptions? Second, identify the nature of the toxic element. Is it a belief you are holding onto? Is it the influence of someone else's projection? Label it clearly, without judgment. And finally, seek the undeniable proof of your own resilience. Look back at your history, at the times you survived, the times you chose kindness over anger, and the times you stood tall in the face of adversity. This is your scientific proof of your own worth. Let this evidence wash away the false narratives of your fears. As we bring this chapter of deep analysis to a close, We see Dr. Thorndyke quietly extinguishing the spirit lamp. The glass apparatus begins to cool, and the heavy silence of the laboratory returns, but it is no longer a silence of dread. It is a silence of profound triumph. The poison has been analyzed, its secrets laid bare, and the path to Helen Vardon's deliverance has been illuminated by the steady glow of scientific truth. But our journey is far from over. Though the truth has been discovered in the quiet sanctuary of the laboratory, it must now be brought into the light of the courtroom, where it will face the fierce resistance of those who prefer the comfort of a convenient lie. Join me in the next chapter as we step out of the quiet shadows of the Temple of Science and into the roaring crucible of the courtroom, where the battle for Helen's life will reach its ultimate, breathtaking climax. Chapter 16: The Forged Document. The human hand is a strange and beautiful instrument of the soul, a delicate bridge between the unspoken depths of our inner worlds and the tangible reality of the physical earth. When we take up a pen, we do not merely trace characters upon a page. We leave an indelible imprint of our nervous energy, our history, our secret fears, and our silent triumphs. Every curve of a letter, every sudden hesitation of the ink, and every decisive stroke is a microscopic portrait of a human life at a singular, unrepeatable moment in time. But what happens when that sacred expression is violated? What happens when another hand attempts to steal your voice, to mimic your unique signature, and to weave a net of lies designed to drag you into the abyss of ruin? This is the dark and heavy atmosphere that hangs over us as we step into the quiet, shadow-draped chambers of Temple, where the air smells of old leather, chemical reagents, and the faint, sweet scent of lavender. Here, we find ourselves standing beside Helen Vardon, feeling the rapid, desperate beating of her heart as she faces the ultimate betrayal, a forged document designed to seal her fate. To look upon a piece of paper and know that it speaks a lie is a deeply disorienting experience. It shakes the very foundations of our trust in reality. Let us stand together in the soft, amber glow of the lamp in Dr. John Thorndyke's laboratory, watching as he carefully unfolds the suspicious letters that have cast such a dark shadow over Helen's life. The room is quiet, save for the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner, a sound that feels like the slow, steady counting down of a prisoner's remaining moments of freedom. Thorndyke does not rush. He possesses the quiet, unshakable patience of a man who knows that truth is not a loud, dramatic revelation, but a series of quiet whisperings waiting to be decoded by those who have the eyes to see and the patience to listen. He lays the letters flat upon a clean sheet of glass, his long, analytical fingers moving with a gentleness that feels almost reverent, as if he is handling the fragile wings of a captured bird. Look closely with him, and you will see the first crack in the illusion. A letter is not merely a collection of words. It is a physical structure. When a person writes naturally, their pen flows with a certain unconscious rhythm, a beautiful, liquid momentum born of habit and thought. But a forger cannot afford to be natural. The forger must watch every stroke, copying the curves and angles with an anxious, self-conscious deliberation. Thorndyke points his magnifying glass at the paper, and through the lens, the truth begins to unravel. We see the microscopic tremors, the tiny, telltale wobbles where the pen hesitated, pausing as the writer's eye checked the model they were copying. We see the sudden, unnatural pooling of ink at the foot of a letter where the pen rested for a fraction of a second too long. It is the visual signature of fear and deception. This physical reality mirrors a profound psychological truth that resonates deeply within our own lives. How often have we tried to present a forged version of ourselves to the world? How often do we, out of fear of rejection or a desperate desire for self-preservation, try to mimic a personality or a set of beliefs that do not truly belong to us? Just like the forger's line, our forced behaviors and artificial smiles carry a subtle, unconscious tremor that others can feel, even if they cannot put it into words. We exhaust ourselves trying to maintain the illusion of a perfect, constructed identity, forgetting that true power lies in the unpolished, natural flow of our authentic selves. When you try to write a life that is not yours, the ink will always pool, the hand will always tremble, and the truth will eventually find its way to the light. Thorndyke turns his attention to the very substance of the document, the paper and the ink, moving from the visible strokes to the invisible foundations. He lightens the room, drawing a heavy velvet curtain to block out the distracting glare of the street, and lights a single, intense lamp. He lifts the disputed letter, holding it up against the direct beam of light. The paper, which appeared solid and uniform moments ago, suddenly reveals its inner skeleton. Translucent lines appear, woven into the very fabric of the pulp during its creation. And there, shining like a ghost in the darkness, is the watermark, the manufacturer's secret emblem, along with a tiny, faint date, a year that postdates the supposed writing of the letter by a full 2 years. It is a stunning, heart-stopping moment of absolute clarity. The paper itself has spoken, delivering an unanswerable, silent testimony that exposes the entire fabrication. The document is an impossibility, a chronological phantom born of malice. This brilliant piece of forensic analysis invites us to look at the watermarks of our own lives. Every one of us carries silent, unseen marks within our character, watermarks forged in the crucible of our childhoods, our past pains, and our deepest loves. These marks are often invisible in the bright, chaotic glare of everyday life. But when we are held up to the light of a crisis, when we are tested by sorrow or temptation, our true nature is illuminated. You cannot fake the watermark of your character. You can pretend to be strong, you can pretend to be compassionate, but when the light of truth shines through you, the true year of your emotional maturity and the genuine quality of your soul will be revealed for all to see. If you wish to build a life that stands up to scrutiny, you must focus not on the superficial ink of your outward appearance, but on the deep, structural integrity of your inner paper. With the physical evidence laid bare, the grand, terrifying architecture of the conspiracy to frame Helen begins to emerge from the shadows. It is not a random act of cruelty, but a meticulously planned trap designed to exploit her vulnerabilities, to make her doubt her own sanity, and to force her into a state of helpless submission. The conspirators did not just forge her handwriting. They forged her destiny, weaving a narrative of guilt around her so tightly that she felt suffocated, unable to see any way out. This is the ultimate goal of gaslighting and psychological manipulation, to make the victim believe that they are the authors of their own misfortune, to turn their own mind against them until they willingly accept the chains of their captors. When we realize the depth of the conspiracy against Helen, our hearts ache with a profound, protective empathy. We recognize that cold, creeping dread. Who among us has not felt, at some point in our lives, that the world was conspiring against us? Who has not felt the crushing weight of a false narrative, perhaps spun by a toxic partner, a hostile colleague, or even the harsh, critical voice inside our own head that tells us we are worthless, guilty, and beyond redemption? It is a terrifying form of imprisonment because the bars are made of thoughts and beliefs rather than iron. But do not despair, for Thorndike's discovery offers us a beautiful, practical map for reclaiming our own lives. To dismantle the conspiracies that hold us back, we must adopt the mindset of the forensic investigator. Firstly, we must stop accepting the accusations of our fears as absolute truth. When a negative belief tells you that you are a failure or that you are trapped, you must treat that thought as a suspicious document. Examine it closely. Ask yourself, whose handwriting is this? Is this truly my voice? Or is it the voice of a critical parent, a past betrayer, or a cruel society trying to write my story for me? Secondly, hold your beliefs up to the light of objective reality. Look for the watermarks of truth. Does the evidence of your life actually support this negative story, or is it a fabrication built on old, outdated paper? And thirdly, seek out the wise mentors, the Thorndikes of your life, those loyal friends, therapists, or guides who can stand beside you in the dark, hold up the lamp of truth, and help you see the cracks in the lies that have bound you. As we bring this chapter of Helen Vardon's confession to a close, we feel a profound shift in the emotional landscape. The heavy, suffocating cloud of despair is beginning to part, letting in the first, golden rays of hope. The forged document, which was meant to be the instrument of Helen's destruction, has instead become the key to her liberation, a testament to the eternal truth that no matter how cleverly a lie is constructed, it can never truly replace the solid, unyielding reality of what is real. The conspiracy is beginning to crumble, its foundation of sand unable to bear the weight of scientific truth. But the journey is far from over. As the truth begins to dawn, it brings with it new dangers, new confrontations, and the urgent need to act before the conspirators realize their trap has been discovered. The air in the laboratory remains tense, charged with a quiet, electric anticipation. We can almost hear the soft rustle of the forged paper being slid back into its envelope, a sound that carries the promise of justice yet to be delivered. Let us hold onto this feeling of awakening power as we prepare to step forward, keeping our eyes wide open, our minds sharp, and our hearts anchored in the unshakable truth of who we really are. as we move together into the unfolding mystery of the chapters that lie ahead. Chapter 17: The Secret Draw. There is a peculiar, almost suffocating weight to a secret. It is not merely a piece of hidden information, but a living, breathing entity that dwells in the dark corners of our minds, consuming the oxygen of our peace until we are left gasping for truth. We often believe we can bury our pasts, lock them away in heavy iron chests, and throw key after key into the deepest oceans of our forgetfulness. But the truth has a restless spirit. It does not sleep, nor does it fade with the passage of time. Instead, it waits. It waits for the quiet hour when the house is still, when the shadows stretch long across the floorboards, and when the courage of desperation finally overcomes the paralyzing grip of fear. It is in this precise crucible of human vulnerability that we find ourselves as we enter Chapter 17, aptly titled, The Secret Draw. Close your eyes for a moment and let yourself step into the heavy, stagnant air of the late Julian Otway's private study. The room is a sanctuary of silence, preserved in a state of suspended animation since the tragedy occurred. Imagine the scent of stale tobacco, decaying leather-bound volumes, and the faint, sweet trace of old polish. The light filtering through the heavy velvet drapes is pale and weak, casting long, skeletal shadows across the floor. In the center of this room stands his massive oak writing table, a silent monument to a man whose life was a complex web of manipulation and control. Here, in this very space, we begin our search, not just for a missing document, but for the elusive, hidden motives that drive the human heart to its absolute limits. Searching the private sanctuary of someone who has passed away is an act of profound violation, yet it is also a sacred quest for understanding. Helen stands before the desk, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her fingers hover over the brass draw pulls, trembling with a mixture of reverence and dread. To touch these intimate relics of a life cut short is to cross a threshold from which there is no return. Every drawer she opens yields only the mundane detritus of a businessman's existence: unpaid bills, dry legal correspondence, and unremarkable receipts. But there is a whisper in the silence of the room, an intuitive pull that tells her the truth does not live in plain sight. Let us look closely at this act of searching. When Helen begins her meticulous exploration of the study, she is not merely looking for paper. She is searching for the reality of the man she was forced to call husband. In a suspenseful, quiet moment, she sits in his high-backed leather chair, feeling the phantom pressure of his presence. She begins to tap the wood, listening for the hollow resonance that betrays a hidden compartment. This is a classic, cinematic dance between the seeker and the hidden. Each tap of her fingernails against the dark mahogany sounds like a ticking clock, counting down the seconds of her innocence. Her inner monologue is a torrent of doubt. What if she finds nothing? Worse, what if she finds exactly what she fears? Her breath comes in shallow, ragged gasps as she presses against the ornamental molding at the back of the desk, hoping against hope for a mechanical click. Psychologically, This act of searching a forbidden space touches upon our deepest subconscious fears of exposure and discovery. Why are we so fascinated by hidden spaces? It is because the secret drawer is a physical manifestation of the shadow self, that hidden reservoir of our personalities where we store the thoughts, desires, and deeds we dare not show to the light of day. When we witness Helen searching the study, we are subconsciously confronting our own hidden chambers. We ask ourselves, what would someone find if they ransacked the private corridors of my mind? The anxiety of the search is the anxiety of being truly known, stripped of our carefully constructed masks. It holds us back because we fear that our core is rotten, yet it guides us forward because we instinctively know that wholeness can only be achieved when the hidden is finally integrated into the light. If you find yourself standing at a similar threshold in your own life, carrying the heavy burden of an unexamined truth, let me offer you a gentle, mentoring hand. To begin your own search, you must first cultivate the willingness to be uncomfortable. Start by identifying the areas of your life where you feel the greatest resistance, the topics you avoid, or the memories you have locked away. Approach these inner sanctuaries not with condemnation, but with a deep, compassionate curiosity. Ask yourself what you are protecting by keeping these drawers closed. Write down your fears without judgment, and as you do, you will find that the mere act of naming what is hidden robs it of its power over you. Step by step, you can open the compartments of your past and realize that the monsters you feared were only shadows waiting for a little light. And then, the moment of revelation arrives. As Helen's fingers slide along the underside of a small, decorative shelf within the bureau, they brush against a tiny, metal protrusion. She presses it. With a soft, mechanical sigh, a concealed panel springs open, revealing a narrow, dust-free drawer that has lay hidden for years. Inside lies a small, leather-bound journal, its pages worn and yellowed at the edges. Helen pulls it out, her touch reverent, almost fearful. As she opens the cover, she does not find the daily reflections of a romantic or the dry logs of a merchant. Instead, she finds a meticulously kept record of human misery. This is Otway's Journal of Blackmail, a ledger of secrets, weaknesses, and financial ruin. Imagine the chilling realization that washes over Helen as she reads the elegant, precise handwriting of her late husband. Each entry is a portrait of calculation and cruelty. He kept detailed accounts of the vulnerabilities of his associates, the indiscretions of his friends, and the desperate compromises of his enemies. He was a spider sitting at the center of a vast, invisible web, pulling the strings of lives he had systematically dismantled for his own gain. The room seems to grow colder as Helen turns the pages, realizing that the man she shared a home with was not just a difficult, cold husband, but a professional monster who fed on the fear and suffering of others. The psychological weight of this discovery is staggering. Her entire understanding of her past and her present is shattered in a single afternoon. The shock of finding such a betrayal of common humanity in a loved one's possessions is a profound psychological trauma. It represents the collapse of an illusion. We construct narratives about the people around us to keep ourselves feeling safe and sane. When we discover that someone we knew, or thought we knew, was capable of such systematic deceit, it shatters our sense of reality. Our subconscious mind reels because if we were so wrong about them, how can we trust our own judgment about anything else? This realization can freeze us in a state of perpetual suspicion, keeping us from forming deep connections with others. Yet, it is also a vital step toward liberation. Only by seeing the truth of our betrayals can we stop blaming ourselves for the pain we suffered. It frees us from the gaslighting of the past and allows us to anchor our lives in what is real, rather than what is comfortable. To apply this lesson to your own journey, you must learn the art of releasing false narratives. When you discover that someone in your life was not who they claimed to be, or when you uncover a painful truth about a past relationship, allow yourself to grieve the loss of the illusion. Do not rush to excuse their behavior, nor should you allow anger to consume you indefinitely. Instead, practice the discipline of radical acceptance. Acknowledge that two truths can exist at once. They may have been important to you, and they may also have been deeply damaging. By accepting the full reality of who they were, you reclaim your own power. Write a letter to them that you will never send, expressing all your anger, confusion, and grief, and then safely burn it or discard it, symbolizing the release of their hold over your present. With the discovery of the blackmail journal, the entire landscape of the investigation undergoes a sudden, dramatic shift. Helen realizes that the circle of people with a motive to harm Julian Otway is not small, but immense. He had ruined lives, blackmailed prominent figures, and driven men to the brink of despair. Suddenly, the focus of suspicion shifts away from her and her immediate circle, radiating outward into a dark sea of potential adversaries. Every name in that ledger represents a desperate soul who might have been pushed far enough to seek the ultimate silence. The mystery is no longer a simple tragedy, but a complex tapestry of revenge, desperation, and justice sought by lawless means. This expansion of the mystery is a beautiful metaphor for the interconnectedness of our lives. No action is taken in a vacuum. A single act of cruelty can ripple outward, creating a wave of consequences that returns to crush the person who initiated it. As Helen looks at the list of names, she feels a strange mixture of horror and profound relief. She is no longer the sole focus of the storm. She is merely one of many who were caught in Otway's orbit. The investigator must now look at the world with fresh eyes, recognizing that the quietest, most unassuming person might have carried the heaviest burden of hatred. Psychologically, shifting our focus from a single point of blame to a wider, more complex view of human relationships is essential for healing. We often fall into the trap of binary thinking, labeling ourselves or one other person as the sole source of our misery. We become obsessed with our own guilt or our own victimhood. But when we expand our perspective, we begin to see that human dynamics are incredibly complex, woven from threads of history, trauma, and unseen pressures. This realization does not excuse bad behavior, but it demystifies it. It helps us understand that people's actions are rarely about us. They are almost always about their own internal battles and unresolved pain. This shift in perspective is what allows us to step out of the role of the victim and become objective observers of our own lives. To cultivate this broader perspective in your daily life, try the practice of reframing. When you find yourself in a conflict or harboring deep resentment toward someone, take a step back and try to map out the invisible pressures they might be facing. What fears drive them? What past hurts might they be reacting to? This is not to condone their actions, but to understand them. By widening the lens through which you view your struggles, you dismantle the exhausting drama of interpersonal warfare and replace it with a calm, discerning clarity that protects your peace of mind. As we bring this chapter to a close, we find Helen sitting at the desk, the journal resting before her like an open wound. The secret drawer has yielded its dark treasures, and in doing so, it has transformed the landscape of her world. The silence of the study is no longer suffocating, but pregnant with anticipation. The mystery of Julian Otway's death is no longer a closed book, but an open ledger of human desperation. Helen has taken her first steps toward true freedom, not by running away, but by having the courage to look into the dark and pull out the truth. But as one secret is brought to light, others begin to stir in the shadows. The names in the journal are not just ink on paper. They are living, breathing suspects, each with their own fears, their own desperate measures, and their own reasons to keep the past buried. The air in the study grows colder as a sudden gust of wind rattles the window pane, a stark reminder that the storm outside is far from over. What will happen when these names are brought to the light? Who among them will go to any length to ensure their secrets remain hidden forever? As we turn the page to the next chapter, the shadows begin to lengthen, and we must prepare ourselves to meet the dangerous forces that have just been unleashed. Chapter 18: The Reconstructed Crime. To understand the true weight of Dr. John Thorndyke's hypothesis, we must first descend into the quiet, dust-laden atmosphere of a room where time has stood absolutely still. Imagine, if you will, the heavy scent of old paper, the faint, metallic tang of dried ink, and the oppressive chill of a space that has been sealed away from the warmth of the living. It is in these silent, forgotten corners of human existence that the truth often hides, buried beneath the weight of hasty assumptions and the loud, clamoring voices of public judgment. There is a profound philosophical truth in the realization that what we perceive as reality is often merely a shadow cast by our own fears and expectations. When we look at a tragedy, our minds naturally seek the easiest path to resolution, even if that path requires us to sacrifice an innocent soul to satisfy our craving for order. Helen Vardon sat in the dimness of her confinement, her heart heavy with a guilt that was not entirely her own, wrapped in a silence that felt as thick as a woolen shroud. And yet, in the brilliant, analytical mind of Thorndyke, there was no room for easy answers or convenient scapegoats. He understood that to find the truth, one must possess the courage to dismantle the obvious, piece by painstaking piece, and look at the world not as we wish it to be, but as it truly is. Let us begin our journey into this reconstructed night by stepping directly into the shadows of the fateful room where the tragedy unfolded. Picture the scene with the absolute clarity of a cinematic masterpiece. The rain is beating a relentless, rhythmic tattoo against the leaded glass windows, a cold, dark London night pressing against the glass like an uninvited ghost. On the desk, a single candle flickers, casting long, dancing shadows across the mahogany paneling. The police had looked at this room and seen a simple, tragic equation: a dead man, a smoking pistol, and a woman who had every reason to wish him gone. It was an open and shut case, a narrative so neat that it required no further thought. But Thorndyke did not see equations. He saw physical reality. He stood in the center of that silent room, his keen eyes scanning the floor, the angles of the furniture, the tiny, almost imperceptible splatters of wax upon the carpet. He began to move, not with haste, but with the deliberate, hypnotic grace of a master craftsman. He measured the distance from the chair to the doorway. He calculated the trajectory of the bullet, not from the wounds described in the autopsy report, but from the physical laws of momentum and resistance. He realized that for the fatal shot to have been fired in the manner the prosecution claimed, the laws of nature themselves would have had to bend. The angle of entry was too steep, the residue on the victim's hand too distinct, and the absence of singeing on the fabric of his coat spoke of a distance that made the official theory a physical impossibility. This meticulously reconstructed moment is not just a triumph of forensic science. It is a profound metaphor for the way we treat our own personal histories. How often do we look back at the defining tragedies of our lives, the broken relationships, the failed endeavors, the moments of deep, paralyzing regret, and accept the first, most painful explanation that our inner critic offers? We tell ourselves that we were entirely to blame, that our weakness caused the disaster, or that we were destined to fail from the very beginning. We accept this narrative because, in a strange, masochistic way, it is easier to feel guilty than to feel helpless. But Thorndyke teaches us that our initial memories of a crisis are often deeply flawed, colored by the trauma of the event itself. Psychologically, we must learn to separate the emotional noise of our memories from the objective facts of what actually occurred. When you find yourself drowning in the guilt of a past mistake, I invite you to take a deep, slow breath and step back from the emotion. Act as your own investigator. Write down the facts of the event, stripped of all adjectives and self-condemnation. Look at the timeline, the external pressures you were under, and the limited information you had at the time. You will often find, just as Thorndyke did in that dusty London study, that the narrative of your absolute guilt is a structural impossibility. As we move deeper into the heart of Thorndyke's investigation, we encounter the second key pillar of his methodology, the demonstration of the sheer impossibility of the initial police theory. To watch Thorndike dismantle the prosecution's case is to watch a sculptor chip away at a block of cheap plaster to reveal the flawless marble beneath. The police had built their entire case on a foundation of prejudice and superficial evidence. They saw Helen's despair, her financial desperation, and her presence at the scene, and they wove these threads into a tight, suffocating noose. But Thorndike knew that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and this chain was constructed entirely of illusions. In a dramatic demonstration before the defense team, he recreated the physical dynamics of the struggle. He pointed to the location of the inkstand, which had been overturned on the desk. If the struggle had occurred as the police described, the ink would have flowed in a completely different direction, pooling against the edge of the blotter rather than cascading down the front of the draws. He showed how a specific, overlooked stain on the sleeve of the victim's jacket could only have been made if his arm had been raised in a defensive posture against an attacker who was significantly taller than Helen. With each demonstration, the solid, terrifying structure of the prosecution's theory began to crumble into dust, revealing the hollow prejudice that lay at its core. The psychological significance of this dismantling cannot be overstated. It represents our subconscious struggle against the dominant, oppressive narratives that society, or our own upbringings, force upon us. We are often handed a script by the world, a script that dictates who we are, what we are capable of, and where we have failed. We accept these societal verdicts without question, allowing them to define our self-worth and limit our potential. We walk through life wearing the chains of a conviction we did not deserve. But when we learn to question the absolute authority of these external narratives, we reclaim our power. To apply this in your own life, you must learn to identify the negative theories others have constructed about you. When someone tells you that you are too emotional, too weak, or incapable of success, do not accept it as a truth. Instead, demand the evidence. Examine the trajectory of their claims. Are they basing their judgment on physical reality? Or are they merely projecting their own fears and limitations onto you? By systematically challenging the validity of these external judgments, you strip them of their power to harm you, leaving behind a clean slate upon which you can write your own true story. This brings us to the final, crucial phase of Thorndike's work in this chapter, the preparation of the legal defense team for the trial. The atmosphere in the barrister's chambers was thick with tension, a palpable anxiety that hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. The lawyers, accustomed to traditional legal battles of rhetoric and character assassination, were hesitant, unsure of how to wield this new weapon of scientific truth. They were terrified of the courtroom, of the brilliant, ruthless prosecutor who would seek to tear their defense to shreds. But Thorndike stood before them not as a mere witness, but as a soothing, invincible mentor. He did not offer them empty reassurances or emotional appeals. Instead, he handed them a shield of absolute, verifiable fact. He taught them how to present the physical evidence so clearly that even the most biased juror would be unable to deny it. He showed them how to turn the prosecution's own witnesses against them, transforming the trial from a theater of emotional manipulation into a sanctuary of objective truth. He infused the room with a profound sense of hope, a belief that justice, when armed with clarity and courage, must ultimately prevail. For the listener who is facing their own trial, whether it be a difficult career transition, a painful personal conflict, or a silent battle with mental health, this preparation offers a beautiful, practical guide for the soul. When you are preparing to face a daunting challenge, you must not rely on raw emotion or wishful thinking. You must build your internal defense team with deliberate care. Surround yourself with the truths of your own resilience, your past victories, and your inherent worth. Practice articulating your boundaries and your truths in the quiet of your own mind before you have to defend them in the world. When you feel the cold hand of anxiety gripping your chest, remind yourself that you do not have to fight this battle with anger or desperation. You can fight it with a calm, unshakable certainty of who you are and what you have survived. Like Thorndike's lawyers, you will find that when you are armed with the truth of your own experience, the terrifying specters of your fears begin to lose their form, dissolving into nothingness before your very eyes. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the beautiful, intricate tapestry that Dr. Thorndike has woven before us. He has taken the fragmented, chaotic pieces of a terrible night and reassembled them into a monument of truth and liberation. He has shown us that even in the darkest, most hopeless situations, there is always a thread of light waiting to be discovered by those who have the patience and the courage to look. Helen Vardon's confession, once a death sentence, now begins to look like the key to her ultimate freedom, a testimony not of guilt, but of a profound, self-sacrificing love that is about to be vindicated. But the path ahead remains perilous, and the shadows of the courtroom are already lengthening, preparing to test this newly constructed truth in the fires of public scrutiny. As we prepare to step out of the quiet sanctuary of the laboratory and into the roaring tempest of the trial, we must carry these lessons with us. We must remember that truth is not merely the absence of a lie, but a living, breathing reality that must be defended with every breath we take. In our next chapter, the doors of the courtroom will swing open, and we will witness the ultimate clash between the illusions of the past and the brilliant, piercing light of the reconstructed truth. Stay with me, dear listener, as we take that fateful step forward into the heart of the storm, where the destiny of an innocent soul hangs in the balance, and where the power of a single, objective truth will be tested to its very limits. Chapter 19: The Trial Begins. Imagine, if you will, the cold, unforgiving scent of polished oak and damp wool, a scent that clings to the drafty, high-ceilinged chambers of the courthouse like the memory of ancient grievances. There is a moment, just before the gavel falls, when the entire universe seems to hold its breath, suspended in a terrible, suffocating silence. It is the moment when a human life is stripped of its privacy, its quiet sanctuaries, and laid bare upon the altar of public scrutiny. We must ask ourselves, dear listener, what is a courtroom if not our secular temple of judgment? A place where our deepest, Most vulnerable truths are weighed on scales that are all too often tilted by prejudice and spectacle. In this 19th chapter of Helen Vardon's Confession, we stand at the threshold of this very temple. We are not merely observers of a legal proceeding. We are witnesses to the ultimate trial of the human spirit. It is here that Helen must face the accumulated weight of her choices, her silences, and the labyrinth of misunderstandings that have brought her to this precipice. The trial begins, and with it, the unraveling of a destiny. As Helen is led into the dock, the collective gaze of 100 strangers falls upon her like a physical blow. The air in the courtroom is heavy, thick with the rustle of newspapers, the low, predatory hum of gossip, and the sharp, metallic tang of fear. To enter such a space under the accusation of a capital crime is to feel oneself utterly cast out from the human family. Helen walks with her chin slightly raised, her fingers resting lightly on the cold iron railing of the dock, not out of arrogance, but out of a desperate, instinctual need to keep her knees from buckling. The sea of faces before her is a blur of curiosity and condemnation. In her mind, a quiet storm rages. She remembers the quiet garden of her youth, the soft rustle of leaves that once promised peace, and she contrasts it with this wooden cage where her life hangs in the balance. The tension in the room is a living thing, stretching tighter and tighter with every passing second, until the clerk rises to read the indictment, and the reality of her peril crashes down like a physical weight. This moment of entering the arena of judgment is one that resonates deeply with our own secret fears. Who among us has not feared the day when our private struggles, our compromises, and our quiet shames are brought into the harsh light of day? The psychological terror of the trial lies in this absolute exposure. When we are judged by others, we are forced to confront the gap between who we know ourselves to be and the caricature that the world constructs of us. It is a primal fear, rooted in our evolutionary need for belonging. To be cast out by the tribe, to be labeled as the transgressor, is a form of psychic death. When you find yourself facing your own trials in life, when the judgments of friends, family, or colleagues seem to hem you in, remember that their gaze is often a reflection of their own anxieties, not your worth. To survive the gaze of the crowd, you must find a center of gravity within yourself that no external verdict can touch. Breathe deeply, anchor your feet to the earth, and recognize that the caught of public opinion is a fleeting, fickle theater. Your truth remains yours alone, inviolable and quiet. The silence is broken by the rise of the prosecutor, a man whose very posture exudes a cold, mathematical certainty. He begins his opening statement, and his voice is a finely tuned instrument of destruction. He does not merely present facts. He weaves a tapestry of guilt, painting Helen as a creature of calculating malice, a woman who used her beauty and her vulnerability as a shield to commit the unspeakable. He takes the innocent threads of her life, her moments of despair, her desperate attempts to find freedom, and twists them into a sinister pattern. Listening to him, Helen feels a chilling sensation, as if she is watching a stranger being described, a monstrous double who wears her face but possesses none of her humanity. The prosecutor speaks of her silence not as the paralysis of terror, but as the cunning of a guilty mind. He speaks to the jury, capturing their imaginations with a narrative that is simple, clean, and utterly devastating in its falsehood. This weaponization of narrative is a classic dynamic that we see played out not just in courtrooms, but in the quiet battlefields of our daily relationships. It is the pain of being fundamentally misunderstood, of having your pain reframed as malice, and your self-defense labeled as aggression. When someone rewrites your history to suit their own agenda, it creates a profound sense of vertigo, a feeling that the very ground beneath your feet is dissolving. The subconscious mind, when faced with this distortion, screams for defense, tempting us to lash out, to scream our innocence into the wind. But the soothing hand of wisdom counsels a different path. When you are confronted with a false narrative about your life, do not waste your vital energy trying to argue with those who are committed to misunderstanding you. Instead, document your truth quietly. Maintain your internal ledger with absolute honesty. When the storm of accusation rages, do not let the noise of the prosecutor define your internal dialogue. Speak your truth when called upon, but do so with the calm authority of one who does not need to beg for belief. Then comes the moment of reckoning, the cross-examination. Helen is called to stand, to face the barrage of questions designed to trip her, to expose her, to make her weep or rage. The prosecutor approaches her like a beast of prey, his questions sharp, rapid, and loaded with insinuation. Yet, it is here, in the very heart of the fire, that something remarkable happens. Helen does not break. She stands with a quiet, luminous poise that confounds her accusers. When asked questions designed to provoke an emotional outburst, she pauses, allows the silence to settle in the room, and answers in a voice that is low, clear, and steady. She does not offer elaborate excuses. She speaks the plain, unvarnished truth, even when that truth is painful or inconvenient. Her poise is not the coldness of indifference, but the stillness of a soul that has already survived the worst that life can inflict. In her quiet dignity, the power dynamic of the courtroom begins to shift, if only imperceptibly, as the jury beholds not a monster, but a deeply suffering, profoundly dignified human being. This display of grace under fire is a testament to the supreme power of vulnerability when it is coupled with self-possession. In our own lives, we often believe that to defend ourselves, we must become hard, aggressive, and impenetrable. But true strength, the kind that disarms our accusers and commands respect, lies in our willingness to stand in our truth without armor. It is the strength of the willow that bends in the tempest while the mighty oak cracks. When you are put to the test, when life cross-examines your motives and your character, practice the art of the pause. Do not rush to fill the silence with defensive chatter. Allow your breath to settle. Look your challenges in the eye, and speak from the deepest, most honest part of your being. In doing so, you reclaim your power, transforming the crucible of judgment into a sanctuary of self-realization. As we bring this chapter to a close, we see Helen Vardon standing in the quiet dignity of her truth, a solitary figure of resilience amidst the swirling currents of accusation. The first day of the trial ends, leaving the court suspended in a state of profound uncertainty. The prosecutor's opening salvos have been delivered, but Helen's unshakable poise has cast a long, contemplative shadow over the proceedings. The battle lines have been drawn, and the stakes could not be higher. In the next chapter, we will witness the arrival of unexpected testimonies, voices from the past that threaten to shatter the fragile balance of the courtroom, and we will see whether Helen's quiet strength can withstand the gathering storm. Turn the page with me, dear listener, as we step deeper into the crucible, where the line between guilt and innocence, life and death, is drawn in the shifting sands of human testimony. Chapter 20: The Defense's Turn. The air inside the courtroom of the Old Bailey is always thick with a heavy, damp scent of history, of old wood, of desperate, whispered prayers, and the faint, bitter smell of rain-soaked wool. It is a space where lives are weighed not on the scales of mercy, but in the cold, unyielding balance of words. On this day, the silence is so profound that you can hear the faint, rhythmic ticking of the great clock on the wall, a sound that feels like a physical heartbeat, dragging the accused closer and closer to an uncertain destiny. We often find ourselves in these moments of profound trial in our own lives, standing in the courtroom of our own minds, accused by our doubts, our past mistakes, and the harsh judgments of a world that rarely takes the time to understand our truth. The defense's turn is not merely a legal procedure. It is the moment when we must stand up against the darkness, when we must gather our strength and declare that our story is not yet finished. As the judge leans forward, his face a mask of pale parchment, the quiet rustle of papers signals the beginning of a transformation. The defense calls Dr. John Thorndyke to the stand. Witnessing Thorndyke step into the witness box is like watching a lighthouse illuminate a stormy sea. He is a man who does not carry the heat of anger or the desperation of plea. He carries only the cool, beautiful, and unyielding light of objective science. His presence is a physical manifestation of reason in a room that has been drowned in emotional speculation. He places his hand upon the Bible, his voice deep, calm, and perfectly measured, sending a wave of reassurance through the suffocating atmosphere. To the accused, looking up from the wooden dock with a heart hammering in terror, Thorndyke represents the ultimate protector, the one who looks past the shadows of accusation to find the quiet, immutable facts. This moment teaches us a profound psychological truth about our need for an objective witness. When our minds are chaotic, filled with the screaming voices of anxiety and self-doubt, we desperately need to cultivate our own internal Dr. Thorndyke. We need that calm, observing presence within ourselves that refuses to participate in the hysteria, that looks at our failures not with condemnation, but with a desire to understand. To apply this in your own journey, when you feel overwhelmed by the accusations of your own mind, pause. Take a deep, slow breath, and imagine stepping into that calm, analytical witness box. Ask yourself, what are the actual, physical facts of this situation, separate from my fears? By separating your emotions from the reality of your circumstances, you strip the anxiety of its power, allowing the truth of your worth to shine through. As Thorndike begins to speak, he does not speak in the grand, sweeping gestures of the prosecutors. Instead, he focuses on the microscopic. He explains the scientific findings to the jury, translating the complex languages of chemistry, physics, and medicine into a story so clear, so vivid, that even the most simple-minded observer can see the truth unfolding before them. He points to a tiny speck of dust, a minute chemical reaction on a piece of fabric, and the precise angle of a physical wound. He shows how these silent witnesses, ignored by the hurried investigators of Scotland Yard, tell a story completely different from the prosecution's theory. The jury listens, their faces turning toward him like flowers seeking the sun, their initial prejudices melting away under the gentle, persistent warmth of undeniable logic. There is a beautiful, quiet magic in this level of clarity. In our daily lives, we are often overwhelmed by complex, tangled problems that feel too massive to solve. We think we must conquer them all at once, which only leads to paralysis. But the psychological secret of Dr. Thorndike is the power of reduction. He does not try to fight the entire prosecution at once. He dismantles their case brick by brick, grain of dust by grain of dust. When you face a mountain of worry, whether it is a failing relationship, a career crisis, or a deep-seated grief, you must break it down. Do not try to solve the entire future today. Focus on one small, verifiable fact at a time. What is one small truth you can rely on right now? By focusing on the smallest components of your reality, you build a foundation of certainty that no storm can wash away. Then comes the most dramatic shift in the courtroom, the dismantling of the prosecution's key witness. This witness, who had previously stood so confidently, weaving a tapestry of circumstantial lies and half-truths that seemed to doom the defense, now faces the quiet precision of Thorndike's evidence. Thorndike does not shout, nor does he show anger. He merely presents the physical impossibility of the witness's testimony. Under the weight of the scientific facts, the witness's confidence begins to crack. You can see the perspiration bead on their forehead, the nervous twitching of their fingers, the gradual realization that their constructed illusion is collapsing. The courtroom watches in breathless suspense as the false narrative is systematically torn apart, leaving only the bare, beautiful truth standing. This process of dismantling is a powerful metaphor for our own subconscious patterns. We often carry internal witnesses, false voices from our past, perhaps a critical parent, a cruel teacher, or a past rejection, that constantly testify against our potential. We believe these voices, allowing them to dictate our worth and our future. But when we bring these voices into the light of conscious awareness, when we cross-examine them with the actual evidence of our lives, they begin to crumble. The practical step here is to challenge your limiting beliefs. When a voice inside you says, "You are not enough," or "You will always fail," demand the evidence. Act as your own defense attorney. Ask that voice, where is the scientific proof of this claim? You will find that these negative beliefs are built on the fragile sand of old fears, and they cannot stand against the solid rock of your present resilience. As this chapter draws to its close, a profound silence settles over the courtroom, a silence not of despair, but of awe. The weight that had crushed the hearts of the accused and their loved ones is suddenly lifted, replaced by a quiet, trembling hope that feels as sweet as the first breath of spring air after a long, dark winter. The jury looks at the empty witness box, then at the defense, with a completely altered perspective. The narrative has shifted, the truth has been spoken, and the path to justice, once completely obscured by the shadows of deceit, is now illuminated with a brilliant, undeniable clarity. But the battle is not yet fully won. The arguments have been presented, the evidence has been laid bare, and the truth has emerged from the darkness. Yet, the final decision still hangs in the balance, waiting in the hearts and minds of those who must now deliberate. As we prepare to step forward, to hear how this newfound truth will clash with the final, desperate maneuvers of the prosecution, we carry with us the quiet confidence that once the light of truth has been lit, the darkness can never fully reclaim the room. Let us step quietly, with hearts full of anticipation, into the next chapter, where the final, decisive steps of this great struggle await us. Chapter 21: The Surprise Witness. Take a deep breath, and let your mind settle into the quiet, heavy stillness of a crowded courtroom where the air is thick with anticipation and the scent of old, polished mahogany. Imagine the soft, rhythmic ticking of a brass clock on the wall, a sound that feels like the slow, relentless march of fate itself. In this moment, we find ourselves standing on the precipice of a dramatic twist, a sudden shift in the wind that reminds us how quickly the landscape of a human life can change. There is a profound philosophical truth in these moments of sudden reversal. We often build the prisons of our own minds, believing with absolute certainty that our struggles are endless, that the verdict of our lives has already been written in stone, and that no rescue is possible. Yet, just when the darkness seems absolute, the universe has a way of turning a key in a lock we did not even know existed. Helen Vardon sits at the defense table, her pale face framed by the shadows of her own despair, her fingers tightly clasped in her lap as she prepares for the final, devastating blow of justice. But the story of the human heart is never truly finished until the very last word is spoken. Let us enter this scene together, feeling the collective holding of breath in the gallery as the heavy double doors at the back of the courtroom creak open. For weeks, the trial of Helen Vardon has seemed like a slow, inevitable march toward the scaffold. The prosecution has woven a tight, suffocating web of circumstantial evidence, and the defense has run out of answers. But then, a figure steps through the threshold, a man previously thought to have been lost to the great, swallowing mists of the city, or perhaps to the bottom of the Atlantic itself. It is Ronald Higgins, the quiet, overlooked clerk who had vanished on the very night of Otway's tragic demise. He is thin, His coat is slightly frayed at the cuffs, and his eyes carry the hollow look of a man who has lived with a heavy secret for far too long. He walks down the center aisle, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floorboards, a living specter returned to the world of the living to speak the truth. This sudden appearance of a missing witness is a beautiful, cinematic reminder of a classic dynamic that plays out in our own subconscious minds. Why do we find such profound relief in this kind of dramatic twist? It is because we are biologically and psychologically wired to anticipate the worst. When we are under prolonged stress, our brains construct elaborate, worst-case scenarios to protect us from the pain of disappointment. We convince ourselves that the missing piece of our puzzle will never be found, that the person who could vindicate us will never show up, or that our own internal strength has deserted us forever. But the appearance of Ronald Higgins reminds us that the truth has its own gravity. It cannot be buried forever. In your own life, when you feel completely abandoned by hope, remember that there are always unseen forces, forgotten memories, and hidden allies waiting in the wings of your experience, ready to step forward when the timing is exactly right. To apply this in your daily life, I invite you to cultivate a practice of radical openness. When you find yourself trapped in a narrative of defeat, gently ask yourself, what is the missing witness in my story? What is the one positive detail, the one forgotten strength, or the one unexpected kindness that I am ignoring simply because I am too focused on my own pain? As Higgins takes the stand, the silence in the courtroom becomes absolute, so deep that you can hear the faint rustle of the judge's robes as he leans forward. The barrister begins his questioning, and Higgins begins to speak, his voice starting as a dry whisper before gaining the steady, resonant strength of absolute conviction. He reveals the truth about Otway's final hours, painting a vivid picture of a dark, storm-swept evening in the study. He describes Otway not as a helpless victim, but as a desperate, ruined man pacing the floor like a caged beast, surrounded by the wreckage of his own fraudulent financial empire. Higgins recounts how he stood in the shadows of the hallway and watched through the half-open door as Otway, realizing that his ruin was total and immediate, reached into his desk drawer and drew out the small, amber glass vial of poison. It was not Helen who administered the fatal dose. It was Otway himself, choosing a swift, self-inflicted end over the public disgrace that awaited him the following morning. This revelation of the truth about Otway's final hours is a powerful metaphor for the illusions of guilt we carry in our daily lives. How often do we blame ourselves for the tragedies, the failures, and the toxic choices of the people around us? Subconsciously, we often take on the role of the accused because it gives us a false sense of control. If we are guilty, then we believe we had the power to change the outcome. But the truth is often far simpler and far more liberating. People make their own choices, driven by their own inner demons and desperate battles. When we realize this, the heavy cloak of false responsibility falls from our shoulders. To practice this, I encourage you to perform a simple mental inventory of your current worries. Identify one situation where you are carrying the burden of someone else's happiness or success, and whisper to yourself, "This is their journey, not my guilt." Let go of the need to be the author of another person's destiny. The climax of the afternoon arrives with a sudden, electrifying confession that stuns the courtroom into a state of absolute shock. As Higgins finishes his testimony, a sudden sob breaks from the front row of the gallery. It is the prosecution's star witness, the bitter, vindictive housekeeper who had previously sworn she saw Helen holding the glass of poison. She collapses forward, her face buried in her hands, weeping hysterically as she confesses to the conspiracy. She admits she was paid by Otway's vengeful associates to frame Helen, driven by her own deep-seated jealousy and greed. The sheer weight of the truth, delivered by Higgins, has shattered her resolve, forcing her to lay bare her own treachery in front of the entire assembly. The judge's gavel strikes the desk, but the sound is entirely drowned out by the collective gasp of the spectators. This moment of sudden confession speaks directly to the subconscious desire for justice and the inevitable triumph of truth over deception. In our personal journeys, we often feel frustrated by the lies, the manipulation, and the unfair judgments of others. We worry that the people who have wronged us will get away with their cruelty, and that our reputation will be permanently tarnished. But psychology teaches us that holding onto a lie requires an immense amount of cognitive and emotional energy. Eventually, the psychological pressure of deception becomes too great to bear, and the architecture of falsehood collapses under its own weight. You do not need to spend your precious energy fighting every false accusation or trying to prove your worth to those who choose to misunderstand you. Live your life with integrity, stand firm in your truth, and allow the natural laws of human psychology to do the work of vindication for you. In summary, this chapter of Helen Vardon's confession is a magnificent testament to the power of perseverance, the inevitability of truth, and the beautiful, unpredictable nature of human existence. It reminds us that no matter how dark the night may seem, the dawn is always preparing its entry. As we close this chapter and prepare to move forward, let the sense of relief and liberation wash over you, just as it did for Helen in that crowded, sunlit courtroom. In our next chapter, we will witness the beautiful, tender aftermath of this storm, exploring how the human soul begins to heal, rebuild, and open its doors to love once again, after the long, cold winter of despair has finally passed. Chapter 22: The Real Culprit Unmasked. They say that truth is a patient hunter, waiting in the deepest shadows of the human heart until the false lights we ignite to protect ourselves have finally burned to ash. For months, a suffocating darkness has hung over the lives of Helen Vardon and Robert Otway. It was a darkness built of whispered suspicions, pointed fingers, and the terrifying weight of a crime they did not commit. But tonight, in this quiet, rain-lashed room, the air thick with the scent of damp wool and old parchment, the truth is about to be laid bare. Imagine the scene, if you will. A single oil lamp flickers on the heavy mahogany table, casting long, dancing shadows against the bookshelves. Outside, The storm lashes against the window panes, a relentless, weeping witness to the human tragedy unfolding within. Every creak of the floorboards sounds like a heartbeat. Every breath feels drawn through glass. This is the moment where the tangled threads of deceit are finally unraveled, and the real culprit is forced to step out of the fog of anonymity. Let us look closely at how the pieces of this intricate puzzle begin to fall into place. For so long, the evidence seemed to point a mocking finger at those who were entirely innocent. But true forensic investigation is not merely about finding clues. It is about understanding the human soul that left them behind. Dr. Thorndyke, with his calm, razor-sharp intellect, begins to reconstruct the crime, connecting each fragment of physical reality to the true author of this horror. Consider the single-minute smudge of red sealing wax found on the desk, the microscopic fibers of rare wool caught in the brass latch of the window, and the peculiar, rhythmic spacing of the typed blackmail letters. These were not random occurrences. They were the unique signature of a predator, a man who sat in the high offices of respectability, hiding his claws behind a polished veneer of civility. This man is Julian Carter. He is the one who orchestrated the ruin, the one who pulled the strings from the safety of the background, letting others take the blame while he feasted on the spoils of his quiet malice. When we examine the psychological landscape of such a betrayal, we are forced to confront a terrifying truth about our own subconscious fears. Why does the mask of respectability fascinate us so deeply? It is because we all fear the wolf in sheep's clothing. We fear that the people we trust, the ones who smile at us across the dinner table or offer us a comforting hand in times of distress, might secretly be harboring a desire for our destruction. When Julian Carter is unmasked, it sends a shockwave through our psyche because it reminds us of the fragility of trust. This classic dynamic of the hidden betrayer holds us back in life, making us hypervigilant and hesitant to open our hearts. But when the truth is revealed, it acts as a profound release. It proves that evil, no matter how clever, always leaves a trail. It reassures us that the universe possesses a natural, moral equilibrium that cannot be permanently tilted. To apply this to your own life, think of the situations where you have allowed suspicion or self-doubt to keep you small. Perhaps you have felt blamed for things outside of your control, or perhaps you are carrying the silent weight of another person's projection. Like Helen, you must learn to stand quietly in your truth, allowing the storm of false accusations to rage around you without letting it penetrate your core. The practical wisdom here is simple yet incredibly difficult. Document your reality. Trust your instincts when a situation feels subtly wrong, and remember that you do not have to defend your character to those who are determined to misunderstand you. Let the facts of your life speak for themselves, and trust that time is the ultimate finder of truth. The second great revelation of this night is the exposure of the motive, a toxic mixture of insatiable greed and festering revenge. Julian Carter did not act out of sudden passion. His was a cold, calculated campaign born of a long-standing envy. He coveted the wealth, the reputation, and the peace of others because his own inner world was a barren wasteland. Every step he took was designed to transfer the burden of his own failures onto the shoulders of Robert and Helen. He wanted them to suffer, not just because it would enrich him, but because their innocence was a constant, painful reminder of his own corruption. This dynamic of envy and projection is a powerful force in the human experience. When someone cannot elevate themselves, their subconscious often drives them to tear others down to their level. It is a defense mechanism against their own feelings of insignificance. When we witness the dramatic fall of Julian Carter, we are reminded of the heavy price of greed. It is a slow poison that hollows out the soul until there is nothing left but a shell of deception. If you find yourself harboring resentment or comparing your journey to others, let this be a gentle warning. Turn your gaze inward and cultivate your own garden, for the path of envy leads only to a self-made prison of paranoia and isolation. As the final words of the confession are read, a profound silence descends upon the room. The burden is lifted. Helen Vardon and Robert Otway are cleared of all charges, their names restored to the light. The relief is almost tangible, like the first warm breeze of spring after a long, bitter winter. They look at each other, eyes wet with tears, realizing that the nightmare is finally over. They are free to love, free to live, and free to step out of the shadow of the gallows. This chapter closes with a sense of quiet triumph, but the air remains charged with suspense. The storm outside begins to clear, revealing a pale, silver moon that casts a cold light over the damp streets of London. The legal battle may be won, but the emotional scars of this trial remain deep. How does one begin to rebuild a life when the foundations have been so violently shaken? How do Helen and Robert heal the wounds of the past and find the courage to step into a future that is suddenly, blindingly bright? As we turn the page, we prepare to walk with them through the quiet aftermath of the storm, searching for the strength to forgive, to heal, and to truly live again. Chapter 23: The Aftermath of Justice. There is a peculiar, almost terrifying stillness that follows the crash of a great storm. When the thunder finally recedes and the howling winds die down into a whisper, the silence that remains is not merely the absence of sound. It is a heavy, living presence, thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the sudden, overwhelming realization of survival. It is in this profound silence that we find Helen Vardon in the immediate aftermath of her long, exhausting ordeal. The courtroom, once a theater of judgment and suffocating anxiety, has emptied. The echoing footsteps of the spectators, the sharp rap of the gavel, and the low, menacing murmurs of accusation have all faded into the past. Helen sits alone in a quiet room, the wooden chair beneath her feeling solid and real in a way nothing has felt for months. She looks down at her hands, resting in her lap. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, they are not trembling. The verdict has been delivered. Justice has spoken, and the heavy iron gates of her mental prison have swung open. Yet, as she draws in a deep, shuddering breath, She realizes that the end of a crisis is not the same as the beginning of peace. It is merely the clearing of the ground upon which peace must be painstakingly built. This is the great, often unspoken truth of human suffering. The aftermath of justice is not a sudden, radiant burst of joy, but rather a slow, quiet awakening. It is the beginning of healing and recovery, a process that requires as much courage as the battle itself. When we are in the midst of a struggle, our minds and bodies are sustained by the raw adrenaline of survival. We fight because we must. We endure because there is no other choice. But when the conflict ends, when the verdict is finally rendered and the danger passes, the sudden drop in tension can feel like a physical blow. The nervous system, long tuned to the high-pitched frequency of panic, does not know how to exist in the quiet. It expects another blow, another accusation, another shadow to emerge from the darkness. Think of Helen in this moment, staring out the window at the gray London sky. The dark shadow that had hung over her life for so long, the suffocating presence of coercion, fear, and silent complicity, has begun to dissolve. It does not vanish in a dramatic flash of light. Instead, it slowly thinned, like fog yielding to the morning sun. She remembers the weight of the secrets she carried, the agonizing certainty that she would be forever defined by her pain. How many times had she asked herself if she would ever feel clean again, if she would ever look into a mirror and see someone worthy of love and respect? The relief of the verdict is exquisite, yet it is also disorienting. She is free, but freedom is a vast, empty canvas, and she has forgotten how to paint. To understand this dynamic is to understand one of the deepest truths of the human psyche. When we are subjected to prolonged trauma or injustice, we develop a secondary identity, a survival self. This self is hypervigilant, guarded, and perpetually prepared for disaster. When the threat is removed, we are left with a strange sense of grief for the very armor we no longer need. We ask ourselves, who am I if I am no longer the victim? Who am I if I am no longer fighting for my life? This is the invisible hurdle of recovery, the silent transition from surviving to living. It requires us to lay down our weapons and trust that the ground beneath our feet will hold. It requires us to forgive ourselves for the compromises we made when we were simply trying to stay alive. For anyone listening who has ever stood in the ruins of their own personal storm, who has finally won a battle but found themselves weeping in the quiet aftermath, let this be a gentle hand upon your shoulder. The emptiness you feel is not a sign of failure. It is the spaciousness of a new beginning. The first step in reclaiming your future is to allow yourself to feel the full weight of your exhaustion. Do not rush to rebuild. Do not demand that your heart immediately sing with joy. Allow yourself to rest in the quiet. Acknowledge the scars, not as blemishes, but as the quiet testament to your resilience. Like Helen, look at your hands and realize that they are yours once more, free to hold whatever you choose to build next. As Helen rises from her seat and walks out into the cool, fresh air of a new afternoon, she feels the first genuine warmth of hope touch her face. The shadows are behind her, cast long and thin by a sun that is finally rising. She has survived the confession. She has survived the judgment. And now, she is ready to survive the peace. But as one chapter of her life closes, the echoes of the past still whisper in the wind. Justice has been served, yes, but the world does not stand still, and the true test of her transformation lies just ahead, waiting in the encounters and reunions that the next morning will bring. Chapter 24: A New Dawn. Let us begin with a truth that the heart understands long before the mind can put it into words. To love is to risk everything, and to be broken by love is perhaps the most exquisite, agonizing crucible a human soul can ever endure. In the quiet transition from darkness to light, there is a singular moment where the shadows of the past begin to soften, yielding to a warmth they can no longer resist. Imagine the scent of damp earth after a relentless storm, the quiet drip of rain from the leaves of an ancient oak, and the pale, silver-gold light of dawn slowly filtering through a window that has remained shuttered for years. This is the setting of our new beginning, the fragile canvas upon which Chapter 24, A New Dawn, is beautifully painted. Helen Vardon stands at this very window, her hand resting against the cold glass, watching the night depart. Her heart, once a fortress of secrets, grief, and unspoken confessions, is now open, trembling in anticipation of a truth she can no longer hide. For so long, she has lived in the suffocating silence of her own making, believing that suffering was her permanent companion. But as the sun rises, it brings with it the promise of a reunion that is not merely a meeting of two people, but a collision of two souls who have finally outrun their ghosts. Let us step into the room where Helen and Robert find themselves face to face once more, feeling the heavy, electric charge of the space between them. The air is thick with the weight of unuttered apologies and years of misdirected longing. Robert steps forward, his boots clicking softly against the wooden floorboards, a sound that seems to echo the steady, anxious beating of Helen's heart. He does not speak at first. Instead, he looks at Helen with a gaze that is both fiercely protective and entirely vulnerable. He sees the faint lines of sorrow around her eyes, and she sees the silver threading through his hair, a silent testament to the battles he fought while they were apart. In this quiet room, Helen finds her voice, telling him not of her anger, but of her deep, agonizing fear of losing him forever. Robert listens, his chest rising and falling, his hands trembling slightly before he reaches out to cup her face. In that single, tender touch, the walls of misunderstanding crumble. This is the moment of true romantic resolution, where two people stop fighting their circumstances and begin fighting for each other, recognizing that their love is the only anchor in a turbulent world. Psychologically, this reunion represents a profound shift in the human subconscious. We are wired to seek connection, yet our fear of rejection often drives us to build barriers, pushing away the very people we desire most. When we witness Helen and Robert collapsing these barriers, our own inner child exhales, feeling a deep sense of relief. We recognize that our deepest wounds can only be healed in the presence of vulnerability, through the courageous act of showing our truest, most scarred selves to another. It teaches us that love is not the absence of pain, but the willingness to be seen in our brokenness, allowing another person to touch the parts of us we have hidden away in shame. How do we apply this profound lesson to our own lives? It begins with courage to initiate the conversation we fear most. First, close your eyes and identify the person from whom you have withdrawn out of fear or pride. Second, prepare yourself to speak from a place of raw feeling rather than accusation, using language that describes your own internal landscape rather than their perceived faults. Third, extend a hand of vulnerability, allowing yourself to be seen without the armor of self-defense, knowing that true intimacy is born only when we dare to be completely exposed to the wind and the rain of another person's truth. Consider the years of torment Helen endured, the long nights of weeping in the dark, wondering if her sacrifice had any meaning in the grand design of her life. As she looks into Robert's eyes, she realizes that without the darkness, she would never have recognized the brilliance of this dawn. The suffering was not in vain. It was the chisel that carved out the capacity in her heart to hold a deeper, more resilient love. It is like the ancient Japanese art of kintsugi, where broken pottery is repaired with gold lacquer, making the mended vessel far more beautiful and valuable than it ever was before its fracturing. Helen's spirit is that mended vessel, gleaming with the golden lines of her past pain, standing strong in the presence of the man who represents her future. From a psychological perspective, our suffering acts as a transformative mirror. When we undergo profound emotional trials, our illusions of control are shattered, forcing us to confront our core vulnerabilities. If we repress this pain, it hardens into bitterness, poisoning our future relationships. But if we allow ourselves to process it, as Helen did, it fosters an extraordinary depth of empathy and emotional maturity. The subconscious learns that survival is possible, and with that realization comes an indestructible inner peace that no external storm can ever take away. To integrate this lesson, take a moment to reflect on your own darkest chapters. Ask yourself what that season of pain prepared you for, and how it shaped the person you are today. Write down the strengths you developed during your times of deepest sorrow, such as patience, resilience, or empathy. Recognize that your scars are not signs of weakness, but badges of honor, proving that you have met the worst life has to offer and emerged not only intact, but expanded in your capacity to love and understand. Now, look with me toward the horizon of their shared future. Helen and Robert stand side by side, looking out of the window as the sun finally clears the tree line, bathing the room in a warm, amber glow. There are no grand promises of an easy path ahead, but there is a quiet, unspoken pact between them. They will face whatever comes together, hand in hand. Robert places his arm around her waist, pulling her close, and Helen rests her head against his shoulder, feeling the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. The future is no longer a source of dread, but a landscape of infinite possibility, painted with the brushstrokes of mutual trust and enduring devotion. This forward-looking hope is essential for our psychological survival. Without a vision of a brighter tomorrow, the mind becomes trapped in a loop of past traumas, endlessly replaying old hurts and expecting the worst. By projecting hope into the future, we activate the brain's reward pathways, fostering resilience and motivating us to take positive actions in the present. It allows us to transition from a state of mere survival to one of active, joyful thriving, aligning our daily choices with our highest aspirations. To cultivate this hope in your own life, create a clear mental image of your ideal future, free from the constraints of your current difficulties. Allow yourself to feel the joy, peace, and security of that future state as if it were happening right now, letting that emotion wash over you. Make a conscious choice each morning to take one small, deliberate step toward that vision, no matter how insignificant it may seem, trusting that consistent action will eventually bridge the gap between where you are and where you long to be. In summary, this chapter is a testament to the power of redemption, showing us that no night is so dark that it cannot be conquered by the dawn, and no heart is so broken that it cannot be healed by love. Helen and Robert have traversed the wilderness of despair, and in doing so, they have found a love that is pure, tested, and unbreakable. As we leave them in the warmth of their new beginning, we must prepare ourselves to explore how these newly mended bonds will face the ultimate test of reality as we transition into the deeper, more complex mysteries of the human heart in our next chapter. Chapter 25: The Final Assessment. Let us step together into the quiet, shadow-draped sanctuary of the temple chambers, where the scent of old leather, dried ink, and the faint, bitter tang of chemical reagents hangs heavy in the air. Outside, the relentless London rain taps a rhythmic, melancholy lullaby against the soot-stained window panes, but inside, a profound silence reigns. It is the silence of a crucible, the quiet that follows a devastating storm of the soul. In this space sits Dr. John Thorndyke, his sharp, intellectual profile illuminated by the amber glow of a single desk lamp. He is a man who has dedicated his life to the cold, unyielding pursuit of objective truth, yet in this moment, his eyes reflect a deep, compassionate understanding of the human tragedy that has unfolded before him. He holds the written confession of Helen Vardon, a document thick with pain, sacrifice, and the suffocating weight of false guilt. As he prepares to deliver his final assessment, we are forced to confront a timeless, haunting question. Why is it that the human heart, when pushed to the brink of despair, will eagerly construct its own prison, choosing the certainty of self-inflicted punishment over the terrifying ambiguity of freedom? This brings us to the first profound pillar of Thorndyke's final assessment, the magnificent triumph of scientific truth over circumstantial appearance. To understand this dynamic, we must realize that our senses are easily deceived by the theater of life. We look at a tragedy, we see a smoking gun, a tear-stained face, a desperate flight into the night, and our minds instantly weave a story of guilt. We do this because the brain craves patterns and narratives, even if those narratives are destructive. Consider, for a moment, the harrowing story of a young engineer named Edward, who found himself accused of sabotaging a vital city aqueduct. The circumstantial evidence against him was staggering. He was found at the scene of the collapse, his clothes drenched, his hands covered in the specific grease used on the floodgate mechanisms, and his journal filled with desperate, chaotic scribblings about an impending doom. To the townspeople, and even to Edward himself in his state of shock, his guilt seemed absolute. He began to believe he must have committed the act in a fugue state of madness. But then, an investigator with Thorndyke's meticulous dedication arrived. This investigator did not look at the grease on Edward's hands as a symbol of guilt. Instead, he analyzed the chemical composition of the grease under a microscope. He discovered that the grease on Edward's skin contained microscopic traces of river silt that could only have been deposited there if Edward had been trying to hold the crumbling gate shut, not open it. The scientific truth, revealed through patient analysis, completely inverted the circumstantial narrative. Edward was not the saboteur. He was the tragic hero who had nearly drowned trying to save the city. Psychologically, this classic dynamic matters because human beings are wired for confirmation bias. When we are drowning in anxiety or shame, our subconscious minds seek out evidence to prove our worst fears about ourselves. We look in the mirror and interpret a tired expression as a sign of permanent failure, or we view a friend's delayed text message as proof of our unworthiness. This holds us back, trapping us in a self-fulfilling loop of despair. To break free from this pattern, you must act as your own forensic investigator. When you find yourself drowning in a negative self-assessment, step back and pause. Ask yourself, what is the objective data here, and what is merely my emotional interpretation? Write down the raw, embellished facts of your situation on one side of a paper, and your emotional accusations on the other. Force yourself to look at the physical evidence of your resilience, your past kindnesses, and your survival. By separating the noise of circumstance from the signal of truth, you dismantle the psychological scaffold you have built for yourself. This leads us directly into the second pillar of Thorndyke's assessment, the resolution of Helen Vardon's confession. Helen's confession was not her statement of criminal guilt. It was a profound act of psychological martyrdom. She took upon her shoulders the sins of others, believing that by sacrificing her own name and freedom, she could shield those she loved from the cold, unfeeling machinery of the law. Imagine a mother standing in a burning room, wrapping her own body around her child to shield them from the falling embers. Her skin burns, her lungs fill with ash, but she feels a strange, agonizing peace because she believes her suffering is purchasing the life of another. This is the essence of Helen's sacrifice. She believed that her self-condemnation was the only currency that could buy peace for her troubled world. But Thorndyke, with his steady hand and clear mind, deconstructs this sacrifice. He shows that a peace built upon a lie is merely a truce with a phantom. By proving that the physical evidence did not align with her self-accusing words, Thorndyke did not just solve a mystery. He rescued Helen from her own misplaced devotion. He showed her that truth is the only foundation upon which a real life can be rebuilt. This psychological phenomenon of the martyr complex is deeply rooted in our fear of helplessness. When we cannot control the chaotic events around us, we often internalize the blame. We tell ourselves, if it is my fault, then at least I have some control over it, because I can punish myself. This is a survival mechanism that ultimately poisons our souls. It prevents us from experiencing genuine connection because we are always hiding behind a mask of self-imposed guilt. To apply this to your own life, you must learn the delicate art of emotional boundary setting. Gently place your hands over your heart and whisper to yourself, I am responsible for my own actions, but I am not the savior of everyone else's destiny. Identify one area in your life where you are carrying a burden that does not belong to you. Perhaps a partner's unhappiness, a parent's disappointment, or a friend's failure. Decide today to set that burden down. It is not an act of selfishness. It is an act of profound respect for their journey and a necessary reclamation of your own life. Finally, we arrive at the third pillar of this final assessment, the delivery of a deeply satisfying resolution to the mystery. A mystery is not merely a puzzle to be solved. It is a disruption of the moral order of the universe. When a crime is committed, or when a life is lived in falsehood, a tear is ripped into the fabric of reality. We feel this tear as a lingering, subconscious anxiety. Thorndyke's final assessment is the needle and thread that sews this tear back together. Think of a master musician who, after hours of chaotic, dissonant, and jarring melodies, finally plays the resolving chord. That single, perfect chord reverberates through the concert hall, causing the audience to let out a collective, involuntary sigh of relief. The tension dissolves, and order is restored. This is what a true resolution feels like. It is the moment where the puzzle pieces slide into place with a quiet, satisfying click, and we realize that despite the darkness and confusion, there is a coherent design to the universe. We crave this resolution because our souls cannot survive in permanent chaos. We need to believe that truth eventually triumphs, that justice is not an illusion, and that our suffering has meaning. When we lack resolution in our personal lives, we carry a chronic, low-grade grief that colors every joy we attempt to experience. To invite this resolution into your own heart, you must practice the ritual of conscious completion. Choose a lingering emotional open loop in your life, perhaps an unfinished conversation, an unexpressed apology, or a dream you abandoned out of fear. Dress it directly. Write the letter you may never send. Speak the truth you have hidden, or formally lay the old dream to rest so you can make room for the new. By actively seeking closure, you signal to your subconscious mind that the storm has passed, and it is safe to step out into the warm, clear light of a new day. As we bring this chapter of our journey to a close, we see Dr. John Thorndyke slowly fold the papers of the final assessment and place them into his desk drawer. The rain outside has softened to a gentle mist, and a faint, pale line of dawn begins to paint the eastern sky. The mystery of Helen Vardon is resolved. The shadows have been dispelled by the brilliant light of scientific truth, and a weary soul has finally found her way home. But as the echoes of this resolution settle in our minds, a new, subtle shift occurs in the air. The quiet of the temple chambers begins to dissolve, replaced by the faint, distant hum of a world reawakening. We have traversed the labyrinth of deceit and sacrifice, but our journey is not yet complete. For as the dawn breaks over London, it brings with it the first trembling whispers of the aftermath, a path filled with new choices, quiet reconciliations, and the beautiful, terrifying challenge of living in the light of the truth we have just uncovered. 7-day action plan. Applying critical thinking. Imagine walking through a dense, suffocating fog, where every single step you take is guided not by the solid, reassuring earth beneath your feet, but by the ghosts of your own fears, your deepest regrets, and those unspoken anxieties that whisper in the quiet corners of your mind. How often do we find ourselves trapped in the complex, dizzying labyrinth of our own daily lives, making profound choices while blinded by the dust of old wounds and the heavy, exhausting expectations of others? In the hauntingly beautiful pages of Helen Vardon's Confession, we witness a soul ensnared in the cruelest of webs, a place where truth is a shifting shadow and emotion is a tyrannical master. But even in the deepest dark, there is a lighthouse, a method of cold, dutiful, and saving clarity practiced by the brilliant Dr. John Thorndike. Thorndike does not look at the world with the panicked, frantic eyes of a victim. Instead, he dissects it with the steady, loving, and infinitely patient hand of a surgeon who knows that truth, however painful it may first appear, is the only key to true liberation. This chapter is your sanctuary. It is a meticulous, deeply emotional 7-day action plan designed to take you by the hand and lead you step by step out of the suffocating fog of confusion and into the blinding, beautiful light of analytical clarity. Let us embark on this journey together, not as a series of dry, cold, intellectual exercises, but as a deep, emotional reclamation of your own life, your own agency, and your own peace of mind. We begin our journey on days 1 through 3, where we focus our entire being on the practice of active observation and the objective analysis of our daily problems. Think for a moment about how many times you have reacted to a situation before you have even truly seen it. We walk through our busy days like sleepwalkers, reacting to the shadows on the walls of our lives, mistaking them for terrible monsters. To break this self-destructive spell, we must learn to see. We must train our eyes to look past the drama of our initial reactions and focus on the quiet, unvarnished facts of our reality. Let me invite you to step into the life of Julian, a man who believed with absolute certainty that his career was dying, his colleagues were whispering behind his back, and his life was slowly collapsing under the weight of silent neglect. One rainy Tuesday afternoon, Julian sat at his heavy mahogany desk, the harsh fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like a swarm of angry mechanical insects. His chest was tight, his breathing shallow, his palms damp with a cold sweat. He had just received an email from his supervisor, a brief, 3-line message asking for a meeting the following morning at 9 o'clock. There were no details, no agenda, just the time and the place. Instantly, Julian's mind spiraled into a dark, terrifying abyss. He convinced himself he was going to be fired, humiliated, and cast out. He lay awake all night, remembering every minor mistake he had made over the last 6 months, amplifying them in the dark until they felt like unforgivable, catastrophic sins. By the time morning arrived, Julian was an emotional wreck, ready to resign before he could be dismissed. But what was the actual reality of the situation? When he finally walked into the office, his supervisor warmly offered him a cup of coffee and asked if he would be willing to lead a prestigious new project, a role that required the exact analytical skills Julian had spent years quietly developing. The supervisor had kept the email brief simply because she was running between meetings, never imagining the torment her short message would inflict. If we look at Julian's experience through a profound psychological lens, we begin to understand why this classic dynamic occurs. Our subconscious minds are wired with an ancient survival mechanism known as the negativity bias. In the wild, our ancestors had to assume every rustle in the bushes was a saber-toothed tiger, not a gentle breeze, because mistaking a tiger for the wind meant death. Today, this same survival instinct causes us to treat every ambiguous email, every quiet partner, and every unexpected bill as an existential threat. It keeps us prisoner to imaginary monsters, draining our vital emotional energy and trapping us in a state of perpetual, exhausting anxiety. We react to our internal interpretations of the world rather than the world itself. To free yourself from this exhausting cycle during these first 3 days, I want you to act as a loving mentor to your own mind. Carry a small, physical notebook with you, an object you can touch, a physical anchor in the real world. Whenever you feel that familiar, tight knot of anxiety forming in your chest, open this notebook. Draw a line down the center of the page. On the left side, write down the absolute, undeniable, verifiable facts of the situation, the things that could be captured by a video camera. On the right side, write down your interpretations, your fears, and your predictions. Look at the 2 columns. Notice how the left column is usually brief and quiet, while the right column is loud, chaotic, and terrifying. By separating these two, you strip the fear of its power. You begin to observe the world not through the lens of your past wounds, but with a clear, diagnostic gaze of Dr. Thorndike. As we transition into days 4 and 5, we step into deeper, more turbulent waters. Here, we must learn the delicate, often agonizing art of separating our emotional biases from factual evidence. How many of our deepest regrets, our most painful broken relationships, are born from decisions we made in the white-hot heat of anger, or the paralyzing, icy chill of fear? When we love deeply, when we grieve, or when we fear betrayal, our minds distort reality to match our inner tempest. We cherry-pick clues to support our fears, ignoring any evidence that might bring us peace, Because our pain demands to be justified. Let us explore the life of Clara, a woman who found herself standing at a devastating crossroads in her marriage. One cold autumn evening, as the rain beat a relentless, rhythmic tattoo against the window pane, Clara sat alone in her quiet living room. She was clutching a crumpled receipt she had found in her husband's winter coat pocket. It was a receipt for a luxurious dinner for two at a high-end restaurant in a part of the city he had no business visiting, dated on a night he had claimed to be working late. Her heart shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. The emotional bias within her roared with the pain of rejection, screaming of infidelity, of wasted years, and of a love that was nothing but a cruel lie. She was ready to pack her bags, to scream, to burn the bridge of her marriage to the ground before she could be hurt any deeper. But Clara remembered the principle of objective inquiry. She forced herself to pause, to take a deep, trembling breath, and to look for factual evidence. She did not confront him with accusations. Instead, she asked him, with a quiet, open heart, about the receipt. What she discovered, through calm and methodical conversation, was that her husband had hosted a dinner for a wealthy client who had unexpectedly arrived in town, a client whose signature on a new contract saved their family's financial future. The restaurant was chosen by the client, and her husband had kept the receipt to file for reimbursement. Had Clara acted on her initial emotional bias, she would have destroyed a beautiful, faithful partnership over a shadow. Psychologically, why is this dynamic so incredibly powerful within us? It is because our emotions crave immediate resolution. The mind detests uncertainty. It finds the agony of not knowing far more terrifying than the pain of a negative conclusion. Therefore, we rush to judgment, accepting the worst-case scenario because it provides a twisted form of cognitive closure. We would rather believe a lie that fits our emotional state than hold space for a complex truth we cannot yet see. By separating emotion from fact, we give our souls room to breathe. We honor the truth of our situations over the wounds of our past, ensuring that we do not let our fears write our future. Your practical application for these 2 crucial days is to implement what I call the Thorndike pause. The moment you feel a surge of strong emotion, whether it is anger, jealousy, or despair, forbid yourself from making any decisions, sending any messages, or speaking any definitive words for at least 24 hours. During this period of sacred pause, write down the emotional claim your mind is making. Then, write down 3 alternative explanations for the same set of facts. If your partner is late, do not only write "they do not care about me." Write down they might be stuck in traffic, their phone battery might have died, or they might be dealing with an unexpected emergency. By forcing your brain to construct multiple narratives, you break the monopoly of your emotional bias and invite objective truth back into your heart. Finally, we reach the culmination of our week, days 6 and 7. This is where we construct our fortress of clarity, developing structured problem-solving frameworks for your most intimate, personal decisions. When we face monumental choices, such as whether to leave a secure but soul-crushing job, whether to end a long-term relationship, whether to move across the world, or whether to forgive someone who has deeply wounded us. We often feel completely paralyzed. We feel frozen, like a deer caught in the headlights of our own destiny. We need a framework, a structured scaffolding to hold us when our knees shake and our minds spin. Consider the story of David, a man torn between the safety of his ancestral home and a terrifying, creative calling in a distant, unfamiliar city. David stood on the cliffs of his coastal town, the salty wind whipping his face, looking out at the endless gray, churning ocean. He had been offered a position that promised creative fulfillment, but it demanded he abandon the comfortable, predictable life his family had built for generations. He was paralyzed by the weight of their expectations, the fear of financial failure, and the terrifying specter of loneliness. For months, he did nothing, sinking into a deep, gray depression, unable to choose, unable to move forward. Then, David decided to apply a structured decision-making framework. He mapped out the absolute worst-case scenario of moving. He might fail, run out of money, and have to return home with his head held low. He analyzed this scenario objectively and realized that even if the worst happened, he would not die. He would still have his skills, his resilience, and his friends. He then mapped out the best-case scenario. He might thrive, discover his true potential, and live a life of profound purpose. Finally, he mapped out the most likely scenario, a realistic blend of challenges and growth. By structuring his thoughts, he took the monster out of the dark and put it on paper, where it looked surprisingly small and manageable. With a clear mind and a steady heart, David packed his bags and stepped into his new life. This structured decision-making acts as an external prefrontal cortex for us, bypassing the ancient, survival-driven amygdala that screams at us to stay safe, even if safety means a slow emotional death. It allows us to act from a place of deep, conscious alignment with our true selves rather than frantic, fear-based reaction. Your step-by-step tool for these final days of the plan is the 3-column method. Whenever you face a major decision, create a page with 3 columns. In the first column, write down the decision and its immediate emotional impact. In the second column, list the logical consequences and the actual resources required to execute it. In the third column, and perhaps most importantly, analyze how this decision aligns with your long-term, core personal values. Ask yourself, does this choice expand my life, or does it merely protect my fears? When you look at your life through this structured framework, the right path ceases to be a terrifying gamble and instead becomes a clear, logical step forward on your journey of growth. As we look back over this transformative 7-day journey, we see that critical thinking is not some cold, unfeeling tool reserved only for academics and detectives. It is, in its truest sense, the highest, most profound form of self-love. It is the shield that protects your sensitive heart from the sharp arrows of unnecessary suffering, and the bright lantern that lights your path through the darkest, most confusing valleys of the human experience. By practicing active observation, By separating your emotional biases from facts, and by building structured frameworks for your decisions, you are no longer a passive, helpless passenger in the train of your emotions. You are the driver, observing, analyzing, and choosing your destination with profound wisdom and grace. And yet, as the fog begins to clear from your mind, a new, quieter question begins to whisper in the silence of your soul. For when we have finally mastered the art of seeing the world clearly, we must face the most terrifying, beautiful truth of all. What happens when the truth we discover is one we are not yet ready to accept? In our next chapter, we will delve into the shadow side of clarity, exploring those moments where the secrets we keep from ourselves are finally brought to light, and how we can find the courage to embrace them. Sleep now. Let these lessons settle deep into your subconscious. For tomorrow, we step into the very heart of the mystery. Truth triumphant. Welcome, my friend. Take a deep, quiet breath, and let the rush of the outer world gently recede into the background. Imagine, if you will, a quiet room in the heart of Edwardian London. Outside, a thick, amber-tinted fog presses against the window panes, swallowing the gas lamps and muting the clatter of passing carriages. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackles softly, casting long, dancing shadows across shelves laden with heavy leather-bound volumes, glass retorts, and scientific instruments that gleam in the amber light. In this space of quiet contemplation, we find ourselves at the culmination of a long, harrowing journey. We have arrived at the final movement of a great, sweeping symphony of human suffering and ultimate redemption. This is the chapter of vindication, the moment where the long, suffocating night of deception is finally pierced by the cold, clear dawn of reality. It is the story of truth triumphant. Think for a moment about a time in your own life when you felt utterly misunderstood, when a false perception of who you are hung over your head like a suffocating shroud. Perhaps it was a minor misunderstanding, or perhaps it was a profound betrayal that made you feel as though the very earth beneath your feet was shifting and untrustworthy. It is a terrifying human experience to hold the truth close to your chest while the rest of the world looks at you through a distorted lens of suspicion, judgment, or indifference. This was the crushing reality for Helen Vardon. Her journey was not merely a legal battle or a puzzle for a clever detective. It was a profound, agonizing descent into the dark night of the soul, where her love, her loyalty, her reputation, and her very sanity were put on trial. As we reflect on the sweeping themes of this remarkable narrative, we find three great pillars supporting the architecture of Helen Vardon's survival and eventual triumph. These are the relentless pursuit of justice, the saving grace of scientific rigor, and the fierce, quiet power of human devotion. Through these lenses, we see that truth is not a passive thing that simply exists. It is an active, living force that must be fought for, dug out of the earth, and polished with patience and intellect. It is a message that speaks directly to our secret fears. It reassures us that no matter how deep the lie is buried, no matter how powerful the forces of deception may seem, there is a fundamental moral gravity to the universe that ultimately pulls the truth back to the light. Let us begin by stepping into the shadow of the first great theme, the devastating weight of the unspoken, and the restorative power of justice. To understand the sweetness of Helen's vindication, we must first feel the suffocating confinement of her silence. Picture Helen sitting in the dimly lit parlor of her home, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white with the strain of holding a secret that was not hers to bear. She had been forced into a marriage of convenience with a man she could not love, a man whose dark, manipulative nature threatened to consume her entirely. When tragedy struck and suspicion fell like a heavy blow, she found herself trapped in a labyrinth of circumstantial evidence. Her silence was not born of guilt, but of a misguided sense of duty, a desire to protect others, and a deep, paralyzing fear that the truth would only bring more destruction. Imagine her inner monologue during those long, sleepless nights. She must have asked herself, over and over again, if she was destined to be the sacrificial lamb on the altar of another person's malice. The floorboards of her mind creaked under the weight of her unspoken thoughts. She felt the heavy, damp air of suspicion filling her lungs, making it hard to breathe, hard to believe that tomorrow would bring anything but more sorrow. This is a classic human dynamic that resonates deep within our subconscious. When we harbor secrets, when we accept blame that does not belong to us, or when we remain silent in the face of injustice, we build our own psychological prisons. The mind cannot thrive in a state of perpetual concealment. Every lie we protect, every truth we suppress, acts as a slow-dripping poison that erodes our self-worth and distances us from the people we love. We do this because our subconscious often confuses self-sacrifice with nobility. We tell ourselves that by suffering in silence, we are being strong, we are being protectors, when in reality, we are denying ourselves the very right to exist authentically. How do we break free from this pattern in our own lives? The mentor's hand reaches out to you now, offering a gentle, steady path forward. First, you must identify the unspoken truths in your own life. What are the secrets, the unexpressed grievances, or the false narratives you have allowed to settle around you? Take a piece of paper and write them down, not to confront anyone immediately, but to look at them clearly, outside of your own head. Second, recognize that protecting a lie, even out of love or duty, is a form of self-betrayal that ultimately helps no one. The truth may be painful. It may disrupt the fragile peace of your current circumstances, but it is the only foundation upon which a real, healthy life can be built. Step out of the shadows of martyrdom. Begin to speak your truth in small, honest ways, trusting that your voice has value and that you deserve to live in the light. This brings us to our second profound theme, the beacon of scientific rigor and diligent inquiry, embodied so magnificently by Dr. John Thorndike. In a world governed by emotion, prejudice, and hasty judgments, Thorndike stands as a monument to intellectual clarity. Let us paint a scene in his laboratory, a sanctuary of reason. The air smells of ozone, beeswax, and the sharp tang of chemical reagents. Thorndike stands over a microscope, his face illuminated by a single, focused beam of light. He does not look at the case with the dramatic passion of a crusader. Instead, he approaches it with the cool, reverent precision of a high priest of science. To him, a speck of dust on a coat sleeve, a minute tear in a piece of paper, or a microscopic trace of poison is not just physical evidence. It is a sacred testament. It is the physical manifestation of the truth, left behind by the universe as an indelible record of what actually occurred. While the lawyers argued and the public gossiped, Thorndike worked in silence, measuring, analyzing, and questioning every assumption. He understood that the human mind is prone to bias, that we see what we expect to see, and that the only way to find the truth is to look at the evidence without preconception. His work was a quiet, relentless dismantling of the elaborate web of lies that had been spun around Helen Vardon. This scientific rigor is more than just a method of solving crimes. It is a profound psychological framework for living. Our subconscious minds are constantly jumping to conclusions, constructing elaborate, often catastrophic narratives based on incomplete information. We interpret a cold look from a colleague as a sign that we are about to be fired. We view a delayed text message from a partner as proof of abandonment. We live in a state of emotional reactivity, letting our fears write the script of our lives. To cultivate a Thorndike mind is to practice the art of cognitive pauses. When you find yourself spinning a tale of disaster or self-doubt, stop. Ask yourself, what is the actual, objective evidence here? What are the facts, stripped of my emotional interpretations? Look at your life not as a drama in which you are the victim, but as a fascinating landscape to be explored with curiosity and analytical gentleness. When you begin to demand evidence for your negative thoughts, you strip them of their power. You realize that much of your suffering is not caused by reality, but by the stories you tell yourself about reality. By adopting a spirit of diligent, objective inquiry, you become the detective of your own mind, clearing away the fog of anxiety to reveal the solid ground of truth beneath. Let us now turn our gaze to the third and perhaps most touching theme, the power of devotion and the ultimate triumph of truth. In the climax of Helen Vardon's journey, we witness the moment of revelation. The setting is charged with a heavy, electric tension. The courtroom, or the quiet study where the final pieces of the puzzle are laid out, becomes a stage for a grand cosmic correction. The villain's intricate web of deceit, once thought to be impenetrable, is shown to be nothing more than a fragile house of cards, collapsing under the weight of undeniable facts. The relief that washes over Helen in this moment is almost physical. It is like the first cool rain after a long, parched summer, soaking into the dry cracks of her soul, bringing life back to places she thought had died forever. We see her chest rise and fall as she takes a deep, clean breath. The heavy burden she has carried for so long is suddenly lifted, and the light of understanding shines in the eyes of those who once doubted her. This moment of vindication is deeply satisfying to us because it fulfills a primal human need for order and justice. Our subconscious craves resolution. We are deeply disturbed by unfairness and chaos. And when we see truth triumph, It restores our faith in the universe and in our own ability to survive. It reminds us that our endurance is not in vain, that the pain we suffer in the darkness is being recorded, and that a reckoning will eventually come. But how do we apply this to our own lives, especially when the justice we seek in our personal relationships or careers seems slow to arrive? The mentor's voice whispers a reminder of patience and self-validation. You must realize that the ultimate triumph of truth does not always require a dramatic public courtroom scene. Sometimes, the most profound vindication is the quiet, internal realization that you are whole, that you are innocent of the false accusations of your inner critic, and that you no longer need the approval of those who refuse to see you clearly. You must learn to be your own Thorndike, vindicating yourself daily by living with integrity, kindness, and self-respect. When you align your actions with your deepest values, you create an internal sanctuary that no lie, no misunderstanding, and no external judgment can ever penetrate. That is the true triumph of truth. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us summarize the beautiful, redemptive arc of Helen Vardon's confession. We have traveled through the deep valleys of her silence and isolation, feeling the crushing weight of her secrets. We have stood beside Dr. Thorndike in his laboratory, learning the power of patient, scientific observation to dismantle the most complex illusions. And we have witnessed the glorious, emotional release of her final vindication, a testament to the enduring power of truth and devotion. This is not just a story of a mystery solved. It is a map of the human heart's journey from bondage to freedom. Let these lessons settle deep into your consciousness as the music of our thoughts begins to transition. Feel the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that truth is patient, that it is resilient, and that it is always working its way to the surface. Carry this sense of peace and clarity with you as we prepare to move forward. For as the fog of this mystery lifts, it reveals a path leading us toward another fascinating landscape, where new questions await, and where the light of reason will once again guide us through the shadows. Listen closely, stay present, and let us step together into the next chapter of our journey. Call to action. Join the investigation. The fire in the hearth has settled into a deep, pulsing crimson glow, casting long, dancing shadows across the rows of leather-bound volumes that line the walls of this quiet study. Outside, the relentless London fog presses against the window panes like a silent, curious ghost, blurring the distant flicker of the gas lamps along the Thames. It is in this suspended moment, where the world outside seems to dissolve into nothingness, that we find ourselves standing at a profound threshold. We have journeyed together through the labyrinthine corridors of Helen Vardon's confession, feeling the cold weight of her secrets, the sharp tang of betrayal, and the agonizing struggle of a human soul caught between the duty of silence and the desperate cry for redemption. But as the echoes of her voice linger in the quiet air, a realization begins to settle over us. The story we have just witnessed is not merely a relic of a bygone Victorian era, nor is it a simple amusement to be closed and forgotten. It is a mirror held up to the deepest, most hidden chambers of our own hearts. Every secret Helen kept, every shadow of doubt that crossed the brilliant, analytical mind of Dr. John Thorndike, and every step taken along the foggy streets of the city speaks to a universal human struggle. It is the struggle to find truth in a world shrouded in illusion, to seek justice when the scales seem hopelessly weighted against us, and to find the courage to speak our own truths, no matter the cost. Take a deep breath and let the stillness of this moment settle into your bones. Consider the journey we have embarked upon. We have not merely been passive observers, sitting in the safety of our armchairs while others braved the storm. No, the moment you allowed these words to enter your mind, you became an active participant in the drama. Your intellect wrestled with the clues, your heart ached with Helen's despair, and your subconscious sought the pattern beneath the chaos. This is the magic of the forensic mystery, the timeless allure of the classic detective story. It is not about the mere sensation of crime, but about the restoration of order from chaos, the illuminating light of reason piercing through the dark, suffocating fog of human deceit. And now, the magnifying glass is handed to you. The desk is clear, the case files are open, and the ink is wet upon the page. You are being called to step out of the shadows of passive listening and into the bright, clear light of active exploration. This is your invitation, your call to action, to join the investigation, to raise your voice, and to become a vital part of a living, breathing community of seekers, thinkers, and detectives of the human spirit. Let us begin by exploring what it truly means to share your voice, to reach out across the digital ether and leave a review, sharing the specific plot twists that sent a shiver down your spine or made your heart skip a beat. To the uninitiated, a review might seem like a mere administrative task, a fleeting click of a button, or a dry rating on a screen. But to those who understand the deep, psychological currents of storytelling, it is something infinitely more profound. It is a testament. It is your way of saying, I was here. I felt this. I thought this. When you articulate the moment that startled you most, perhaps the sudden, chilling revelation of a hidden motive, or the quiet, devastating realization of a character's true sacrifice, you are not just reviewing a book. You are mapping the contours of your own emotional landscape. You are revealing what moves you, what frightens you, and what gives you hope. Imagine a listener named Elena. She is sitting in a sunlit kitchen, the remains of her morning tea cooling beside her, with her headphones resting around her neck. For days, she has been living alongside Helen Vardon, carrying the weight of Helen's unspoken agony through her own daily routines. When the final revelation of the story broke over her, it was not just a plot point. It was a release of a tension she had been holding in her own chest. She felt an overwhelming urge to speak of it, to share the exquisite pain and beauty of that moment. She opens her device, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. At first, she hesitates, wondering if her perspective matters in the grand sea of voices. But then, she begins to type. She describes how the subtle clues dropped by Dr. Thorndike, clues she had initially dismissed as mere background detail, suddenly aligned with the precision of a masterfully crafted clockwork mechanism. She writes of how Helen's ultimate confession made her reflect on her own life, on the small silences she had maintained to protect others, and how those silences had grown into walls of her own making. As she presses submit, a sense of profound relief washes over her. She has not just left a review. She has converted her solitary emotional experience into a bridge. Somewhere across the world, another listener, perhaps struggling with the very same chapters, will read Elena's words and feel a sudden, comforting sense of companionship. They will realize they are not alone in their reactions, that their emotional responses are shared, validated, and understood. This dynamic of sharing our reactions to a narrative touches upon a deep, subconscious need for validation and connection. Psychologically, human beings are hardwired for shared storytelling. Since the dawn of time, around ancient campfires, we have gathered to hear tales of the hunt, of gods, of monsters, and of the mysterious human heart. The story was never complete until the listeners reacted, until they gasped in unison, wept together, or debated the actions of the protagonist. In our modern, highly individualized world, we have largely lost these communal hearths. We consume content in isolation, tucked away behind our screens, carrying the intense emotions generated by art entirely on our own. This isolation can lead to a subtle form of emotional indigestion, where the feelings evoked by a powerful story have nowhere to go, no outlet through which they can be processed and integrated. When we invite you to leave a review and share your favorite plot twist, we are inviting you back to the hearth. We are asking you to add your voice to the collective chorus, to help recreate that ancient circle of shared experience. By doing so, you help to synthesize the emotional raw material of the story, transforming it from a fleeting entertainment into a lasting, intellectual monument. How, then, do you begin to practice this in your own life? It starts with a simple, deliberate act of mindfulness. As you listen to these chapters, pay close attention to your physiological and emotional responses. Do not just let the words wash over you. When a particular line makes your stomach tighten, or when a sudden turn of events causes you to catch your breath, pause the audio for just a moment. Ask yourself, what just happened within me? Why did that specific revelation trigger such a strong reaction? Was it the betrayal of trust? Was it the sudden, brilliant application of logic to a seemingly insoluble problem? Write these thoughts down in a notebook, or speak them aloud into a voice memo. Do not worry about crafting a perfect, polished critique. Speak from the heart, with the raw, honest vulnerability of a fellow traveler. When you are ready, translate these reflections into a review. Describe the scene that haunted you, the character who infuriated or inspired you, and the intellectual puzzle that kept you guessing. In doing so, you will find that the story becomes a part of you, and you, in turn, become a part of the story's enduring legacy. This leads us to our second point of exploration, the invitation to subscribe, to bind yourself to this ongoing journey of classic forensic mystery analyses. To subscribe to a series of analyses is to make a commitment to your own intellectual growth. It is an act of declaring that you value depth over brevity, that you refuse to be satisfied with the superficial, rapid-fire distractions of the modern age. It is an invitation to enter a structured temple of thought, where we do not merely ask what happened, but why it happened, how it was discovered, and what it tells us about the mysterious architecture of the human mind. Let us transport ourselves for a moment to the bustling, damp streets of late Victorian London. Picture a young man named Charles, a clerk in a dusty law office, walking home through the evening drizzle. His life is measured out in monotonous rows of figures, in copying endless legal documents that seem to have no bearing on the vibrant, chaotic world around him. One evening, he discovers a journal containing a detailed forensic analysis of a recent, sensational trial, written with a dry, devastating logic of a man of science. As Charles reads by the light of a single candle, a new world opens before him. He begins to see that the world is not a chaotic jumble of random events, but a vast tapestry of cause and effect, where even the smallest speck of dust, the slant of a handwriting style, or the presence of a rare chemical compound carries a message waiting to be deciphered. He subscribes to this publication, eagerly awaiting each new analysis. With every installment, his mind grows sharper. He begins to apply this analytical rigor to his own work, noticing patterns his colleagues miss, understanding the hidden motives of the clients who enter the office, and finding a deep, quiet sense of power in his own expanding intellect. The subscription was not just a purchase. It was a passport to a higher state of awareness. The psychological significance of this choice cannot be overstated. In our current cultural landscape, we are bombarded with fragmented, superficial information. We scroll through headlines, digest short clips, and constantly shift our attention from one stimulation to the next. This constant fragmentation trains our brains to operate on a shallow, anxious level, eroding our capacity for deep, sustained focus and critical thinking. It fosters a subconscious sense of helplessness, as we feel overwhelmed by a chaotic stream of events we cannot hope to understand or control. Choosing to subscribe to deep, structured forensic analyses is a powerful antidote to this modern malaise. It is a conscious decision to slow down, to engage with complex, multi-layered narratives, and to follow a single thread of logic through the labyrinth of human behavior. This practice rebuilds our cognitive stamina, strengthens our analytical faculties, and restores a sense of order and agency to our inner lives. It satisfies our deep, subconscious hunger for meaning, reassuring us that behind the apparent chaos of human actions, there is always a logical chain of events, a truth that can be uncovered if we only possess the patience, the tools, and the discipline to seek it out. To cultivate this analytical mindset in your daily life, approach your subscription not as a passive consumer, but as an apprentice to the craft of observation. When a new analysis is released, create a ritual around it. Clear your desk of distractions, pour a warm drink, and prepare a notebook dedicated solely to these investigations. As you listen, Actively take notes. Draw diagrams of the crime scenes. Map out the timelines of the characters, and note the specific forensic techniques employed. Challenge yourself to anticipate the analyst's conclusions. Ask yourself, what piece of evidence am I overlooking? What bias is clouding my judgment? By engaging with the content in this active, structured manner, you will find that the analytical tools used by Dr. Thorndike begin to bleed into your own life. You will start to observe the world around you with greater clarity, noticing the subtle shifts in the body language of your colleagues, the underlying patterns in your own emotional reactions, and the hidden structures of the problems you face. You will transform your mind into a finely tuned instrument of logic and insight, capable of finding clarity amidst any storm. Our third avenue of exploration invites us to cast our eyes upon a broader horizon, to step beyond the bounds of Helen Vardon's confession and explore the vast, rich landscape of other Dr. Thorndike cases. Dr. John Thorndike, created by the brilliant mind of R. Austin Freeman, is not merely a fictional detective. He is the pioneer of scientific forensic detection, a character whose methods were so precise and logically sound that they often anticipated real-world developments in forensic science. To explore his other cases is to embark on a grand tour of the human condition, viewed through the lens of uncompromising science and profound human empathy. Let us evoke the atmosphere of Dr. Thorndike's chambers in the Temple. Imagine the scent of tobacco smoke mingling with the chemical fumes of his laboratory, the shelves packed with specimen jars, plaster casts of footprints, and reference books on toxicology and metallurgy. Picture a young woman named Clara, who has spent her life surrounded by people who rely on superstition, gossip, and emotional manipulation to navigate their worlds. She feels constantly gaslit, unable to trust her own perceptions of reality. One day, she picks up a volume detailing Thorndike's investigation into a mysterious death, where every piece of circumstantial evidence pointing to an innocent man is systematically, brilliantly dismantled by the objective analysis of a single, microscopic fiber. As Clara reads, she feels a profound shift within her soul. For the first time, she sees that truth is not a matter of who speaks the loudest, who has the most influence, or who can weave the most emotionally manipulative story. Truth is an objective reality, written in the physical world, waiting to be discovered by anyone with the courage to look clearly and without prejudice. She devours case after case, learning how Thorndike analyzes handwriting, how he identifies dust from different occupations, and how he exposes the most cunningly constructed alibis. With each case, Clara's confidence in her own mind grows. She realizes that she too can look at her life objectively, strip away the emotional noise, and find the solid ground of truth. The exploration of these cases becomes her salvation, rescuing her from a sea of confusion and anchoring her in the unshakable bedrock of reason. This journey through the wider canon of forensic mysteries speaks directly to our subconscious search for the wise mentor, the archetype of the guide who possesses the light of wisdom to lead us through the dark. In the mythological landscape of the human mind, We all seek the figure of the sage, the one who is unaffected by the illusions, passions, and deceits that plague ordinary mortals. Dr. Thorndike is the embodiment of this archetype. Unlike many fictional detectives who rely on sudden flashes of intuition or dramatic, emotional confrontations, Thorndike operates with a calm, serene objectivity. He does not judge. He does not condemn. He simply observes, analyzes, and reveals. This archetype of the objective, scientific seeker is incredibly comforting to our subconscious. It assures us that no matter how dark the mystery, no matter how deeply a crime is hidden, there exists a method, a discipline of thought, that can bring the truth to light. Let us now cast our gaze further afield, exploring the vast, rich universe of Dr. Thorndike's cases that lie beyond the pages of Helen Vardon's confession. Each case is a unique masterpiece of logic and human observation, offering a different window into the complexities of human nature. In one case, we might find ourselves examining the physical properties of a bloodstain, learning how the angle of impact can reveal the exact position of an assailant. In another, we might delve into the mysteries of handwriting analysis, discovering how the subtle, involuntary tremors of a hand can betray a forged signature or a hidden emotional state. In yet another, we might explore the intricate chemistry of poisons, seeing how even the most exotic and untraceable toxins leave a permanent, undeniable signature in the tissues of the victim. But beneath the fascinating scientific details, each of these cases is fundamentally a story about human beings. They are stories about greed, jealousy, love, despair, and the desperate lengths to which people will go to hide their sins or protect those they love. And at the center of each story stands Dr. Thorndike, a figure of absolute integrity, who approaches each human tragedy with a deep, quiet reverence for the truth. He is not driven by a desire for personal glory, nor by a hunger for vengeance. He is driven by a profound, almost spiritual commitment to the light of reason, believing that only the truth can bring true healing and justice to a broken world. As we journey through these cases, we begin to see that Dr. Thorndike's methods are not just for solving crimes. They are a philosophy of life. They teach us to look past the surface appearances, to question our assumptions, and to demand evidence before we pass judgment. They teach us to respect the small, quiet details of our lives, understanding that they often carry the deepest meanings. And most importantly, they teach us to have faith in the power of the human mind to overcome any obstacle, to solve any puzzle, and to find the light of truth even in the darkest night. Think of how this philosophy can transform your relationship with yourself and others. How often do we make snap judgments about people based on incomplete or superficial information? How often do we allow our fears, our prejudices, and our anxieties to dictate our beliefs, leading us into conflict and misunderstanding? By practicing the objective, evidence-based approach of Dr. Thorndike, we can learn to step back from our immediate emotional reactions. We can learn to ask, what is the actual evidence here? Am I seeing this person clearly, or am I projecting my own fears and past wounds onto them? Am I looking at this situation with an open mind, or am I trying to force the facts to fit a theory I have already decided is true? This practice of intellectual humility and objective observation is the foundation of true wisdom, empathy, and peace. It allows us to connect with others on a deeper, more authentic level, free from the distorting fog of projection and judgment. Let us take a moment to absorb the beauty of this vision. Imagine a world where we all strive to think a little more like Dr. Thorndike, where we value evidence over opinion, logic over emotion, and truth over convenience. It would be a world of deeper understanding, of less conflict, and of profound, genuine connection. And it is a world that begins with you, in the quiet sanctuary of your own mind, as you choose to engage deeply with these classic mysteries, to share your voice, and to pursue the truth with all your heart. As the morning sun continues to rise, filling our study with a warm, golden glow, let us prepare to take the next step on this beautiful journey. The fire in the hearth is now a quiet bed of embers, but its warmth remains, a steady, comforting presence. The files on the desk are waiting, and the next chapter of our exploration is ready to begin. We have laid a strong, unshakable foundation in this chapter, understanding the deep emotional, psychological, and practical significance of joining the investigation. We have found our voice, we have committed to the path of disciplined inquiry, and we have opened our eyes to the vast, rich horizons of the human mind. As you step forward, carry this sense of empowerment and curiosity with you. Remember that you are not just a listener. You are a vital part of this great, ongoing detective story. Your voice matters, your thoughts matter, and your pursuit of truth is a noble and beautiful endeavor. Let us close this chapter with a sense of quiet gratitude for the journey we have shared, and a warm, eager anticipation for the discoveries that lie ahead. The fog has cleared, the path is bright, and the next mystery is waiting for us. Let us walk forward together, with steady steps and open hearts, ready to uncover the truths that wait for us in the light of the new day. As the echoes of our contemplation settle, we find ourselves in a space of quiet clarity, where the mind is sharp and the heart is open. We have looked deeply into the mechanics of the classic detective story, seeing how it mirrors our own search for order and meaning. We have explored the profound psychological impact of sharing our reactions, realizing that in doing so, we are not just analyzing a book, but connecting with a global community of seekers who share our hunger for truth. We have recognized that subscribing to this journey is an act of self-care, a conscious choosing of depth and discipline in a world that so often values the shallow and the fleeting. And we have opened our eyes to the vast library of Dr. Thorndike's cases, finding in them a philosophy of life that can guide us through our own personal and professional mazes with grace, intellect, and unshakable integrity. Now, let us consider the practical beauty of the transition that lies ahead. As we prepare to move into the next chapter, we are not leaving behind the lessons we have learned. Rather, we are carrying them forward, applying them to new, even more challenging terrains of thought. The next topic we will explore is one that touches the very core of the human experience, the art of the inner cross-examination. We will learn how to take the brilliant, analytical techniques of Dr. Thorndike and turn them inward, examining the narratives we have constructed about our own lives, our capabilities, and our limitations. Just as a skilled barrister in a courtroom questions a witness to uncover the truth hidden beneath layers of evasions and half-truths, we will learn to question our own self-limiting beliefs. We will examine the evidence for our fears, our doubts, and our insecurities, systematically dismantling them with the power of objective logic and self-compassion. We will discover that many of the stories we tell ourselves about why we cannot succeed, why we do not deserve happiness, or why we are trapped in our current circumstances are nothing more than poorly constructed alibis, manufactured by our subconscious to protect us from the discomfort of change. And like Dr. Thorndike exposing a clever forgery, we will bring the light of truth to these inner illusions, freeing ourselves to write a new, more authentic, and powerful chapter in our own lives. This inner investigation requires a special kind of courage. It is one thing to analyze the motives of fictional characters or to solve a mystery on a page. It is quite another to look honestly into the mirror of our own souls and question the patterns of thought we have lived with for years. But it is the most rewarding work we can ever do. It is the work that transforms us from passive spectators of our lives into the active, conscious authors of our destiny. And you do not have to do it alone. We will walk this path together, step by step, with the same warmth, empathy, and intellectual rigor that has guided us through the fogs of London and the secrets of Helen Vardon. So, let us prepare our minds for this next, exciting phase of our journey. If you have not already done so, take a moment to subscribe, ensuring that you will not miss a single step of this unfolding exploration. Leave your review, share your favorite plot twist, and let your voice be heard in our growing community. Explore the other cases of Dr. Thorndike, letting his calm, logical approach become a natural part of your thinking. And most importantly, bring your curiosity, your honesty, and your open heart to the chapters that lie ahead. The room is silent now, save for the steady, reassuring tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. The light is clear and bright, and the air is filled with a promise of new discoveries. You are ready. The tools are in your hands. The path is clear, and the master of reason is waiting to guide you. Let us step forward together into the next chapter, ready to join the ultimate investigation, the discovery of our own true, unlimited potential. In this space of suspended transition, let us linger for a moment on the sensory reality of this very moment. Feel the physical presence of the room around you. Perhaps you feel the soft texture of the chair beneath you, the cool air of the morning on your face, or the gentle warmth of the headphones resting against your ears. This physical reality is your starting point, your anchor. In the world of Dr. Thorndike, the physical world is the ultimate arbiter of truth. It does not lie, it does not exaggerate, and it does not hide behind pretenses. It simply is. and by grounding ourselves in this present moment, we are practicing the first and most important rule of the investigator: to see things exactly as they are, without judgment, without projection, and without fear. Think of Helen Vardon, standing in the courtroom, feeling the eyes of the crowd pressing upon her like a physical weight. In that moment of intense pressure, her mind was a tempest of fear, guilt, and desperation. Yet, it was only when she grounded herself in the objective reality of her situation, when she chose to speak the simple, unvarnished truth, that the storm began to clear. Her confession was not just an admission of facts. It was a return to reality, a shedding of the heavy, suffocating illusions that had imprisoned her soul for so long. When you join this investigation, when you choose to share your voice and engage with this community, you are choosing that same path of liberation. You are deciding to step out of the fogs of confusion and anxiety that so often cloud our daily lives, and step into the clear, bright light of objective truth. You are deciding to look at your life not through the lens of your fears, but through the lens of your intellect, your courage, and your capacity for growth. This is the true power of the classic forensic mystery. It is not a story about death. It is a story about life. It is a story about the resilience of the human spirit, the triumph of reason over chaos, and the enduring power of truth to set us free. And by engaging with this story, by making it a part of your daily life, you are choosing to align yourself with these powerful, life-affirming forces. You are choosing to be a force for order, clarity, and truth in your own life and in the world around you. So, let us prepare to close this chapter, not with a sense of completion, but with a sense of commencement. The desk is ready, the papers are arranged, and the path forward is clear. Let the quiet power of this moment fill your heart with confidence and peace. You are the investigator, the seeker of truth, and your journey is about to take a profound and beautiful turn. Let us step forward together into the next chapter, ready to uncover the mysteries of the mind and to write the story of our own redemption in the bright, clear light of the new day. As the sound of my voice begins to fade into the quiet room, let the silence expand around you, carrying the warmth, the clarity, and the profound peace of this shared journey. Feel the strength of your own mind, the courage of your own heart, and the beautiful, unlimited potential that lies within you. You are ready. The next chapter awaits. Let us go. And so, the final page turns, and the echoes of Helen Vardon's confession gently fade into the quiet of the room. It has been an extraordinary journey, one of shadows and light, of secrets kept and sacrifices made, and I want to thank you, from the very depths of my heart, for walking this path alongside us here on Stories of Crime. Your presence, your quiet attention, and your shared hours have transformed this reading from a simple narration into a shared sanctuary of the mind. If this story has touched your heart, if it has kept you company in the quiet hours or made you ponder the intricate depths of human nature, I gently invite you to become a permanent part of our literary family. Please consider subscribing to Stories of Crime, leaving a warm like on this video, and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. We read every single one of your reflections, and they mean the world to us. And if you know someone who, like you, finds comfort in the embrace of a beautifully told classic, please share this video with them. Your simple act of kindness helps our sanctuary grow and allows us to keep bringing these timeless masterpieces back to life. As we bid farewell to Helen and her world, let us carry the wisdom of her journey with us into our own lives. Her confession reminds us that the human heart is a fragile yet profoundly resilient vessel, capable of enduring the heaviest silences for the sake of love and loyalty. Yet, it also teaches us that truth, like the morning sun, has a way of breaking through even the longest, darkest nights. May you find the courage to hold on to hope when the shadows lengthen, the grace to forgive your own struggles, and the peace of mind that comes from a life lived with a gentle, honest conscience. Until our next story unfolds, thank you for listening. Take care of one another, and farewell for now.